Hey, they are there.
There's two people?
Yeah.
How often does that happen?
What a weird setup.
Bizarre indeed.
Who would have two people do a stream together?
Imagine clones. Imagine streaming with a clone.
Welcome to the Robot Rampage League, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary friends. It is week 3 and I am back because I don't work today. You did okay by yourself.
It did alright. Sorry.
It was fun. How's everybody doing in the chat today? Is the chat box even working? Chat box, why are you not working? How dare. Oops. There we go. Is it working now? No, it's not working now, unfortunately.
Fantastic.
Everything's broken.
Oh, there it is.
Or not. Cool. So, what do we got going on?
We have a lot of things going on. So, first of all, we need to show you guys the thing.
Yes, there's a thing.
So this year for the Robot Rampage League, we have a trophy for the winner.
Yes. It's sort of a trophy. It's a prop.
Yes.
Nobody is actually getting a physical trophy. You're getting it in spirit. It's staying here. But we do have a physical trophy to represent the champions this season.
Yes.
I could think of nothing more appropriate for a Robot Arena 2 season-long championship trophy than an actual golden saw blade.
It is a golden saw blade.
We have a golden saw blade for a stock Arena 2 tournament championship.
Yes.
And this will be... Do you think I could get some, like, the team's name etched in it?
Yeah, we probably could, honestly. That'd be pretty cool.
Could be like the Indy 500 trophy where we etch their name into it every season.
That would be pretty cool.
That would be great. Let's do that.
I like that idea. But yes. We have a golden saw blade for the champions.
Golden grinder. Yeah, we call them grinders in RRL, don't we?
I mean, it happens.
It does the same thing, basically. So that was a thing that we wanted to show 3 weeks ago, and we kept forgetting. And so we get to show it off this week for you all. What do we have going on in the stream this week?
Well,
what kind of matchups do we
have? We have a couple of very interesting matchups. Of course, our first one, Tennessee and Syndicate, they have a really fast rammer called Exceptionally Gifted, and they're facing the Warbears, who also have a really fast rammer named Grismo.
Are we going to get a Rammer Sludgefest off another Rammer?
It could be double. We don't know.
Double Sludgefest.
That would be pretty good.
We've never had a double Sludgefest. It could be great.
We're also going to have kind of Battle of the Roboteers, because when the meme team takes on the Rebels, Woodrow Kilson's going to be facing On Your Own, which are both named after Jevin Woodrow and Your Own Lieberlu.
Yes.
That's going to be pretty funny.
Who are friends in my friend group chat.
So we get to make fun of them for later.
Yes.
One of the main matchups later in the second half of the stream, the Moscow Mantines are taking on Sinister Creations, which is our first team rematch from the first season. Also interesting to note that when they fought last season, Sinister was in first place, and right now Sinister is also in first place.
What happened to Sinister last season when they fought?
They dropped 5 positions to out of the playoff spot.
Yes.
So the Mantines might shove Sinister back down the standings. We shall see.
Mantines are pretty good this season.
They're pretty good this season. Speaking of pretty good this season, we have a very high-profile matchup. The Pelagic Wanderers are taking on the Pinwheel Pulsars. Both of them are in the top 2 of their divisions, and it could be an absolute bloodbath for those fights. That could be fun.
Yeah, they both come in with multi-bots. Not fighting each other, but they have multi-bots on their teams. Both teams are doing exceptionally well so far.
Yeah.
But it is early in the season. Anything can happen.
Indeed.
So, let's talk about last week's results. Up first, our judges' decisions results. There were a lot of them. Some of them were pretty goddamn close.
Yes.
There's a couple 26 to 24s. That's a 1-point swing, basically. Yeah. There's also Whammy and more airtime and Tuka Chad versus Phobos and Demos that were just
completely one-sided.
The most one-sided thing ever.
We do not speak of Warbear and Rumblebee again.
Yeah, let's not talk about that one. That was, you could fill an entire microwave store with that fight.
Yeah, like quite easily.
So those were the judges' decisions, and in particular, the one that I want to point out is 4#90 losing to Progenitor.
Yes.
And the reason for that is because Progenitor, with that decision, locked up the first ever cycle in Robot Rampage League.
Yes, first one.
The Supernovas won all 4 fights through KO, TKO, ring out, and judges' decision. The first time any team's gotten all 4 in one match.
Yes.
So
really cool to see that happen.
Very cool to see that happen. Ironic that it was one of our teams that did it.
Yeah, I was a little surprised.
Totally wasn't expecting that, given how many good teams are in the league.
And the
this
ring
season.
out, I mean, like, I guess the ring out's not surprising, but the ring out was by a piston flipper.
Yeah.
Event Horizon getting one? That was really unforeseen.
Out of all of the big flippers on that team, it was the piston flipper that got the ring
Yes.
out.
Of all things.
So, this is what our standings look like for Divisions 1 and 2. Pulsars and the Warbears leading. Heavy Metal and Pelagic leading.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple teams towards the bottom that have a little bit easier opponents this week.
Yes.
One of those teams that I want to mention is the bottom of Division 2.
Yeah, the Rebels.
Rebels are the first team in Robot Rampage history to open a season with 8 consecutive losses.
Yeah, they're not having a great time, are they?
Even the Armchair Engineers had at least one fight win.
Yes, they did.
In there. And Rebels have not had a win yet.
Rebels are playing on legendary difficulty this season.
Apparently so. They do have a slightly easier matchup this week.
Yeah, I think that there's a good chance they'll get a win this week, but I mean, you never know.
You never know. I mean, the meme team started out great last
Yeah.
week, or a couple weeks ago. So. Divisions 3 and 4, Sinister Creations and C4 Circus are leading. Division 4 is incredibly even, with 6th place only 2 points behind first place.
Yeah, first through 6, only 2 points apart is a big deal.
So that's, of course, going to switch around and change up as the season goes on. We're only 2 weeks in to a 15-week regular season, so Rebels are as effective as buttered toast. You are correct.
Pretty much.
Surprised by the win for Phalanx. Yeah, Phalanx did pretty good. It was mainly control.
Mostly on control in that match.
So that was kind of the trend. It was most of the judges' decisions last week were sort of microwavey fights. And so one of the robots had damage, the other one had control for most of the fight.
Yeah.
Kind of the control points let out. Will the Rebels make it 12 losses in a row? Oof. If that happens.
Oh man, just sell the team at that point.
I mean, it's Detroit. They'll try to save it somehow.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Right, so,
Well,
before we get to the fighting this week, a quick shout out and thank you to our Patreon stream sponsors. This is a tier on the Patreon to support the Robot Rampage League for $10 per month. You get your name displayed on the Crash page here. I've highlighted the top tier patrons, the $15 a month patrons, in gold because they are awesome and they are getting updates about the details behind all of the robots that I've built, which are on the shelf up there. So yeah, $10 a month, that's about $2.50 per stream, which is less than most people were spending on Super Chats. So if you want to support the Robot Rampage League, you can do that on Patreon. You can, of course, get your Robot Rampage League merch in the MS2 merch store, which is linked in the description as well, if you want to support us. It helps keep the lights on, helps pay our internet bill and all that kind of stuff. So, are we ready to go?
I also think it's worth noting, one of the new patrons that we got.
Oh.
On the bottom right.
Oh, yes.
Patrick Campbell.
Patrick Campbell. Does anybody know where that name is from?
Anyone heard of it before?
Not from American Ninja Warrior.
No,
I know that.
Not from that one, no.
He's the guy who built Frenzy.
Yes.
This is the actual Patrick Campbell that built Frenzy. He messaged me on Patreon and said, great job on the social media Frenzy build.
Yes.
I about lost my shit that we
Fucking
have
awesome
Patrick Campbell as a stream sponsor. Thank you very much, Patrick, and everybody else for your support. I appreciate it. And I will spend that money building more silly robots. Right. I believe that covers most of our notes.
I believe so, yes.
So let's get on with the robot fighting.
Get the carnage underway.
Aaron, no dying.
Not this week.
You could die last week, just not this week. So, first match is the Tennessee Syndicate
As
with
always,
Whammy.
Our wonderful leaders.
And they are fighting the Warbears this week.
Yes, taking on the Warbears. The mob versus the Grizzly Bears. That can only be violent.
Okay, our first fight of the stream is between Whammy, a sit-and spinner with long extended spikes. It sits and it spins. It's fighting Ursa Minor, who has an asymmetric horizontal spinner that goes all the way around the robot. Has difficulty self-righting, but can.
Yes.
Whammy invertible. I'm not sure if any of that's going to come into play here because they both hit really hard.
Yes, they do.
So, chat. What is your predictions? What are your predictions for Whammy versus Ursa Minor?
Well, considering how Whammy fared against a similar robot in Voidwalker in week 1, I would think Ursa Minor has the edge. However, when Ursa Minor loses that spike, it gets very unbalanced, as we saw last week.
Yes.
So, this could be pretty even, actually.
Yeah, especially since Whammy has the drive power advantage, I think.
Yes, I believe it does.
So, most of the chat's leaning towards Ursa Minor. There's a few going with Whammy here. So let's see how this one turns out. Boop. Boop. And our first fight is underway. Ursa Minor getting up to speed and taking a shot from behind by Whammy. So Whammy getting in there and getting past that asymmetric weapon.
Ooh, and it took off the spike off of Ursa Minor now.
So now Ursa Minor is flopping around, and the only damaging component it has left is that sledgehammer counterbalance, but it has taken massive amounts of damage here from Whammy.
Whammy's doing a good job keeping Ursa Minor at bay. We have a control board hit now. 2.
And I think this is going to be a KO. Yes, it is. 35 seconds. Just type everything into the thing here and give the Syndicate a 3-point lead.
Very good start.
Damn, that reach. Yeah, that's
they
Whammy's
really
advantage, is it has the reach to get through weapons like that.
It did a good job keeping Ursa Minor at bay, because like when it faced Voidwalker, Voidwalker got righted and took the sit and spin stuff right off. So that was
Everybody was wrong. Yeah, sometimes people are wrong. That's how it works.
it'd be like that.
RRL is difficult to predict. Whammy was dominant. Absolutely. That was a great win for Whammy. So now the Syndicate have a 3-point advantage heading into the middleweights, where we have one of our highlighted matchups.
Yes, we do.
Exceptionally gifted, the fast 4-wheel drive rammer with the battering ram of axe heads on the front, against Grismo, the fast 4-wheel drive rammer with a bunch of bear claws on the front.
Oh boy.
Chat, what are the predictions for this Spider-Man pointing at himself meme? Mighty Hydra pointing out that Exceptionally Gifted is second in the league for damage across all weight classes.
Yes, it has it's like a 7,000 point lead over the rest of its division. It is absolutely ridiculous what it can do.
Yes, one of the most destructive robots in the league currently. A lot of that's helped by having long fights.
Yes, especially it took Barbecue to the judges. They had another really long fight, I think first week too.
Yes, so the longer they're in the fight, the more points they can rack up.
Yeah.
Does not end fights quickly, but does a lot of damage.
Yep.
Grismo, I think it's sludge-fested at least once.
Kind of. I mean, it was thrown out by a flipper, but, it may as well be the same thing.
Robotic Apple says if a double Sludgefest happens, that would be the best thing ever.
I mean, do you want to find out?
We're going to.
I kind of want to.
Let's see.
This would be pretty cool.
Weirder things have happened. Head on. Grisbo's the faster one, and it's got exceptionally gifted against the wall and backed up for a ram. Both of them backing up to take a charge. Grisbo is the one getting the advantage on these hits, but it has also been the first one to lose components, although exceptionally gifted has pushed it into the grinder.
Well, Grisbo's down almost all of its iron spikes now.
Yes. It is down all of its iron spikes, and now the bear claws are coming off. So, exceptionally gifted, going for the wheels, the more damaging robot for a reason. Even though Grismo has the drive power. Oh, got around the front armor. Oh no, all the weaponry on Grisbo is gone.
Ooh, that's
it's doing front flips, trying to push exceptionally gifted, who's just patiently letting that battering ram do its work.
Very clever strategy from Exceptionally. Instead of going for really high-speed rams, just staying controlled, keeping the front pointed at Grismo.
Yes, letting Grisbo destroy itself.
Dance around.
A wheel off of Grisbo now, so it's going to lose some of that drive power.
Control board hits.
And that is going to be the knockout.
68 seconds. Very clever strategy from Exceptionally. Just keeping Grismo in front of it, being patient, racking up the damage. My goodness.
Yeah, another huge amount of damage by Exceptionally Gifted. A lot by Grismo.
That was a very damaging fight, actually.
6,000 points is a lot for the lightweights.
Yeah, like 16,000 total for lightweights is insane. Or middleweights is insane.
So, oh yeah, middleweights. So that means that the Syndicate cannot lose. They have 6 points. And the worst that can happen is a tie. As we move on to the heavyweights. So the Warbears were leading after week 1.
Yeah, they had a perfect week.
Because they had a perfect 4 KO first week, and now they are trailing with 2 KOs.
How the tides have turned.
My, how the turntables. So, in the heavyweights, the Syndicate brings Relentless Heartburn, the pretty fast double vertical spinner with the front wedgelets, and the Warbears bring Warbear, a double side axe, has a sledgehammer on one side and bear claws on the other. Warbear had a very, very horrible, slow, boring microwave last time because it could not get under its opponent.
It could not get under Rumblebee. However, in its first week match against Jackhammer, it had no problem getting under it and KO'd it relatively fast.
Yes.
So,
is it going to be able to get under Relentless Heartburn, or the wedgelet's going to take advantage of it?
I think the way Relentless Heartburn's wedges are kind of off to the side, it's going to go right at the chassis of Warbear outside of the spikes. So, but also, Relentless Heartburn has a lot of exposed chassis on the side. Pretty good for a side axe.
Yeah, we've seen side axes absolutely brutalize robots with exposed chassis corners on the front.
So the side axes and overhead axes are really doing stuff this year.
Yes. It's the year of the axes so far in RRL. Chat, what are your predictions? Quite a few going for Warbear here, a few going for Relentless Heartburn. Some are predicting microwaves. Certainly don't.
Please don't.
Want microwaves.
I mean,
but it wouldn't be
ideal.
It also wouldn't be terribly unexpected, given
actually
Warbear. So, Mighty Hydra says the ground game's everything. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to find here, but then again, Warbear might just go up the wedgelets and attack the weapon motors.
Yeah, I mean, even if Warbear loses the ground game, it still has the axe to hit stuff.
Can the Warbears get some points back?
Desperately need a KO here to stay in the match.
Ooh. Whoa, okay, so Heartburn got underneath the chassis of Warbear and flipped it over entirely, and now Warbear's got the weapon stopped. It's attacking the chassis of Relentless Heartburn, but now it is turned around and they're both stationary. Oh, Warbear's wheels are off the floor.
Oh, it couldn't move at all. Oh.
It has a balance problem and it can't get the wheels on the floor, and Relentless Heartburn is just going to pick it apart now, piece by piece.
Ooh, but Warbear took off the left side disc of Relentless Heartburn.
Yes, Warbear trying to take advantage of whatever position it ends up in to get some hits in.
It's still getting some hits with the Bear Paw on the right side of Relentless Heartburn.
Relentless Heartburn not able to get that disc spinning against that chassis, but it is, of course, doing damage to the chassis in the process. Something else broke off. I'm not sure
that was
what
one
it
of
was.
the wedgelets on.
The wedgelets are coming off. Look at the chassis on the left front of Relentless Heartburn. It is taking quite a lot of chassis damage itself.
This is very beneficial for Warbear, just keeping the weapon stopped and just wailing on the chassis while it has the opportunity.
Yes, Warbear is... Its strategy right now is to keep this in a microwave because that's how it's going to win this fight. And Relentless Heartburn's not able to get away until now. And it's lost spikes on the front wedge spikes of Warbear. So perhaps a miss strategy from Relentless Heartburn there. Although it does have Warbear stranded up off the floor now. And Warbear going to try to swipe the disc away. Oh,
but there's
miscalculated though, and now Relentless Heartburn's going to go for the kill.
There's only one control board hit remaining on Warbear, but... Oh,
there it is.
There it is.
Warbear tried to back away and took the KO shot. There was a minute 7 left.
113 seconds, I believe?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, probably. So,
Probably.
That is another 3 points to the Syndicate.
Ooh, that is 3 KOs in a row.
Could we have another perfect shutout?
It is very much possible.
Has any team that has taken a perfect shutout, have they gotten a perfect shutout afterwards?
No, because the only 2 that did it last season, that never happened for them.
So, could the Warbears be the first team to get a perfect shutout and
also be on the receiving end?
On the receiving end.
That is very possible.
There's one more fight to go to tell.
Very interesting, considering the Warbears have very high knockout power, but the Syndicate doesn't care. They're going in.
Yeah, the Syndicate is just matched up well with them. And that's why we have the weapon type rulings here.
Yes.
Is to have a variety of designs, a variety of weapons, and you never know how you're going to match up in any given match. Warbear gave its all despite being on the back foot. Yeah, Warbear...
Yeah, that was a very tenacious fight.
It was absolutely grinding out as much as it could there, but it just didn't have the what it took to last. So, super heavyweights. One Father, the double horizontal spinner, a lot like Rotator from BattleBots. A lot of spaced out armor around it.
Yes.
Against Smashy McSmash Face 2, which has 5 overhead axe hammer weapons. Smashy's been very good this season.
It's been getting nothing but KOs.
2 KOs for Smashy this season. Pretty destructive, pretty powerful. Could be a threat for One Father for those weapons, but One Father's got that space chassis armor.
It does.
So Smashy might not be able to get to the chassis.
Yes, and there's a lot of defensive work on One Father to go through as well. And One Father will swing around and use the other spinner if the first one comes off.
Yes, we have the AI set up to use rear side weapons this season. So, Chat, of course, loves Smashy McSmash Face 2, but for the rest of you that don't, what are your predictions for the winner?
Smashy went from being the winner of everyone's hearts, the lovable loser, to holy fucking shit, this kills everything.
Yes. The winner of everyone's hearts to the winner of everyone's fights. Win here for Smashy will put it as one of the top super heavyweights. I mean, you're not wrong.
It is one of the top ones.
3 straight KOs to open the season would be one of the top robots.
And they've all been really fast, too.
Word Ministry says, what AI script? I believe it's OmniRam?
It's bi-directional RAM.
Bi-directional RAM, that's
Checked
it.
it just the other day.
Yeah, it doesn't really have the drive power to make use of ramming as a tactic, so it basically functions as double-sided Omni.
Yeah. But it's especially effective when you have 2 different weapons like that.
Dysphoria, predicting Smashy could KO it in 20 seconds. That would give me Dysphoria.
Honestly, yeah, that would.
I would like a fight longer than 20 seconds. So, Let's see if the Syndicate can get the perfect shutout or if Smashy can salvage some points for the Warbears. One Father up to speed, going up the wedge. Smashy smashing away at that weapon. Taking off the side armor and the wheels, no problem.
Immediately to the chassis, too.
One Father can't even get away from Smashy. It's trying to back up, but physics is fucking with Smashy. We gonna let that stand?
Yeah, that Smashy reset after that, I think.
I think we're gonna let that stand. Smashy's weapons are coming apart here on the
So are
armor.
One Father's. What the hell?
Smashy's lost all of its weaponry.
They're both weaponless, but One Father can hardly move.
One Father is unable to move. I think it's propped up on that wheel.
It is propped.
It's propped up on the wheel, and Smashy's gonna take a TKO.
That was a TKO before the physics.
With 2:23 remaining, so that's
37?
37 seconds.
Ooh, another very close one.
Very destructive and very close.
Yes.
If that was not... If One Father wasn't stranded on debris...
Yes.
That would have been a very different fight.
I mean, considering One Father had no weaponry after that, had one wheel, I don't think it would have been... It wouldn't have gone One Father's way, but like it still could have at least pushed a judge's decision and only limited them to 1 point.
Yeah.
But even so, 2 points isn't a big deal. Also, what is with Smashy and causing physics glitches at the end of fights? Like, its KO shot over Supernova last year made it fly out of the arena.
2 glass cannons. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, those are definitely glass cannons.
Could have been 20 seconds. You're not wrong.
It was close.
One Father managed to back out of there. Right. So that is the Tennessee Syndicate winning 9-2 over one of the top teams in the RRL.
That's going to be big for the Warbears, losing all those points.
And now, we move on to match number 2, which is the Robot Rebels facing the Meme team.
Oh boy.
Smashy just absorbed Abrin. I mean, it's looking that way so far. Smashy has scored more points in 3 weeks than all of its last season put together.
Yep.
That's what happens when a robot goes away and trains for a while.
Yep.
Comes back better than ever. So, the Rebels, 0-8.
Yes.
They need some wins.
They haven't won a single fight.
They have Overclock in the lightweights. It is a piston poker. It's a pneumatic spike weapon with 5 spikes on it and kind of a different arrangement. It's an invertible robot. The Meme team has Demagnetized Internet, a 2-wheel drive rammer with static spikes on it.
Yes.
This is spikes versus spikes.
It is.
So, which one has the weapon power to get through the other, or does Demagnetized Internet have the agility to get around and get to Overclock's wheels? Chat, what do you think?
I'm thinking Overclock has the weapon advantage, at least durability-wise. However, if it gets pointed to the side and Demagnetized goes at the wheel, that's going to be a problem, especially if they microwave.
Yeah. I think if they microwave Demagnetized Internet, will have the advantage.
Yeah. But even so, that might only be 1 point.
Don't overclock your Demagnetized Internet without first consulting an engineer. Probably a good idea not to overclock anything without consulting an engineer.
Yes.
Word Ministry, what is Demagnetized Internet's AI script? Every single robot, every single one in the Robot Rampage League this season has Whipper AI.
Yes.
So, most of the chat is leaning towards overclock, but there's quite a lot for Demagnetized Internet. It's actually really even. So let's see how this goes. Can the Rebels get some points on the board? Demagnetized Internet coming out strong. It bounced over the weapons of Overclock. And Overclock kind of stabbed away at it a little bit, but neither robot has the advantage at the moment. Although Demagnetized Internet has been backed up towards the wall, but it's now pushing Overclock back.
I do believe Demagnetized Internet has the drive power advantage, so if it can stop Overclock's weapon and just shove it around...
Unless Overclock just breaks right through the front end of Demagnetized Internet's weapon, is now landing chassis hits. And look at the front end of Demagnetized Internet caving in. Although now it's trying to use the side spikes, but it's down to chassis, it's down to control board hits now. Trying to use that drive power, maybe hoping to push a judge's decision and get the control points. But I don't think it's going to last that long if Overclock lands a big blow here.
Yep.
And that's it, 59 seconds, and the Rebels have points.
Look at all of these points for the Rebels. That's not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted.
So, the Rebels, for the very first time this season, have a knockout win. And they lead the match so far, 3-0.
Excellent start for them.
They won a match finally. They have not won the match. They've won a fight.
That is the first step to winning a match, however. So.
Yes, winning a fight is the first step. They're halfway to the break-even point.
Yeah, there you go.
So... win for the Rebels at last. Yes, Detroit will be celebrating and probably rioting and burning their city down.
Winning virtual robot fights. Fight singularly.
So it is time for another one of our featured matchups here between Woodrow Kilson and On Your Own. This is Jevin Woodrow versus Yaron Lieberlew.
It is indeed.
Literally, these robots were named after those people.
Yes.
So, the Rebels have a literal hammer saw in Woodrow Kilson. It is saw blades on a hammer arm. Named after Jevin Woodrow of the World of Woodrow YouTube channel, who does the Robot Combat News. Very cool channel. You should check him out. Not while watching the stream, after the stream. On Your Own is a horizontal spinner undercutter built by Jim Dramatic of the Mean Team. It is named after Yaron Lieberlew from the Petunia and Reality and like 7 different Robot Wars teams.
He's on a lot of teams.
He's on every Dutch team ever. So, chat, what are your predictions for Woodrow Kilson versus On Your Own?
Well, I would think Yaron would have the experience advantage being on Robot Wars and all. However, in the game, Woodrow has better weaponry.
Razor259 says Jevin to beat Yaron just like on Owain's podcaster games.
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair. I think Jevin has the youthful energy that Yaron doesn't have.
Yes.
I mean, he was just at a Ninja Warrior course the other day.
Yeah, so like,
so
he's still spry.
Yeah, I think Woodrow's got the energy to do that. A lot of chat is leaning towards Woodrow Kilson. So let's see how it turns out. Let's see if a literal hammer saw can get a win here in the RRL. So, wow,
hit.
What a big hit from the hammer saw there, bending the chassis of On Your Own, but further shots kind of landing on those ram plates on the front. On Your Own not able to get the weapon spinning. It's kind of jammed up by those...
Oh, hello?
Whoa!
What?
Okay.
That was a 19-second KO from a hammer saw.
The hammer saw's got power.
That got all of the control board hits at once.
3 control board strikes in 1 hit.
From a saw blade?
From saw blades. Okay.
Color me impressed.
Woodrow Kilson has some serious arm strength going on there.
Wow. Good on you, Jevin.
And suddenly, the Rebels cannot lose.
Ooh. They've secured at minimum a tie. It's also the 3rd time Yaron's been KO'd in a row. Yikes.
Said that was 19 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Robotic Apple says bloody hell. Correct. That is a correct assumption. Quora has already drinking a gallon of water. That's because you're a turtle. Robotic Apple. Jevin triggered noises in the background. Yes. Jevin noises intensify. Weapon was going over the armor. Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes because the chassis deformation is only a visual thing. The hitboxes actually remain in place.
Yeah. It's like it looked like it hit the ram plates a couple of times, but then it's just, nope, you're dead now.
Yes. So the Rebels are having a fantastic day. This is their... I was about to say it's their best match of the season, but anything would have been
literally
a better match.
anything other than what's happened to them so far. Although, I don't remember if the Rebels had any shutouts last season or not.
Well, they are halfway to a shutout, and we've had a lot of shutouts this season already. Averaging, what, 2 or 3 a week?
Something like that. I think we had 4 last week? 2 or 3? I don't know. Interestingly, we had no draws last week.
So, heavyweight time. Robot Rebels have Jaws of Death with the 2 spiked club side axe weapons. Has a little bit of a burst wedge and a ram plate on the front this season, so it should be able to take frontal blows, but it's facing 4#90, a multi-bot, which does not attack from the front, it attacks from multiple angles at once. 4 is the vertical spinner, 90 as the 2 fireman side axes. They've been surprisingly good this season.
They have been.
So, chat, what do we predict for Jaws of Death versus 4#90?
Interesting problem here for the multi-bots is that Jaws has armor in the rear to protect from multi-bots.
Yes, and if they attack from the side, they get the side axes.
Yes. But there are also wheels if they can get past the side axes, so...
Wolvie Zandalari, will the crash curse happen at the end of the second match? We have had a game crash in the second match every week so far, so we'll see if that curse continues. KJ low-key wants to see the Rebels get a shutout. I mean, what a turnaround that would be.
That would be.
0-8 and then 4-0.
I love Razor. I'm just going to keep calling them 10 pence short of a fiver. Good nickname.
Yeah, that's a wordy nickname for a wordy robot. Wordy entry. So, I think Splat. Chat is split, but I think they're leaning towards 4#90 on this one. So let's see how it turns out. It's going to be tough for Jaws AI to keep up with. Jaws spun around too much, and that's allowed 4 to get a great shot directly on the wheel, and Jaws is going to punish it by pushing it back towards the grinder and attacking that front chassis. But 90 is going for Jaws wheels now, and now they've got Jaws of Death double teamed.
Taking off one of the spikes off of 4 pound.
Jaws is not caring about 90 though, because it's got that rear armor.
Yeah. Ooh, but it lost a wheel.
Oh no! So now Jaws of Death cannot keep steering properly to face these smaller robots. It has the weapon advantage here because 4 pounds lost its spikes and it's knocked an axe off of 90, but it does not have the mobility any longer. There goes the last of the damaging components off of 4 pound 90. So now they are in ramming and pushing mode, and they got to try and push Jaws of Death into the grinder or something.
That is 90 dead now.
90 is KO'd, and 4 pound is KO'd. That was a big hit in 60 seconds. So, both of the multi-bot components were control board knocked out, which means that Jaws of Death gets the full 3 points for a knockout.
That's very important for maximizing points here. That also means the Rebels have won this match.
And they are 1 KO away
Short
from
of a
perfect.
Oh man, starting off 0-8 and then 13-0. Here you go. That'll be interesting.
13 points. Nobody else getting points aside. 13 points would put them, what, like top 4?
Something like that. Like, that'd be a huge turnaround for them. Definition of all or nothing.
Meme team not laughing about this one. Jaws to summon Mammoth Spirit. Yeah, clawing back from a deficit, being down on weapons and everything. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's not going to work out. Wolvie jinxed it. Wolvie jinxed it.
Fantastic. Love you for that.
This crash of Robot Arena 2 brought to you by our wonderful Patreon stream sponsors. And maybe one day we will earn enough money from this to pay somebody to fix this goddamn game so it stops doing this.
We could probably get Geese to work on it. Who knows?
Who knows? Thank you, stream sponsors, for your support once again as we wait for the game to load. There we are. You fool! That's a great video. Worst team in the league getting their first win via shutout. Where have I seen that before?
I don't know if we've ever seen that happen before, have we? Sorry, I cleansed that out of my brain after that. Ugh.
So, Rebels bring Heart Attack to the Super Heavyweights.
Does.
It is a 6-wheel drive, high-speed rammer. It has a lot of armor and wedges and kind of angled spikes on the front to trap a robot and push them. Sort of invertible. That might be important because their opponent is Monk Eat Banan, which is a rear-hinged flipper.
It is indeed.
It's got some side armor to protect its wheels.
Mm-hmm.
It's not anywhere near as fast as Heart Attack, but it might not need to be if it flips it over.
Yeah, and it's got a wedge for it, too.
So, chat, how are we expecting this one to go between Heart Attack and Monk?
Well,
The nonsensical non-binary in chat says Monk eats too much banana and has a heart attack.
that sounds pretty on brand, actually.
Do we think Heart Attack can get a KO?
It's going to be really hard because it's not really going to be able to get the spikes into Monk very easily. And I'm also worried that it might just go right up the wedge on the opening charge and go out of the arena.
Sludgefest is possible. Sludgefest is always possible with rammers.
Yes. Also interesting, should the Rebels win here, this will be 8 consecutive losses for the meme team. Very interesting flip around from what the Rebels started as.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Heart Attack has scored KOs before using the grinder,
It has.
but it doesn't really have deployable weapon power. So, chat is pretty split here. So let's see how this goes. If we have a shutout or not for the Detroit. Heart Attack
Bounces.
thrown over
It
and out of the
bounced
ring.
right over, and that is basically a sludge fest.
Could you not Super Collider?
Soupy, could you just stay put, please? Well, you hate to see it.
That breaks up the shutout, and it is a 9-2 win for the Rebels over the meme team. But Monk has a ring out now to its name.
Good job, Monk. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, Heart Attack's ground game failed it, and I don't think it had the momentum to go over the wall on its own, but Monk threw the flippers at the right time.
It didn't help that it looked like on the opening charge, Heart Attack kind of bounced up too, so
Yeah.
it really couldn't get under there
The
at all.
floor is bumpy. It's not perfect.
Gotta love these non-flat floors.
I agree with Laura Billings. Can't have shit in Detroit.
Nope.
Can't have a shutout in Detroit. Helen says Super Collider wants to get involved.
Please don't.
Calm your titties, Super Collider.
That weapon lock's there for a reason. Please don't.
Yeah. We're going to move on to our next match, which is the Jubilife Jigglypuffs. Jubilife City Jigglypuffs against the Orlando Commandos.
Yet another high-profile match.
Yes.
One of the top teams in Division 1 against the defending champions.
Well, the Jigglypuffs bring Y2K. It is sort of an axy front-hinged flipper type of wedge robot. The Orlando Commandos bring more airtime, a piston flipper. For those who are not well versed in Robot Arena 2, the way that pistons work in this game is that they are missing some of the laws of physics.
Yes.
They don't really have any power or recoil while extending, but they have all of the power and recoil while retracting.
Yes.
Which means that things behave very strangely, and more airtime may or may not be able to flip a robot, and it may or may not be able to right itself.
It's always a bit of a wild card.
Always a wild card what the Pistons are going to do in this game. And chat is actually back and forth on Y2K versus more airtime on this one. They are kind of split.
You know, both of them have a very narrow flipping panel, at least for like Y2K's wedge is narrow, so it might be a little tough getting into airtime, like getting under it and actually hitting it. This could be a bit of a long fight, actually.
Yeah, neither of them have a whole lot of drive power.
Yeah, they really don't.
So if they don't easily get underneath, it could be a stalemate. Y2K is a crisis about people thinking war was going to happen. Not exactly. It was a lot of non-specific everything could go wrong because computer systems were designed not to really handle the year 2000.
Yeah.
It was set up so that everything had 2 digits, 19 for a year, and so everything else for a year was just stored as 2 digits after that. And when it flipped over to 00, the systems would assume 1900, and just who knows what the fuck they would do.
Yeah.
So everybody made every prediction under the sun for everything going wrong. Not a lot actually went wrong because computer engineers worked their goddamn butts off to make sure nothing would go wrong.
Yeah.
Apparently, a lot of things would have gone wrong if not for that.
That's the power of science.
So let's see if any of that goes wrong here for the Jigglypuffs. Ooh, more airtime straight up the wedge with no problem. Flipped over, but back upright, and now they're kind of locked together next to each other.
This is what I had a feeling would happen.
Yeah, and they really don't have the drive power to break free of this or wedge under the other
They
one.
are close to the wall, so that could pin airtime, like kind of like that, so they broke it up.
And they're able to back away, and
now they're
straight back into it.
managed to get back to it.
Hard to say if that's more airtime going for Y2K's wheels, where it's easier to get under, or if it just missed. Helen says, I see you, microwave. Yes, welcome to the microwave that is the Robot Rampage League.
This is what we call microwave fights.
I don't know what else to say.
Well, I like asking chat questions during this time, since we're not missing much.
Yes.
So, I got an idea. What kind of design would you want to enter into modern-day BattleBots? Any totally lunatic design that has been done before, not done before?
I personally would enter Hammerhead Shark Flippers.
You know, that would honestly be really cool as a multi-bot.
Yes.
And have them, like, toss them back and forth and stuff.
Yes.
That would be pretty cool.
Flippers as multi-bots, I think, is the way to go.
Oh, they broke
As
it.
Y2K broke the microwave and then went right back to it.
Interesting.
Yeah, multi-bots, if they're damaging spinners, they hurt each other.
Yeah.
But flippers won't do that to each other.
See, they won't, no.
And they can save each other if they get stuck.
Yes.
So
I think something kind of like Splinter from Robot Wars would be cool, except obviously a little more reinforced and maybe one over the top, so you just actually grab stuff and can just pull them wherever you want. That would be interesting in the very spinner meta that we have now.
yes. A little bit like a horizontal complete control.
Yeah, almost kind of like a Slammo to a degree. Ooh, hello!
Whoa! Airtime went up the wedge and got absolutely bodied by that weapon on Y2K.
But now they've managed to lock it back into the microwave.
A little bit of noticeable chassis deformation on Airtime.
Even for this going the distance, this is definitely boding well for Y2K with all these points.
Yeah, Airtime really hasn't landed any flips or exercised any real control here. And Y2K is going to throw another shot into the side of Airtime's chassis. And now it's got Airtime up against the wall and on its back. There's only 20 seconds to go, so I don't think we're going to get a TKO here. What is Y2K going to do? Is it going to leave it?
Very indecisive at the moment. Going for another hit.
Yeah, I kind of waited to see if Airtime would right itself and then started attacking the chassis again. Airtime cannot get free, and we go to the judges.
That is a judge's decision.
So, with the Robot Rampage League, We do not have live judging because all of us that work on this have lives and things to do, so we don't expect everybody to be available for all of every stream. So our judges will review all of the fights later in the week and get our judges' decisions to us later. That's why we went through them at the beginning of every stream from last week. It's going to be the same thing.
Yes.
Easiest judge's decision in history. It's going to be up there, yeah.
The more airtime getting, only allowing 1 point there is actually very critical.
Yes, sometimes just pushing a decision is valuable for preventing the other team from getting points.
Ooh.
Y2K won't attack an upside-down bot because it identifies as a flipper. This is true. Is this the longest we've gone before a judge's decision so far this season?
I don't think so.
I thought we had early judges' decisions the last 2 weeks. Or was it just last week?
It was just last week. We didn't get a judge's decision the first week until match 5. Wow. It's actually quite a while.
Okay, so, middleweight time. The Jigglypuffs bring Polybius, which is a rammer. It's got some pontoon wedges, and it's got a rack of spikes up top. The idea is to drive those spikes underneath another robot and then push them around. The Orlando Commandos bring Barbecue, which is a sit-and-spinner. It's a reimagined sit-and-spinner from last season. It has both offensive and defensive weaponry on it in the form of spikes and ram plates. And so this is kind of polar opposites. A rammer which goes in fast to attack and a sit-and-spinner which doesn't go in at all and waits for that. So, chat, what do we think is going to happen between Polybius and Barbecue?
I just spotted Maziet in the chat. Yes, Maziet is the owner of Jubilife. What have I missed? You only missed your lightweight fight so far. Very interesting. Chat seems relatively split, actually.
Yeah, they're pretty split between these two. Orc is Maz falling asleep. Maz. Well, let's see how it goes. Q was pretty good last season.
Q's had some really tough fights already this season.
Yeah, the Commandos have had a lot of tough fights. Polybius goes charging in, not able to get under Q, and now Q is up to speed.
And getting to the side of Polybius mostly.
But now it's dancing up those wedges, and Polybius has it flipped over against the wall near the grinder.
Ooh.
This is critical for Polybius' strategy to keep Q off balance so it can't spin and do damage.
There's definitely doing some chassis damage with those razor tips, like now.
Yes, this is Polybius' ideal strategy, is to get a robot stranded on those spikes and just whittle away at those chassis hit points. And
backs off to break a pin.
Q is struggling here at the moment. And Polybius is under again. But it is taken some big hits from Q, and now its defensive work on the right has come off.
I believe that is one of its self-righting arms. That's going to be... Ooh, it's lost half of its razor tips now.
So the damage piling up from Q here.
Oh, but
now
lost a wheel! Oh,
Q
no.
has lost a wheel from a ramming attack. It's lost both of the wheels.
Ooh, that's unlucky.
What an excellent charge in from Polybius. Perfectly timed. It's trying to go for the 3 points and get the KO here. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to do it by just pressing against Q. It's going to have to back away.
Yeah.
Unless it keeps shuffling it along the wall. Smoke is pouring out of Q. It is taking a lot of damage itself. There was the start of a count, but Polybius is
moved it,
pushing Q and keeping it in the fight so it can go for 3 points.
Going for another attack. Ooh, a control board hit.
There's a control board hit, so now Polybius
is getting close.
Looking for maximum points here against Q. But the TKO count has started. Q does not have any wheels. It cannot move to break a count. Therefore, this is not a pin by Polybius.
Yes.
That is minute 6 left. That's 114. So, Polybius takes the TKO. got to the inside of Q, got under it, and got rid of its wheels, which is one of the few vulnerabilities that Q had last season. This was a pin. No, it was not. It's only a pin if it holds a robot that can escape
Yes.
for the 10 count.
Q literally could not move, so that is not a pin.
Correct. So, we move to the heavyweights. So far, only 3 points have been given out, and we don't know where the judges' decision point's going yet.
Yeah,
so that's only one
this is
point.
actually very low scoring for very high damaging robots.
Yes, so the heavyweights, the Jigglypuffs bring I Love You, a big double vertical spinner with the weapon set high up, and it's got long pontoon wedges on the front that are well armored. The Orlando Commandos have Hot Mess, which is an elevated kind of full body drum style weapon with 2 drums that spin around the chassis. Very wild looking design. It's a bit of a stilt bot.
Yes. And it is definitely a hot mess.
It is definitely a hot
with the
mess.
extender work on it.
Although if it gets flipped over, it's very deadly if it's upside down.
Yes. However, last week, Hot Mess faced a very similar robot in Relentless Heartburn, and Heartburn had the reach to just straight up hit the chassis and KO in under 10 seconds. I think I Love You has very similar reach. So,
well,
this could be very quick.
It has those long wedgelets out the front, which could keep it at bay if they stalemate.
It does, and I guess if it's able to stop I Love You's weapon, because it's, I believe it's tri-bars rather than a disc, it could get in there with the drums. I don't know.
We will have to see how it goes. Helen says this has Carnage written all over it. You are correct.
In capitals, underlined, and highlighted, yes.
Chat leaning towards I Love You. Drum gone in 10 seconds. Let's see if that turns out to be the case.
Don't need to take off the drum if you KO it right away.
Hot Mess has been a hot mess so far this season.
Ooh,
I Love You.
They kind of bounced off each other with the wedge.
Yeah, they collided and knocked Hot Mess over, and now I Love You's going in for the kill and is just tossing Hot Mess around.
Already lost both of its wheels, and it's tumbled out of the arena.
That was
in 15 seconds.
Combination of Hot Mess's weapon torque.
Yes.
Its drive occasionally hitting the floor, and I Love You's weapon all at once. Just keeping it juggling in the air, and it's gone over the wall. So
that was weird, eh?
I Love You with a ring out. Similar damage totals, but vastly different results. Well, Steve,
Mike,
we are on Cycle Watch.
We are indeed on Cycle Watch.
There's a judge's decision pending.
Yes.
There's a TKO for the Jigglypuffs, and now there's a ring out for the Jigglypuffs, so a knockout would be a cycle if they get the decision.
Indeed, and the Jubilife's super heavyweight is an expert at getting KOs, let me tell you.
Yes. We'll see how it does against the Commandos super heavyweight. I Love You is like Nightmare. Yes, and I love that. It's just a giant fuck-off vertical spinner. Very fun. With a cute face on it. So, super heavyweight time. The Jigglypuffs bring Hello World. It is what classic Robot Arena 2 would call a juggler.
Mm-hmm.
For our purposes, it's classified as a horizontal spinner. It has 2 spinning discs mounted behind a wedge.
Yes.
The idea being that a robot drives up the wedge and on top of the spinners, and it grinds away at the underside. The Orlando Commandos bring King Drillosaurus, affectionately called Drillosaurus Rex.
Yes.
It is 3 horizontal spinners mounted on top of the robot. It's sort of a similar idea, but it has armored wedge on the front, which makes it difficult to get robots up that high. I think they're pretty even on drive power, so this is going to be kind of a ground game thing here. Chat, what do we expect out of King Drillosaurus versus Hello World? Is Hello World based on a virus? No, Hello World is based on repetitive and uninteresting chat messages.
This could be a pretty even fight. Or knowing how jugglers do especially, it could be very one-sided. We don't know.
Yeah, chat is mostly in favor of Hello World for this one. Let's see if it can get a cycle for the Jigglypuffs. It would only be the second time ever in back-to-back weeks. A big collision knocked King Drillosaurus away, but it's run into the wall and allowed Hello World to attack from the rear.
And Drillosaurus is also now on the grinders, taking damage to those wheels.
The wheels, the motors on the right
At
side
least-
of Drillosaurus is coming apart on the grinder.
At least one of those motors has come out.
But Hello World not able to get underneath, and I believe a TKO count is happening.
This would be a
Drillosaurus
pin if it
trying to
doesn't
get
break it.
away. Not able to get away because Hello World was impeding it.
That is a pin.
That is a pin. So, we restart.
Quick note with restart rules, we will cap it at 5 restarts before taking it off stream if they do not behave.
Second try, a big collision knocks Drillosaurus in the air and has allowed Hello World to get underneath the front armor.
But it's only under the armor though, it's not really hitting much else.
Yeah, it's only hitting those wedgelets on the front end of Drillosaurus. Excuse me. So, Drillosaurus' front armor is holding up pretty well, but now Hello World getting those horizontal spinners underneath the whole robot and pushing it towards the corner grinder.
Ooh, there was a wheel now.
Hello World's got to be careful it doesn't expose itself to the grinder here. Both front wheels are gone off of Drillosaurus, and a massive ram by Hello World as parts continue to fly off of Drillosaurus here, and it's pushed into yet another grinder, down to one wheel.
Drillosaurus having a hard time getting those weapons into play for sure.
Well, Hello World is going to have to back out of a pin here, or we're going to end up with another restart, and I think that's what's going to happen.
That's what it's looking like.
Yep. That is another pin and another restart.
Well, let's try it again.
Such is the curse of Omni AI. It never lets up. And that's why I try not to use it. So, take 3. Ooh. Drillosaurus just stuffs itself into Hello World's weaponry and stops it cold with that front armor. Hello World has the drive power advantage since Drillosaurus has 2 wheels off of the floor. And at the moment, they're kind of just pressing Drillosaurus into the wall.
Ooh, but now it's gotten under Drillosaurus a little bit better.
Yes, getting underneath Drillosaurus on that right side, getting both weapons into play. Drillosaurus trying to get away, but Hello World's attack is just not letting up. The front armor's coming off all at once. And now Hello World's able to get to the chassis and start tearing that up. Drillosaurus pushed back into the grinder as Hello World continues to grind away at the front end. Look at the damage that is piling up on Drillosaurus there. Can it get away? It can.
It does.
But it goes right up the wedges, and physics threw them both out.
Ah, that's another restart.
That's a physics restart. How many restarts are we at?
We're at 3 now, so 2 more after this. Hello World was having a lot of pinning issues last week as well.
Big collision knocks Drillosaurus away.
Drillosaurus
hold on.
got under it this
Drillosaurus
time.
is under the right side wedgelet of Hello World, but still being pressed back. Hello World absolutely has the drive power advantage. It's going to grind away at that front armor once again here.
Looks like Drillosaurus has lost one of its rear wheels to the grinder.
And TKO count has started, and Drillosaurus needs to be able to get out of here. It has gotten free.
Just barely. That was
just
close.
Barely. Hello World holding it still as long as it possibly could. Grinding away at the underside of Drillosaurus once again, as those horizontal spinners are designed to do.
Ooh, and now Drillosaurus has lost its other left side wheel, so now it can only crab walk.
The whole left side is coming apart on Drillosaurus, chassis included. Grinder takes the last of the motors off that left side.
You know, there's control board hits on Drillsaurus.
And that is going to be... That's a KO in 68 seconds, finally. And that was what Jubilife was looking for.
For a possible cycle.
A cycle.
That could be very interesting pending that decision.
I feel like it's probably going to go to Y2K, the decision.
That could be yet another cycle. Who knows?
First and second fights were not a pin. The third fight was not a glitch. And those comments are not going to be read out anymore. Potential cycle on the defending champions of last season, yes.
You hate to see it.
Orlando is not having a good start to this season.
No, the revamped roster is not playing up to par, it looks like. How unfortunate.
Maybe they should do that thing that a lot of sports teams do where they fire their manager every 4 months.
And just rebuild perpetually for 6 years, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we move to match number 4. Ooh. We have...
Hey, babe. Quick question.
What's up? I can't hear you. Yes. Where was I? Yes. Heavy Metal Robotics against the Halifax Supernovas.
Yes. So we move from one potential cycle to the team that got a cycle last week.
Yes. Heavy Metal doing well so far this season.
On top of Division 2 right now.
Supernovas, rough start. Better last week.
Definitely.
We'll see if they can continue building that momentum against Heavy Metal here.
It's going to be tough taking on the runners-up from last year.
Oh, Helen, I love this comment. Cycles are like buses. You wait ages for one, and then 2 come in rapid succession.
Yep, that's exactly what's happening right now.
Hope your missus is feeling better. Yes, Erin is feeling better, but she is still sick. She is less sick, but still sick. Razor's got to go to bed because he has work in the morning. Good luck, Razor, with your job. Jobs suck, as I found out last week.
Yeah.
So, in the lightweights, Heavy Metal Robotics has Voidwalker, the Tri-Bar, 360-degree horizontal spinner. The Halifax Supernovas have Tycho, which is a front-hinged flipper.
Yes.
Voidwalker cannot self-right,
Cannot.
but Tycho has a lot of exposed chassis.
Yes.
What are we expecting, chat, out of Voidwalker versus Tycho?
This could be interesting because Tycho, with that kind of almost T-shaped chassis, is just waiting to get one of those spikes caught there, and it's just a very grindy, microwavy fight, and that would really benefit Voidwalker.
There was a big microwavy fight a couple weeks ago against Network.
Yeah, could be the
and
same.
Tycho did not have a good time in that one.
Voidwalker also has much more power than Network, too.
Yes, Voidwalker has the KO power. Chat is definitely on the side of Voidwalker for this one. One of the best lightweights last season.
Looking like it again this season.
What happens here? Voidwalker gets itself up to speed,
Ooh, big
bounces right over Tycho, but not able to get back facing Tycho. And Tycho's going for those wheels, actually, with the flipper.
Got a couple hits on the chassis of Voidwalker as well. Voidwalker's now getting hits on Tycho's chassis.
Tycho has a distinct game plan here, going for the wheels and the backside of Voidwalker, rather than going for that front wedge.
Voidwalker has a very tough time turning because of the forces of the weapon. Oh, but it's already on control
Tycho
boards.
does not have the durability to
It
last.
does not.
30-second knockout for Voidwalker.
Yikes. That is Voidwalker's third straight KO, and it only won by KO last season, too.
It is a knockout artist. Tycho had the strategy, it just wasn't able to pull it off in time.
Not quite.
Going for that wheel. Killed it through a backhand, says Nitro. Voidwalker's weapon seems perfect for countering wedge bots. Yeah, it's low
really
enough,
is.
and it's got the reach. It's a very well designed little robot. That's why it's unchanged from last season.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Didn't change it whatsoever.
So, middleweight points come up, and we have Immortal Corruptor for the heavy metal robotics team with the giant fuck off vertical disc spinner.
Yes.
The Halifax Supernovas have Kepler. It has side hinged flippers in its wedge like pontoon things. Very destructive robot because they are spike strip flippers. Kepler's gotten most of Supernova's points so far.
Has.
And Immortal Corruptor looks very flippable.
It does. But that could also possibly go to its game plan because of how much reach it has because of the disc. It could very easily just topple over Kepler to its chassis. So, like, if Kepler keeps mistiming flips and everything, Corruptor can put on some damage. But Kepler also throws stuff around very quickly, so...
Yeah. You know, last season we had robots that kind of specialized in being upside down as a vertical spinner.
Yes.
So, Immortal Corruptor could actually do a lot more damage upside down.
I think the fuck-off spinner is going to fuck off out of the arena. It's possible.
I mean, Kepler has got the power. Let's get this fight started and see how it goes. Both of them charge in, and Immortal Corruptor face plants into the center of Kepler and digs the disc into the chassis, but Kepler has taken the whole weapon assembly off of Immortal Corruptor and flipped it onto the grinder. Kepler's throwing its wheels at the floor, trying to get any kind of traction to move, and Kepler is just tossing around Immortal Corruptor.
Ooh, now it's back down. Ooh, big hit there.
Ripped off one of the wedgelets on the front. It's got control board hits, and I think this is going to be a knockout for Kepler here in a minute. There it is. That is 42-second knockout for Kepler. And that ties the match.
Yet another KO for Kepler.
Immortal Corruptor is just Siege on steroids.
Pretty much, yeah. I can't wait for those two to fight. That's going to be hilarious.
That's going to be a great fight. That was brutal, says Zester. Yes, that was brutal.
Kepler is a very brutal robot. Team sponsors called. They want their baby multibots back. Yeah. Mortal Corruptor's not up to par for what Heartbreaking Sands was last season.
Unfortunate. Gonna have to find another metal song to make robots after.
I mean, I've got 800 on my MP3 player.
We've got plenty.
Got
yes.
plenty of options.
Speaking of metal songs, Heavy Metal Robotics has Vacuity in the heavyweights. It is an axe bot with a lot of defensive components around the sides and front end pontoon wedges, known for pushing judges' decisions last season because of its durability. It's facing Progenitor from the Supernovas. It is 4 rear hinged flippers, non-damaging flippers, or what we refer to as a pure flipper. Progenitor's vulnerable to axes, but Vacuity's vulnerable to being flipped.
Yes.
So, what does Chad expect from this fight?
Quite a few going for Progenitor. Well, so Vacuity actually took on what's basically a pure flipper last week in E-Hero power, and when it mistimed its flips, Vacuity was able to get under it and just wail on it to death.
Yes.
The difference here is that Progenitor is a little bit wider with its flippers. That might be a little harder.
But if it mistimes its flips, we saw it do that against...
it could easily do that.
Did it fight 2 multibots so far this season?
Progenitor, yeah.
Yeah.
Already taken on 2.
It was mistiming its flips a lot in the last couple of weeks, so Vacuity has an opening if Progenitor gives it one.
Yes. And Progenitor is not the greatest at finishing off fights quickly.
No. Nightmare says next season we're going to get Victorious Dino God.
Don't tempt me. I'll do it.
Let's see the results of fight number 3 in this tied matchup.
Ooh.
So Progenitor underneath, but didn't get Vacuity over. It's pushed it over to the wall.
On top of the wall.
Vacuity's going to drive back in.
It got back in the arena, but it is now wedged.
It is stranded over the top of the grinder by its side armor, and Progenitor's going to let that be.
Oh, it got off. Hello.
Vacuity drives down, recovers from a potential ring out.
And it's gotten under Progenitor now and is just wailing on the center flipping arms.
What a comeback here for Vacuity, taking advantage
Unreal.
of an opening that Progenitor gave it. They're going to have to back up to avoid a pin count here, and look at the damage that Progenitor's taken.
Vacuity not letting up.
Oh, physics Y! That was a good fight.
Man.
Well, none of that's official, so we restart.
Unlucky. Very, very promising, though, for honestly both robots.
That was looking good for both of them, yeah. Progenitor able to get a big flip on Vacuity this time.
But it can't get under Vacuity's plow at the back.
The plow is protecting Vacuity. The front armor is protecting Vacuity from the grinder as Progenitor is trying to press it in for some free grinder damage.
Back off for the pin. Vacuity lost one of the spikes on the front of its pontoon.
Oh, so Vacuity fired the weapon to trigger a flip from Progenitor and has gotten those flipping arms mistimed.
It's taken off both of the center ones now.
So now Vacuity is just caving in that front wedge of Progenitor.
Wow, absolutely massive hits. This is
Look
exactly
at the damage that Progenitor's taken here. Vacuity's just going to leave it stranded on that front armor.
Yeah. Just take in the hits when they're there. And that is a knockout.
That's a knockout for Vacuity. 48 seconds. Vacuity is saying, screw the judges this season, I got this.
Yes, it has found the knockout power. The upgraded axe is definitely doing it some good.
And that gives Heavy Metal 3-point lead with one fight remaining. Physics ruined fight of the week, says Blake. You're not wrong, physics does that a lot. That's why we don't like physics. Vacuity has a winning record, says Quora.
That's how you know the world has gone to shit, when Vacuity starts winning fights instead of just siphoning out points.
Vacuity has taken a few levels in badass between seasons. That's what you gotta do. You gotta go away, you gotta go back to the studio, rewrite some new music. That's how Heavy Metal does things. So, Supernovas are down by 3 with one fight remaining. The best they can do is a draw if they get a knockout. They're fighting Aqua Dementia from Heavy Metal Robotics.
Yes.
One of the best flippers, one of the best super heavyweights last season. It is a side hinge flipper with a bunch of damaging flipping arms. Unchanged, except for some weapon component limitation.
Yes, some minor changes to the side defense, and that's it.
Supernovas bring Event Horizon. It is a piston flipper in the super heavyweights. It has a ring out to its name.
It does have a ring out to its name.
It's a big robot, and it uses that size to its advantage to keep robots off balance. So, chat, what are we expecting from Aqua Dementia versus Event Horizon?
Boy, this could be a very interesting fight, because Event Horizon has hinged front wedges, and Aqua Dementia just has a pure chassis wedge, which isn't quite as good. However, Aqua Dementia's weapon does a lot more damage than Event Horizon's.
Yes.
So, this is very much a ground game, and it depends on who dominates the ground game here.
You know, we just saw Progenitor lose a fight from mistiming its flipping.
Yes.
Event Horizon doesn't have that problem because if it mistimes the pistons and they come down on top of Aqua Dementia,
It does damage.
They're made out of spikes, so they do damage on the way down.
Yes.
So,
This could actually be close. We don't know.
there's no way to predict how this one's going to go, except for chat.
I mean, that's the thing with flipper fights. They're always a toss-up.
Chat going with Aqua Dementia for the most part, but we're going to see if they're right. Event Horizon needs a knockout to tie this.
Could theoretically do it.
Oh, it's gone right up. Aqua Dementia tried to fire the weapon to get away, not able to do so, and Aqua Dementia is underneath it, firing those flipping arms, but not really making contact with anything.
Quite.
Now some of the components of that weapon are coming off of Event Horizon. It's trying to get away.
Oh, but lost both of its large wheels at once.
Both of the wheels at once
And
onto the
KO'd.
grinder, KO'd in 25 seconds.
25 seconds.
Aqua Dementia was just playing with it.
Yikes. Number 1 super heavyweight from last season, and honestly one of the top ones right now.
Not a whole lot of damage because it didn't take very long.
You know what happens.
And that's a 9-3 win for Heavy Metal Robotics to stay on top. They're going to be very tough to beat if they keep putting up 9 points every week.
Yeah, they're getting KOs every time. So, we're 3 weeks in already. Aqua Dementia, in 3 KOs, has lasted 72 seconds in the arena.
Less than a minute and a half.
Yes, less than a minute and a half for 3 KOs. That thing is... I think it'd be vicious.
Aren't Event Horizons supposed to be inescapable?
I mean, not if you have Aqua Dementia, I guess. You just forget that you're in it. Who knows?
Yeah, you just forget that. Okay. Next match is the Levantine Alliance against second place. Not the team in second place against second place Robotics.
Yes.
This is Palestine against a suburb of Indianapolis.
Yes.
The international incident that everybody was waiting for. Well, the Levantine Alliance brings VSSV, or VSSV, as I like to say.
Yes.
It's a slightly angled vertical spinner, a lot of damage power, a lot of knockout power in this one. Second place Robotics brings Unknown X, which has an overhead claw weapon that it uses kind of like a grabber, kind of like an axe. It's distinctly possible it could get under VSSV and just snipe that weapon right off.
It can, but it does have a lot of exposed chassis.
There's a lot of exposed chassis there, and VSSV has that thing where if it flips over, it doesn't care. It just keeps running the weapon. So, what do we expect is going to happen here, chaps?
We also saw last week, Unknown X went the distance against another very high energy spinner. So it could last, but that was a horizontal, this is a vertical.
Code Silver. This is awkward. Palestine team versus Jewish team.
Ooh.
I'm not going to comment on that. I'm just going to read the comment out. That's on you, buddy. Chat's leaning towards VSSV, so let's see how it goes. VSSV up to speed fast. So Unknown X missed with the first attack and has been flipped over. It's trying to right itself, and VSSV is just slowly caving in that rear panel, and I think that's going to be it.
Yep. 17-second knockout.
You make one mistake against VSSV, and that's it.
VSSV's definitely looking like one of the top robots, one of the top lightweights this season.
Cryphotine says, when I first saw VSSV, I thought it was going to be named Kurbnalab Returns. Not by the same builder. Different builder. Was it KD built
Yeah, I believe
VSSV
KD
and
built
donated it to Levantine?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Robot Rampage League, is you do not have to have Robot Arena 2 to have a team in the league. You can get somebody else to build your robots for you. You can draft pre-made robots, free agents to your team. We have a whole team of free agents.
We do.
In the league this season. They'll be fighting later in the stream. Probably going to be the same way for next season. You don't even have to have the game to be part of the Robot Rampage League. You can apply with a team of free agents if you need to. And still compete that way. So, middleweight time.
Got a tiny bit of a mirror match here.
So, Levantine comes in with Rosewater. It's a rear-hinged flipper with a piston poker down the center. Both flipping, control, and damage.
Yes.
Which it's used to great effect so far this season.
It's gotten 2 KOs this season already.
Second place Robotics has Yeetus, which has 4 rear-hinged flipping arms that are all spiked. Can also do a lot of damage. A lot of flipping power in this one. What do we expect? What do we predict?
Considering Rosewater's flippers are outside the chassis, that should give it the ground game advantage. However, as we saw with Aqua Dementia, sometimes it doesn't matter. But I do believe Yeetus has more destructive power in his flippers. So...
I think Rosewater has the advantage that if it loses its flipping arms, it still can attack without having to wedge under.
yes.
Because it has the piston. Nitro has a question. Was Explicit Equation barred from competing, or did no one end up choosing it from free agency?
So...
First one and then the other?
I did not put it into free agency because there were some people I was very worried were going to heist it and immediately be like, I have the best team because I have the best robot. And be very cocky and arrogant and annoying.
So there you have it. Explicit Equation, busy doing math and not fighting right now.
Yes, it's busy teaching 8th graders the tortures of algebra
Yes.
instead of murdering every middleweight in the league.
So chat is kind of split on here, and Helen points out it's a Spider-Man meme.
It's indeed a Spider-Man meme.
Little bit different. Rosewater, gigantic, got underneath Yeetus right away and has it upside down. It's firing that piston off,
Definitely doing damage.
trying to get some damage to Yeetus while it's upside down. It's definitely caused some damage to the chassis.
That's to the grinder now.
It's got to be careful. It's going to lose its wheel to the grinder.
Yeetus has taken a lot of damage, already smoking.
Look at this. Rosewater absolutely taking control of this fight early.
Control board hits already on Yeetus.
That piston spike doing a lot of damage.
And that is a KO in 27 seconds.
7-second KO, just absolutely dominant from Rosewater.
Very interesting. That very unique weapon type of a flipper and a piston poker just to get that damage in there has been very effective.
Not even a lot of damage points scored with the piston. It used the grinder to great effect. And so now Levantine cannot lose. They have 6 points. That was impressive, says Me57. You are correct.
It was.
Explicit Equation's the hazard of the Robot Rampage League. Correct. It will be back for the next 3 seasons, and it will win all of them.
Yes.
Skip season 2.
Skip season 2.
Win 3, 4, and 5.
Yep, there you go.
Rosewater, the surprise star of the season already.
Yeah, that's its 3rd straight knockout. And it's technically a pure flipper. Like, that's really unique.
Yeah, it is not a giant spike monster like a lot of other robots seem to be, and it is absolutely one of the best middleweights so far.
It's also part of the reason why we have the weapon type rules in here is to get really interesting, unique designs like that.
Yes. Low damage numbers for a KO scare me, as you should be scared, Cora. So, heavyweight time, second place, down by 6.
Yes.
They're going to be second to last at this rate. The Levantine Alliance brings Almudamir. It is a big overhead spinner with spiked clubs on the weapon. Very similar to overhead spinners from BattleBots like Hazard
to be
or Perfect Phoenix is the most recent example. Second place Robotics brings Rumblebee, which is kind of a axy front hinge flipper. Has a lot of protection around its wheels, which are not evident in the photo here.
Yes.
But it's got those 2 spiked flipping arms on it and some front protection. So, do we think Rumblebee can get far enough under Almudamir to flip it? Because it's a very wide robot.
It is, and that'll be interesting. Hopefully it doesn't microwave for 2.5 goddamn minutes like last week.
Yeah. Me57 wants to know what the most efficient robot is in terms of damage and KOs. We have a stat in our stats sheet that we call DPS, damage per second. Basically the shortest fights with the most damage. And we can actually sort by that column and see.
I'm going to take a peek at that right now.
We looking for middleweights? Probably middleweights.
Yeah, I'm gonna check.
Since we just did middleweights.
So currently, I know we don't have obviously all of these stats in, but
Saw 179.
179. Who are you? Remote control is currently the highest with damage per second.
Yes, remote control is most efficient for damage.
Interesting, considering it got KO'd in 7 seconds last week, but it does do damage pretty quickly.
Yes. So, chat is split here. Let's see how it goes. Can either of these take advantage of the other's weaknesses, or will we have a stalemate here?
Ooh, we have a bit of a stalemate.
We have a wedge stalemate to
Rumblebee
start.
has the distance with its wedgelets to keep Al Mudamir at bay and not take damage. Very interesting.
What's more interesting is that Rumblebee's spike strip wedges are damaging.
Yes. Ooh.
Wow, it lost its Axe flipping arms right off of the bat, but Al Mudamir's chassis is taking hits from the grinder.
And physics.
And physics decided it did not like any of that.
Well, yeah, hate to see that.
Hex, the team owner for Levantine Alliance, is back in the chat just in time to see physics hate his team. Oh, this time Rumblebee's gone right up the wedge of Al Mudamir, who is landing hits to the front corner of Rumblebee's chassis. You can see the front end caving in there. So that front plate of armor not doing as much protecting as perhaps second place was hoping for, and now Rumblebee's wheels are off the floor.
Hear a count right now for
There's
a
a
pin.
count.
Rumblebee is not on the ground right now.
Yeah, Rumblebee's unable to move to break this.
This would be a pin.
Is going to be a
it's
restart.
going to be a restart.
Restart number 2.
Restart 2.
So here we go. Wedge stalemate to start off with. Rumblebee's going to push Al Mudamir back towards the wall. It's kind of pushing it more over to the one grinder.
Similar strategy to the first fight.
Oh, it's turned and it's gone up the wedge of Al Mudamir, and so now Rumblebee's wheels are going to be off of the floor here, but it's managed to wiggle back down.
Very fortuitous that Al Mudamir was stopped at that moment.
Yes.
Helps that it pinned it to the wall first.
Trying to exercise a lot of control here and keep that weapon stopped.
Mudamir broke a count.
Al Mudamir's gotten away. Rumblebee's got to get away. They've reset, and it's back to a wedge stalemate here. Only this time there's no wall to push Al Mudamir into.
Interestingly, Al Mudamir is 4-wheel drive, yet Rumblebee has a very slight drive power advantage, it looks like.
Yes. Either robot able... This is what happens when everybody plays the ground game. When everyone plays the ground game, nobody plays the ground game.
BattleBots fights that last 5 years, pretty much.
Hex is finding out that his team is leading 6-0. Well, if Al Mudamir doesn't land some hits here, there's not going to be 6 points. There's not going to be another 3 points here, but that would win them the fight.
Yeah, honestly, like
or the match.
Al Mudamir stalling out here is actually very important to sealing this match for Levantine.
Because there's only a maximum of 6 points available, and if there's a judge's decision in there, then Levantine Alliance wins. So Rumblebee blinked and took a shot to the wheel armor, which has protected it nicely. But it is doing an excellent job controlling Al Mudamir here and keeping it stopped. Except for now, it's gone up the wedge. And now Al Mudamir is going to try to get that weapon in play. Rumblebee backed away, but able to push Al Mudamir back into the wall once again. Dysphoria says Rumble is waiting for a good hit. Kind of is. Although it's going to use the grinder to get a good hit on Al Mudamir's chassis here. And look at the damage that the grinders are able to do. There's just about 30 seconds left here, and Rumblebee is using the grinders to its advantage here to score some damage points. Al Mudamir able to break the count, maybe? Yes.
But it's smoking heavily now.
But look at the smoke pouring out of it from the rear. This is most likely to go to a judge's decision, and if it does, that damage is going to be critical here. There's another count happening. Al Mudamir is able to break free.
Does.
And with 5 seconds to go, we're going to wedge stalemate some more. So, That is a judge's decision. What's important to note here is that damage caused by the hazards is not included in these totals.
Yes.
So this is only the totals of damage done by the robot's own components. And the judges will take into account damage that is not in these totals.
Yes.
They'll take into account that grinder damage. So, we'll be pointing out limiting points by forcing a judge's decision. Absolutely. Al-Mudamir forcing a judge's decision here, lasting to a judge's decision, has won the match for the Levantine Alliance.
Indeed it has.
Because there is less than 6 points available. So, we will see what the final total is here. But the most that second place could get there is 1 point for the decision. So at worst, it's a 6-1.
Yes.
Have last week's decisions been released yet? Yes, we released the judges' decisions somewhere on like Thursday or Friday. On the Twitter account at Robot Rampage and in the Discord server. We'll pin them in there somewhere. We also discuss them at the start of every stream, so you can go back and watch that and see what the decisions were like. This is the same we're going to have next stream. Next week, we're going to go through the judges' decisions from this week. So, super heavyweight time. Androctonus for the Levantine Alliance. Big scorpion tail overhead axe. Side axes. Destructive.
Very destructive.
Very destructive robot. Second place brings Supernova. It is a undercutter horizontal spinner with a lot of defensive work around it. It does have armor protecting the top.
Does, but that did not do very well against Smashy last week.
Correct.
So, albeit Androctonus does not have as much firepower from the top, still might not help Supernova that much.
Yeah, Supernova really doesn't have the reach that Androctonus has. So we'll see how it goes. The whole of chat is predicting Androctonus.
We shall see what happens.
Let's see if second place can get some more points here. Androctonus going right in, stalling that undercutter spinner. Attacking the spinner more than attacking the side armor.
The side axes are hitting the spinner, which has come off now.
The overhead axe is breaking all of the side armor off. So now those wheels, that wheel on the right side is exposed, but the scorpion tail is caught under the spikes on Supernova now, and it's broken right off. So now Supernova safe from the overhead attack, but might be vulnerable from the sides.
It looks like those side axes are just short of getting the wheels on Supernova when they line up properly.
Tend to be going under Supernova rather than hitting it, although I did see at least a couple of shots to the wheels. Supernova trying to do its best to push, but Androctonus has those pulse spikes protecting its chassis down the center.
Ooh, the chassis gets now.
Yep, the side axes going under the armor panels, getting to the chassis. 59-second knockout for Androctonus. And so that is 9 points. Another 9-point win. Possibly 10. Most likely 9-1.
We shall see.
I feel. But it could be 10-0. It could be a shutout. Lots of damage for the Levantine Alliance here.
That'd be very good for Levantine to get back in the division race.
Hex was worried when the scorpion tail broke. You've got a pretty strong robot. It doesn't rely on a single weapon. It's got multiple weapons. Code Silver says his team lived up to its name and got second place in this match.
Yes, it did.
Second out of 2. All right. We're going to move on to one of our featured matches at the beginning of the stream.
Yes, this will be very fascinating.
It is the Pinwheel Pulsars.
It is not the Pinwheel Pulsars. It is the game crashing.
Gotta love RA2. Thank you to our Patreon stream sponsors, especially the ones in gold here at the top level. for sponsoring the stream, sponsoring the Robot Rampage League, and making it possible for us to keep doing this. Your contributions literally pay to keep the lights on and the internet running here. Well, Pulsars are facing the other P team, Pelagic Wanderers. So, Pulsars against the Atlantic Ocean.
A galaxy against an ocean.
Fantasy matchups here.
I love it.
So, the Pinwheel Pulsars bring Nightmare Fuel. It is two side axes, except instead of coming from the outside in, they come from the inside out. A little bit different configuration, trying to take advantage of robots that go down the center to attack.
Yes.
However, the Pelagic Wanderers bring Carsonized. It is two side axe weapons, which come from the outside in, which is not down the center. So they might be able to get the corners of Nightmare Fuel's chassis here.
We'll see. It's kind of like a Spider-Man pointing at himself to me, but one of them's upside down.
Yes. Or the colors are inverted.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Cause actually, I want to say Nightmare Fuel's paint scheme is actually the colors inverted. I want to say that's how KJ did it.
A galaxy is like an ocean, says Creeper Face.
I mean,
It's an ocean of stars, sure.
yeah, why not?
Chat is kind of split between Carsonized and Nightmare Fuel here, so we're going to start this match.
Both these teams at the top of their division, this is going to be a very important matchup for them.
They both fire their weapons, and they both kind of like split each other here. Although Carsonized weapons are stranded between the pontoons of Nightmare Fuel, as Nightmare Fuel's just attacking the front end of Carsonized. Pushed it back to the wall. It's gotten free, and it's going to attack Nightmare Fuel, but take shots directly to the front end again. So Nightmare Fuel's wide U-shaped chassis is actually trapping the weapons of Carsonized rather than taking
quite
shots
a bit of
from them.
damage, though.
But that left side pontoon is just pouring smoke. Carsonized absolutely destroying it. I think
Control board hits now.
one of they both lost their left side weapon,
That is Nightmare Fuel KO'd. Wow.
but Carsonized was the one to get the KO shot first. That was close. That was a close fight.
Very close.
Close on damage and everything. You see how long that took?
40 seconds.
40 seconds. Yeah. And the Pelagic Wanderers have a 3-point lead. That was very much a Spider-Man pointing at himself meme, except it was Spider-Man punching himself.
Yes. I mean, that almost happened in that one film.
So now we move to the middleweights. Did you forget that crabs are the ultimate life form, KJ? Crabs beat nightmares. So crabs are like a dream catcher for nightmares.
They really are, yeah.
So, we move to the middleweights. The Pulsars have Vika. It is a whipper. It's the only whipper in the league. This is an AI mode where the robot has stationary weapons, and it turns the whole robot back and forth to attack with them.
Yes.
Has a lot of weapon power, no ground game.
Yes.
The Pelagic Wanderers have Breach. It is a triple rear hinge flipper, I believe, with a spike on the top to aid in self-righting. It is one of the most beautiful robots in the league, and I love it. Chat, what do we think is going to happen between Vika and Breach?
Well, it's pretty obvious that Breach wins the ground game here. Vika is also very good at catching the sides of robots, and Breach has a lot of exposed chassis. While its wheels are not exposed, it can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's how Vika was able to beat a lot of robots, is to get through their wheels.
Yes.
They don't have that advantage here against Breach. So it's going to be down to whether or not Breach can get Vika too destabilized to bring those weapons into play.
Yes.
A lot of the chat is leaning towards Breach for this one.
It's reasonable. It can win the ground game, but Vika can also pour on damage relatively quickly.
Well, let's see what Breach can do here. Both gonna charge.
Holy
Whoa!
shit!
What a flip from Breach! It's been a long time since I've seen a robot thrown like that in the Robot Rampage League. Vika did probably a triple flip. It's now got Breach behind it and it's been thrown onto the grinder. And Breach is just gonna kind of keep it there.
Keep it there. Vika's wheels are off the ground now.
Is Breach gonna go for the ring out? It is gonna try.
It's on top of the wall, and it's stuck.
Vika is stranded with its
got
wheels.
It stuck on the wall. Oh,
this is gonna be a TKO because Vika cannot get down.
Ouch.
Breach is gonna move out of the way to show it's still mobile, and gonna take the TKO victory. That is 2:17 left.
43 seconds.
43 seconds with a fantastic TKO stranding by Breach.
Great.
Look at these mirrored damage scores.
RE2 really likes having two different digits like that. Yeah.
Well, you never know what you're going to get in the Robot Rampage League.
No, you really don't. That was very bizarre. That first flip was insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it got the absolute perfect flip on it to be able to throw it that far.
That was just the best positioning, the best weight distribution, everything. So,
that is in the highlights for sure.
Make sure you mark that down as a highlight fight. Cora gets a bingo square.
Yes, I want to say one of them was someone gets TKO'd on top of the wall.
Yes. I think I've gotten... No, I almost got a bingo square, but we restarted the fight. So it doesn't count.
Yes, the creeper face perfectly balanced, as it should be. Ouch.
So we're going to move on to the heavyweights.
We get a multi-bot.
Multi-bot madness.
Very topical multi-bot in the month of Pride.
Yes. Multi-bot versus multi-weapon. The Pulsars come in with the multi-bot Leslie and Gale. Leslie is a 360-degree horizontal spinner, and Gale has 3 front hinge flipping arms?
Yes.
Gale has the ground game, and it's pretty good at getting under other robots. Leslie has not been as good at drawing the other robot's attention, but is really good at attacking from behind while Gale's got a robot stranded.
Definitely.
Kind of the marriage of flipper and spinner together in one with these two. The Pelagic Wanderers bring Twin Gyre, which is 2 angled spinners. I believe they're angled enough to be considered both horizontal and vertical.
Yes, I believe they are.
They essentially function like horizontals, but they're angled upwards, so they protect the weapon motors behind them.
Yes.
Multi-bot versus multi-weapon. What do we expect, chat?
This is going to depend on who Twin Gyre goes for. Because if it goes for Gale, Gale's not going to have any issue getting under there. However, it's going to be going right into a weapon. But it can also flip Twin Gyre over. And even though I believe it is invertible, that would be a very different weapon setup for it to use.
I think Twin Gyre definitely has the weapon power advantage here, but it's shown to be a little bit unstable in previous fights, and multi-bots are particularly good at keeping robots unbalanced by driving under them. So it'll be interesting to see for sure. A lot of chat is going towards Twin Gyre here. It's not usually a bad call to go for the larger robot. Let's find out what happens here. Twin Gyre turning towards Leslie as Leslie gets those weapons up to speed. They're going to mesh together.
Immediately took off one of Leslie's weapon components, but
Gale's going to attack and wedge under from behind and try and get those spike flipping arms into play. So now Twin Gyre even more unstable and unbalanced than before.
Leslie has lost its entire tri-bar.
Gale just pulled the whole of Twin Gyre just over the top of it, which is not where you want to be.
We have a robot hat now.
Because those spinners are going to come down on Gale's chassis. Twin Gyre is going to try and break a count and does so. Both of the multibots wedging under the rear of Twin Gyre. Decent flip from Gale, but it's got some of its spike strips caught in those spinners and they're going to get ripped off.
Already lost 2 of them.
And it's lost all 3 of them.
Now.
So now the multibot is weaponless against a robot that's mobileless. Although Leslie's doing a fantastic job of wedging from the rear. But the damage is starting to pile up on them because they cannot avoid those spinners of Twin Gyre.
Control board hits now on Leslie.
And I think that's Leslie out. So now it's down to
indeed.
Gale, who only has a chassis as a wedge. This is not going to end well for the little wedge bot.
Halfway through the fight now.
Helen says Twin Gyre is facing non-identical twins. I believe those are called paternal twins.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, Twin Gyre is just kind of daring Gale to come in and attack and then throwing those spinners at him.
Control board hits now.
And Gale's hesitant to go in because he knows he's going to take damage.
Not a whole lot you can do. There's another hit.
Throwing those spinners around like Tombstone does in BattleBots. And I think Gale trying to push against the spike strip in the front, but really playing with fire here with those spinners going over the top of the wedge. Oh no! Exposed its wheels, exposed the chassis,
got a hit.
and it's KO'd.
139 seconds.
139 seconds, and both of those robots took control board knockouts,
Yes.
so that is a 3-point knockout for Twin Gyre.
Maximizing points.
What did you say it was? 130?
139.
139. That was relatively even as a fight goes, because the multibot got Twin Gyre's wheels off, but Twin Gyre got their weapons off.
Yes.
So scroll back up here. So Pelagic has won the match. They are on 8 points.
Yes, that is huge because the Pulsars are currently leading Division 1. And even though Pelagic technically has 1 more point, it's still second in Division 2 right now, under Heavy Metal.
Yeah, and Heavy Metal got a big point stake.
Yeah, so Pelagic's got to have probably another win here to keep up.
Oh wow, back to a multibot match. Forgot about that. Multibot on the other end.
Yes. Love seeing multibots come in. Can't wait for another multibot on multibot fight. That's going to be insane. I'll have to look when the next one is.
Well, super heavyweight time. Pulsars have 787B. It is a race car with 5 flipping arms on the front.
Yes.
Rear hinge flipping arms. Very fast, very powerful flipping arms. Absolutely can take control of a fight and ring robots out. The Pelagic Wanderers bring Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose, 2 shark-themed mini-bots who have overhead axe weapons. One of them's kind of a spike strip axe. The other one is a war pick style axe.
Yes.
They've been surprisingly effective little multi-bots, particularly Sharp Snout.
Even when it loses its weapon, it's a really good rammer.
Yes. They keep their opponents off balance, attacking at the same time, attacking from above. But they're half the weight of 787B.
Yeah, and 787B more than has the power to throw them out of the arena.
Yes. So, what does the chat expect from here? Me57 asks, can sharks fly? Yes, sharks can breach the water pretty darn high.
Well, Helen also pointed they can if they're in Sharknado.
Yes. We're about to see a Sharknado here, I think.
We might, yeah. Depending on what 787B does. Or, I mean, 787B is a Lamar car. It could just blow over.
That's true. So, chat is actually pretty split here between the Sharks and the race car. Let's see what turns out here. Can the race car turn Sharks into the strangest roadkill ever? Did not get under Sharp Snout, and now it's being attacked from both sides. This is the multi-bot's advantage that they have.
Ooh, but a little bit of friendly
being able
fire
to
there
attack from two
Blunt Nose.
directions at once.
Well, now it's gotten Sharp Snout away, focusing on Blunt Nose now.
Blunt Nose upside down, and its weapon is stranded back. It's not going to be able to self-right like that. Sharp Snout is up on the wedge, but is underneath the flipping arms, and so it's attacking with that that spiked axe, but it's
Now
been broken off. Smoke is pouring out of 787B, who is not able to get under Sharp Snout.
Blunt Nose has been immobilized.
But because it's a TKO on Blunt Nose, 787B cannot get the full 3 points now.
Bit of a wedge stalemate now.
Yes, Sharp Snout is a fantastic wedge, but not that time, as 787B's gotten under it.
It's now thrown.
And it's going to
throwing
throw
the around. On
the
top of
Shark
wall.
on top of the wall and out.
151. So that's 69 seconds. Nice.
Nice win for 787B. That is both a TKO and a ring out, which the rules state is classified as a TKO.
So do I just mark it down as just TKO in the spreadsheet?
It is just a TKO.
Gotcha.
We actually had to very specifically write that into the rules so that we wouldn't forget.
Yes.
Yeah, to get a ring out or a TKO, it has to be both of the components of the
Gotcha.
TKO.
Also interesting that the Sharks had more damage, but did not come out on top there.
Yeah, that's how it goes. More damage does not always win.
Because we have a specific stat in here for controlled damage points allowed compared to the other robot. There's a lot of winners have so far have won their fights even though they get damaged more. Very interesting.
We actually do keep track of a stat on the number of fights that a robot had the most damage points in.
Yes.
Specifically for that reason, because sometimes robots have the most damage, but they lose. So, Multibot takes a loss. The Pulsars get 2 points back at least. And move on
Worst
to
case scenario.
match number 7. Colliers against Kinetic Creatures. One of the Sharks had been counted out, TKO'd, and then afterwards was thrown ring out. Would that be a
Yes.
ring out?
I believe at the end of the fight, the stat screen would show it's eliminated because it ended up outside. So I think technically, although I feel like it should be the weight loss first. I don't know. I feel like the game would say it's eliminated if it ends up out there anyway.
That's true.
If that happens at some point, we'll address
We'll
it
make a
then.
ruling when that happens.
We'll address it then, if it happens. Because the odds of it are honestly pretty small.
Okay. In this match, we have the Anthracite Colliers from British Columbia, Canada, with Quick Pick in the lightweights. It is a pickaxe weapon on a robot that's kind of a dustpan shape with those long pontoon wedges. Good at controlling other robots. The Kinetic Creatures bring Network, which is 2 horizontal saw spinners. We classify saw spinners differently than other spinners because the saw blade components do slow damage over time, don't really do KO shots too much. So, chat, what do we expect between Quick Pick and Network here?
It's Anthracite, Alberta, Canada, not British Columbia.
Oh, it's Alberta, Canada.
So I know it was alliteration. Then
Yeah, that's the NB team that's British Columbia.
yes.
Chat is so far leaning towards Network. Hex says these are his 2 favorite lightweights. Pretty unique, pretty distinctive looking robots, that's for sure.
Network has a surprisingly good wedge considering it's made out of saw blades.
Yeah, I don't understand how it's
Yeah,
so good at wedging.
I don't think it'll be able to withstand Quick Pick's pontoon wedges, though. Those are really good.
A lot of chat leaning towards network here. So let's see if the axe or the saw blades win out. Network comes in and it does defeat.
Stalemate.
It stalemates the wedges of.
Fits perfectly
Quick
with
Pick.
the pontoon in the middle, so that is going to do a lot of chassis
It's
damage.
just carving up the chassis on the front right of Quick Pick here, who's not able to get that axe into play. Although it's
does now.
attacking the right side saw blade of Network. If it's able to break that off, it could get free here and absolutely take control of this
Getting
fight.
very close to taking it off, I think.
It's landed quite a
Misfire
few
there.
shots on it.
Oh, I hear a control board hit on Quick Pick.
Did you?
Yes. It's really hard to
That's
see.
control board hits. How did Network get control board hits with a saw blade?
And that's a KO?
That's a KO. 41 seconds and Network has KO'd with saw blades.
Saw blades affect hit and run. You got to get on this, man. Come on.
Hit and run tried.
It definitely did try. That was very unforeseen. I was not expecting Network to be able, like, I could see it putting on damage because it's grinding, but like actually getting control board hits?
Yeah, we've seen Network pile up the grinding damage, but control board hits are pretty rare for saw
That was
blades.
very surprising.
So Kinetic's got a 3-point win from Network of all robots.
Bizarre.
How many KOs did Network have last season? Not many.
I think it got 1 or 2, but it wasn't because of it. It was because of like the grinder.
Yeah. That was not expected at all. Saws did something for once, says Mr. Circuit. We saw the Hammer Saw do something as well.
Yes, it did.
A few matches ago. Never underestimate a saw blade, says Zester. Absolutely. First Kilson and Network. Now, yeah, saws are doing good today so far. We've got a few more saw spinners to come.
Saw spinner's running wild.
So in the middleweights, the Colliers bring Tumbler. It's a defensive, full-body horizontal spinner kind of setup, tuna can spinner setup. It's facing Siege, which is just a big vertical bar spinner. Ground game's not going to be really a factor at these two. Siege is, I think, faster.
Yes.
What do we expect from this one? It's kind of a classic setup for both robots here. Classic tuna can spinner, classic vertical spinner shape.
It's going to be very critical for Siege with the front armor because Siege can be very uncontrollable with its drive power sometimes. It can really
Yes.
fly around.
Few in chat think Siege has the advantage here. I'm not sure because Tumbler hits Siege hard enough, and if it hits it on the side,
Yeah, especially.
Tumbler has the potential to hit Siege on the side of its armor. It could definitely knock Siege over.
The only difference is Siege can get back up eventually by flailing around. Tumbler really can't as easily.
That's correct, and it's possible Siege could just run into Tumbler hard enough to knock it over.
Yes, and I know Siege had a very big KO over Planetary Conqueror last season, where we kind of thought the same thing, but it just threw the Conqueror over like it was nothing.
Yeah.
Different weapon here, but could be similar properties. Who knows?
I like Helen's prediction here and their reasoning. Siege will win because the entities I root for end up losing.
That's how it goes. As soon as you're like, I want them to win, it just doesn't happen.
Well, let's hope for their sake that Tumbler has a good fight here. Tumbler getting up to speed. Siege bouncing over the floor. That slowed down its initial charge
Kind
and
of
is
dueling weapons now.
allowing Tumbler to keep spinning, but Siege is trying to get it pinned against the wall where it can stop it. But Tumbler getting up to speed regardless. Siege not really able to come in and attack.
Really just going weapon to weapon.
The left side armor plate has come off. So Siege is trying to lead with the right side plate, and that's gone too, and Tumbler's getting chassis shots now. Siege is trying to be careful and strategic here, and it's not worked out for it so well. Tumbler still going and not really showing any damage yet. But Siege has landed a few shots of its own. I think it might be trying to go for the extender connections.
It's getting close.
It is knocking Tumbler up into the air occasionally, but Tumbler is landing. Look at the damage it's done.
There's a ram plate off of Tumbler now.
Yeah, it got one of the ram plates off, and now Tumbler is unstable, but Siege's...
Oh no, but it got the entire tuna can off of Tumbler.
Siege took 2 control board hits. It's on its last hit, and it took the whole weapon off of Tumbler.
Oh no.
Oh no, it was so close. And now Tumbler is going to get parked up on its end by Siege, and it's going to tear into it against the wall. What a comeback from Siege.
What timing on getting it off, though?
That's so unlucky for Tumbler to have them down to their last control board hit, and Siege is going to take the easy TKO here.
Wow.
What a turnaround that was. Last possible second, and Siege takes the win. With 119 left.
101 seconds. Man, that flipped very quickly. I'm so sorry, Mattiator. I can't even feel good about that.
Again, with the Robot Rampage League being unpredictable. Because that was looking like a certain win for Tumbler right up until it wasn't. I agree with what Hex says in the chat. What do the Colliers have to do, man?
Yeah, that sucks.
That's how Robot Combat be sometimes. And it doesn't look like it's going to let up anytime soon in the heavyweights.
Not with what Kinetic's putting up here.
Helen says this has to be fight of the week.
I'm putting it. I was thinking about it. Yeah, it's definitely up there now.
Better be in the notes.
Just for that comeback.
How long till the lads fight?
The lads are the second match after the break, so roughly about an hour or so.
All right. Heavyweight time. Maybe the Colliers can get some points here. They bring Jackhammer, a piston poker weapon with 2 kind of jabbing sets of spikes, and it's got kind of ramming spikes down the center. The Kinetic creatures bring Dunning and Kruger, twin overhead spinner horizontal spinners. Again, this is a multi-bot pairing. They kind of attack from 2 sides at once. Jackhammer really doesn't have defensive work other than the front.
Well, in this fight, I don't know if it's going to need it because Dunning and Kruger are overheads, and they are definitely taller than Jackhammer. So I don't know if they're even going to be able to hit it.
Jackhammer is one of the shortest robots that we have.
Very, very short.
Invertible with the smallest wheels in the game.
Yeah, like...
So, they could have a geometry advantage.
The only downside I can see, and this would suck if it happens, is if the spinners are able to clip the internalized wheels on Jackhammer on the top. Kind of like Bombshell did on Carbide back then.
I would lose my mind if they're able to cut the wheels off from above.
That would be insane. I don't think it'll happen, but...
Yeah, Zester agrees that the spinners will have trouble landing hits. And the chat is split.
The spinners especially are really bad with friendly fire, too.
Chat is split on this one, so let's see if the Colliers have what it takes, if they've got the right geometry for this one. Spinners are bigger than it, that's for sure, and they're mini bots. They're small bot components. Jackhammer going after one of them, getting to the side.
The horizontals are just low enough to catch the very top of Jackhammer's pistons.
So Jackhammer's lost some of the spikes off the left pistons and was stabbing away. It's taken a little bit of chassis damage as it's gone up the wedges on the pink robot. It's taken a lot of chassis damage, actually. They're just clipping the top of Jackhammer here, so Jackhammer's fighting for its life here.
It only has the 2 remaining lower spikes on its pistons.
Being attacked from both sides at once. Trying to get as much damage in as it can. Spinners doing their job, racking up the damage, and there's control board hits on Jackhammer now.
And that is a KO.
And that is a double team KO.
54 seconds. Also a legitimate KO for the multi-bots, unlike their first week where they lucked into it.
Yes.
That was reasonably close, actually. Jack M was putting in work, but the spinners were just low enough to catch the top of it.
Unfortunate. You know, that's the advantage. That's the one main advantage that multibots have, is being able to attack from both sides at once. You know, put some armor up front and they'll go around it.
Yep.
My brain just shut off.
That's okay. We're moving on to the super heavies next, and oh boy. Well,
Rather unique weapons here.
so... Okay, I was gonna say, not quite. Siege got a TK. I was gonna say, like, we were on 13-0 watch, but not quite. But, this could be a very deadly fight.
Yeah, so the Colliers bring in Big Bore. This is kind of a unique drill spinner weapon, classified as a vertical spinner. It has drills on a drill. We don't really allow chaining motors together unless they're unless they have different motor types and the axles are offset from each other, so that they don't combine their forces together as well. So Big Bore has this vertical spinner drill on the front. Has potential to do quite a bit of damage if it gets under something, so it's got the wedge power.
Yes.
Kinetic Creatures has Death Penalty, which is a huge, wide sit-and spinner with flails. It has a massive radius, and it can get to the side of robots because it's coming in from the side. What do we think is going to happen, chat?
Ooh.
Well, chat is one-sided here.
Well, yeah, and for good reason, because Death Penalty is one of the highest DPSs of the super heavies at 164 per second.
Yes.
It does not play around.
But it's vulnerable to the ground game, and Big Bore has that.
Indeed.
So let's see if Big Bore can get some points back for the Colliers here. Goes in on Death Penalty, gets it stopped, but Death Penalty is getting to the side, and now it's up to speed. And a flail's come off, but I'm not sure. 2 flails came off. Okay.
If Bore can keep the weapon going in there, it could take off more, but it's taking a lot of chassis.
Look at the massive hits that Death Penalty is giving out.
Bore's actually lasting a lot. All the flails have come off of Death Penalty now. It's just the static iron spikes.
But there's control board hits happening now, and I think this is going to be it for Big Bore on the next hit here.
Yep.
And it is. It put up a good fight, but Death Penalty is just
reasonably close being able to get the flails off, but Death Penalty is something you have to stop entirely.
Yes. It's the radius is so big. If it moves, it just moves so fast.
Yes, it's like it has 4-wheel high-powered drive, so like it can spin up very quickly.
What was that, 35 seconds?
Yes.
Well, that's another shutout.
Unfortunate.
That was a big points day for Kinetic.
Man, Kinetic's really weird. They had really good, really high scoring first week, got their asses kicked last week, and a shutout this week.
Death Penalty is broken.
Not really.
It's a robot that dishes out a lot of damage quickly, but an unfavorable type matchup will absolutely demolish it.
Yeah. Because like even there, like that was one of the best matchups for Death Penalty with something with exposed chassis, and it still lost half its weaponry at least.
Yes.
So like
if Big Bore had slightly faster drive and could like wedge under it,
Yeah.
Death Penalty just can't even move, and it's just a sitting duck at that point. So, very favorable matchup for it. So we move on to our final match of the first half before our midstream break. This is Avalon Resurrectionists against Angry Penguin Robotics.
the Penguins have come out to play.
I don't know what makes the Penguins so angry. Maybe their lack of points so far.
All the fucking ice melting, maybe.
Yeah, the ice melting probably has something to do with it too. So, The Avalon Resurrectionists bring Dainsleif. It is a very compact rammer with 2 angled spikes on the front, invertible. Angry Penguin Robotics brings PogChamp. It is a rammer with high speed and invertible.
Mm-hmm.
Chet, what do we predict between rammer versus rammer in the lightweights?
Ultimate Spider-Man pointing at himself.
Astropax, the team owner for the Resurrectionists, just realized that Dainsleif is underweight.
Yeah, I believe
It is very small.
Yeah, the weight limit for the lightweight is 250, and I believe Dainsleif is under 200. It's very lightweight.
Wolvie has 0 faith in penguins. Yeah, wolves generally wouldn't have a lot of faith in birds.
Yeah, not really. Penguins had a bad time last week, too.
Well, Chet is understandably split on these nearly identical
Yes.
robots, so what is the chance of there being a sludge fest? Probably not that high in the lightweights.
Could be some funky wheel physics, depending on where they get, but...
Let's see what happens. PogChamp is like twice the size of Dainsleif here.
Ooh.
Similar weapon power to bear. I think Dainsleif's weapon has the longer reach and has gotten armor damage onto
Yes, it
PogChamp
has.
there. But PogChamp has the drive power advantages, pushing Dainsleif back into the wall.
Ooh, another big hit.
So Dainsleif getting the damage advantage here, but PogChamp with the control advantage so far. Trying to push Dainsleif into the grinder, and it has.
Trying to get its weapon off.
It's pushing it up the wall.
Very
It's
good
a
control from PogChamp.
Interesting tactic there. Gonna run Dainsleif back to the grinder again, but Dainsleif holds it off for now.
Another big hit.
Look at the damage on the front of PogChamp so far. Although one of the spikes has come off of both of these robots right now.
Ooh,
and now
but
all of
Dainsleif lost all of
Dainsleif's
it.
weapons, it's been run into the grinder,
Control
and
board
PogChamp
hits.
is just going to demolish it now.
He's gonna go in for the kill. Another hit.
One wheel left, one control board hit left for Dainsleif. PogChamp was just biding its time until it could get those spikes off.
Waiting to get the spikes off to go in for the kill.
Take a big charge here. It's pushing
Shoving it around for sure.
Dainsleif more than attacking it. Dainsleif is barely able to move. I wonder if it could even break a TKO count.
Might not be able to.
PogChamp's going to
Pops
wait
off.
and see. It did break the
did.
count. Okay. It's interesting. PogChamp lines up for a charge, and then it looks like it missteers, and it kind of backs off
Yeah.
the last second. 1 minute remaining for PogChamp to get more than 1 point here.
Oh, another TKO count.
Dainsleif is trying to get moving, not able to move.
And that is a TKO.
That looked to be a TKO. Or was Dainsleif up against PogChamp?
It might have been, but also when it was there, it did not try to move back at all. It's like, I'm not entirely sure of that being a pin.
I feel like it's probably not a pin because Dainsleif didn't reverse away.
Yeah. Like, it had the space to get around there, and it just
didn't move.
It didn't have the power either because of how much damage it took.
So we're going to call that an official TKO.
Okay. 131 seconds on it, by the way.
It's a good fight.
That was very competitive for a lightweight fight, even if it's relatively underpowered for weaponry.
So the Penguins take a 2-point lead.
The Penguins have points.
Yeah, most of the chat is agreeing that that was not a pin. So we move to the middleweights.
That one was also another one that's kind of hard to call.
Yes.
Had some of those last week, too.
Well, there's no harm in asking chat what they think about it. I want to ask chat what they think about this matchup. We have Trishula for the Resurrectionists. It is a four-wheel drive piston poker with 2 spikes pointing up, 2 spikes pointing down on a piston. It's fighting Stanley, a vertical spinner with big disc wheels. It reminds us a lot of Huge, only in the middleweights.
Yes.
So chat, Trishula versus Stanley. What is the prediction here?
Trishula is an interesting robot because it's been able to use that four-wheel drive to just shove robots into the grinder and kill them quickly. And Stanley can be moved around pretty easily.
Stanley does lack a lot of traction, but Stanley's got that spinner going.
It does have it, and it's right at the connector point for the piston as well.
Mm-hmm.
That could be vital.
Piston pokers have that vulnerability that if they have a connector to have multiple weapons on it, those connectors are easily sniped off.
Yes.
The chat is leaning towards Trishula in this one. We will see how it goes. If the Resurrectionists can get some points back here, they're trailing by 2. Trishula goes right in and hits right on the chassis.
The top spikes are high enough to hit Stanley.
Yes. And Stanley looks quite sad about this. It's been pushed into the grinder. It's losing its rear stabilizers. And
that's a KO.
A 15-second KO from Trishula.
Wow, so that is Trishula's second KO in 3 fights. And one is in 15 seconds, the other is in 16. It is a KO machine when it gets stuff going.
Yes. Trishula's a lot stronger than it appears on the surface.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it could do a lot, but it can really pour on the damage when it needs to.
It's a sleeper robot.
It is very much.
You look at it and you're like, and then it kills you.
And then it kills you in 15 seconds. You're like, what happened?
So that takes the lead for the Resurrectionists 3-2.
It does indeed.
And we go to the heavyweights. So chat. We have Phalanx for the Resurrectionists, a rear-hinged flipper with 2 sets of spiked flipping arms and kind of a U-shaped chassis. Kind of a really unique shape for a flipper here. Real long flipping arms, gets a real deep flip. It's facing Angry Penguin Robotics with E-Girl Power, also a rear-hinged flipper with the wedgelet ends. It's not really damaging flippers, but it has spikes to stop robots from going all the way over the robot. So, are we predicting Phalanx or E-Girl Power for this one?
A little bit of a mirror match here, too. Every DSL player's wet dream.
Every DSL player loves to watch a match where it's just flippers falling over repeatedly for 3 minutes and nobody gets an advantage.
It happens sometimes, you know?
Chat says E-Girl, Phalanx,
Kinda
E-Girl,
split.
Phalanx, E-Girl, Phalanx.
Pretty split.
Chat is kind of split. It's a toss-up.
As a flipper fight should be.
Let's see. E-Girl straight underneath Phalanx and totally flipped it over and is using those flipping arms to hold it down to keep it from self-righting. Phalanx can escape this if it's going to get a TKO count here. But E-Girl Power is holding it in place, so now Phalanx has righted itself and it is going to escape.
Get over just in time.
What a beautiful self-right from Phalanx. And E-Girl Power is going to come in and get underneath once again. Going to repeat the process. So
right back to the same spot and everything.
Oh, E-Girl has mounted Phalanx. This is for a streaming service that is not YouTube that we can't
plug.
Very
typical of an E-Girl, to be honest.
Although E-Girl has gotten... Oh, the flipping arms are all mistimed now, and Phalanx has been pushed back into the grinder.
Lost a wheel.
So, E-Girl Power using its control ability here very well, keeping Phalanx off of the floor and unable to respond.
And being underneath it that far meant the iron spikes on E-Girl were doing damage to the underside of Phalanx.
Yes, so a little bit of damage caused. Not a whole lot of it visual yet. but now E-Girl's flipping arms are mistimed, and Phalanx is underneath E-Girl.
And flipping it in kind.
And what a beautiful flip by Phalanx once again with that deep flip. And is going to put E-Girl up against the wall here.
Phalanx still with the maneuverability down
Oh,
the
a great shove by E-Girl to put Phalanx back into the grinder again and knock off the second rear wheel. So E-Girl taking damage from the flipping arms of Phalanx. You can see the chassis deforming. You can see smoke coming out. And now Phalanx pressing E-Girl power against the wall.
Here a count.
Count's happening.
E-Girl able to get free.
E-Girl's able to get free, but runs into the grinder in the process.
Yes, able to get free.
Underneath Phalanx once again. And mistiming the flipping arms. Off comes one of the spikes from Phalanx. And E-Girl's going to hold it to the wall. Phalanx does not have wheels on the floor in this position, so it cannot escape.
E-Girl backs up to break the pin. And Phalanx is able to break the count.
Slides right under Phalanx again. 35 seconds to go. Neither robot able to put the other one away, but a lot of damage caused. And now E-Girl's mistimed the flip and gone up Phalanx's weapon once again. It's going to wedge under the corner now and lift Phalanx off of the floor.
You're going to have to break that pin, partner. It does.
And E-Girl backs away. Can Phalanx break the TKO count? It does.
It does.
E-Girl puts it against the wall. It broke its flipping arm
On
getting
the
free
wall.
from the wall. And that is going to be a judge's decision.
Wow.
That was a fantastic back and forth fight between those two.
That was really good. Even for being slightly underpowered for both robots, that was a very good matchup.
A great example of the Grinder's damage not showing up in the totals here is
Yes.
E-Girl Power has fewer damage points caused by its own weapons, but Phalanx took more damage, losing part of its flipping arms and its two rear wheels. That was a great fight. Helen calls for a fight of the week candidate.
That is on the list for sure. That was very nice, actually. Enjoyed that.
Blackbird RSR71 is in the chat finally. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Blackbird? How you doing?
You are just in time to catch the last two fights of the first half of the stream.
Yes.
Nightmare says that fight has no right to be as good as it was. And that's why we say you cannot predict RRL.
That is the beauty of the RRL, is like, the weirder and more plain the robots are, the better it is somehow. Like, very interesting indeed.
Who won Stanley versus Trishula? The audience did.
Yes. Audience always wins, except for the microwaves when they don't win.
So now, we don't know if the match is tied or not.
No, we do not.
Because that's a judge's decision. It's either 4-2 or it's 3-3 going into the super heavyweights. I hope it's 3-3 because I get a bingo square if a super heavyweight fight decides the match.
Oh, nice.
So, in the super heavyweights, the Resurrectionists bring Excalibur, double vertical spinner with blades on the sides. Very tall, very reminiscent of Heavy Metal Noise from classic BattleBots. Angry Penguin Robotics brings Pingu's Death Machine. It is a horizontal spinner, low slung on the front, and two great battle axes that come over the top. Pretty unique weapon combination from the Pingu here. What do we predict for this one? Tall robot versus tall robot.
This could be very close, actually. Because while the undercutter on Pingu might not be able to do much, the axes should be able to hit Excalibur's chassis pretty easily. But Excalibur could equally hit Pingu's chassis pretty easily.
Yeah, and there's a good shot that Excalibur can knock that spinner off the front.
I did see someone popping glitches incoming. Yeah, that's possible, but we haven't had very many so far.
Chat's pretty split on which robot they think is going to win here. Let's see what happens. We could be deciding the winner of this match here, depending on the judge's decision.
Ooh.
Big attack from both robots. The axes not quite making it all the way to Excalibur, but they are hitting the weapon blades, which are now
big
digging
chassis
into the horizontal spinner. I think the horizontal spinner is knocking off the support spikes underneath
It is.
of Excalibur. But now the whole
Thing has come off.
undercutter is off, and Pingu is just the axes, and the axes are coming off now too.
Both of them are off.
Excalibur took a lot of chassis damage, and then it took
physics.
a Havoc explosion to the face.
That is a restart.
Whoever predicted glitches was correct. So here we go. Pingu's Death Machine and Excalibur meeting in the middle, and Pingu swinging those battle axes away, pushing Excalibur back to the wall. Excalibur kind of digging that left side. Oh, okay.
Ooh. Now
Pingu's getting
gotten to
around the side of it now.
And now the axes are lined up for the center of Excalibur's chassis.
Look at the damage that the axes are doing to the front of Excalibur.
Ooh, another big hit.
The spinner has come off of Pingu and one of the axes. Both of the axes, and the left side disc is
Spinner.
off of Excalibur.
Oh, hello.
Okay, so both robots crippling each other's weapons here, but Excalibur still has the spinner.
But because of the stability spikes, it's not quite able to get into Pingu's chassis as easily.
No, it's kind of doing more grinding damage than it is impact damage here.
Ooh, there's a
TKO
pin.
count, and PDM's wheels are off of the floor at the moment.
Because of debris.
It's able to get
Was able
free,
to get
though.
free, yes.
And Excalibur is going to go right back to pushing it against the wall. Kind of just a little bit of grinding damage. Not really any major hits being landed here.
I'm not sure Excalibur's going to be able to land control board hits like this, but it's possible.
I think Excalibur probably needs to go around the side if it wants to land control board hits, but it is racking up the grinding damage on the front end of Pingu's Death Machine. Kind of turned that wedge into a 90-degree angle at the moment.
Yeah. We are halfway through the match now. This could potentially be another decision depending on how much damage Pingu has taken.
If Pingu can push a judge's decision. Oh, Excalibur
Ooh, they
tripped
got
over
him
some
now.
debris, and now Pingu's flipped Excalibur over. And it's pushing Excalibur back into the grinder now.
And on top of the grinder, control board hits.
Control
on
board
Excalibur.
hits on Excalibur as it flips around.
Hello.
This is fantastic from these two. Both robots crippled and both robots giving it their all still. Excalibur spins away and is able to get free and goes right after Pingu's Death Machine again. Trying to push it back into the grinder zone and just not having the traction to do so. 30 seconds remain.
TKO count, but they break it.
Grinding damage still happening to PDM. The whole front of the robot has changed shape.
90-degree corner at this point. Looks
But-
a lot like Black Ice from Netherlands.
It is... They're both stalling for time for a judge's decision here. So, we are going to have a second judge's decision.
In this match.
And what a decision it's going to be. That was a very interesting fight. Pingu with a higher damage total.
Very fascinating that two of the slightly more beginner level teams we have in the league just had, honestly, one of the best matches of the season. That
Yeah.
was very competitive.
Two competitive fights between robots that we expected to be in the bottom half of the table. Very, very evenly matched up these last two fights were. And we don't know the winner of that match.
No, we don't.
Because those decisions could honestly go either way.
Yeah. Those are both very close decisions. Wow.
Okay. Why does Excalibur remind me of farm machinery? Because farm machinery is dangerous. Gotta be a fight of the week contender. There's a lot of fight of the week contenders so far. That control board hit made it very close. It made it a lot closer than it probably looked on paper.
Definitely.
So, we have reached the halfway point of our stream. We've gotten through 8 of our 16 matches, so we are going to take a 10-minute break, rest our voices, use the bathroom, all that kind of stuff, refresh ourselves, and we will be back shortly. Once again, thank you to our stream sponsors for keeping the Robot Rampage League going. So, we're going to take our break right now, and we will see you in about 10 minutes.
We back. We have returned. I'm back, baby.
Welcome to the second half of the Robot Rampage League this week.
Indeed.
We've had a good first half of the stream with our first 8 matches. Lots of fun fights, a lot of fast KOs, some really wild new stuff. We had robots getting stuck on top of the walls and everything. We've been chugging through these matches and it's been fun. Just got off of a fantastic match between the Resurrectionists and Angry Penguin Robotics. So if you've just tuned in, go back about 15 minutes or 20 minutes and watch that match. It was fantastic. Really good. So, it is time for another shout out to our Patreon stream sponsors. Thank you so much. $10 a month. You can sponsor the Robot Rampage League and make it possible for us to keep making this. Or for $15 a month, you can contribute to me building robots. Let's get Robot Arena 2 fired up and get the second half of our matches going. Up next is the Moscow Mantines.
Mantines of Moscow.
Facing
Sinister.
Sinister Creations.
Season 1 rematch.
Season 1 rematch between two teams that are doing very well this season.
Yes.
So, hello, Vimming Ain't Easy. Welcome. Thank you for joining as a Patreon stream sponsor. It's very good to see you in our chat and watching once again. So, the Moscow Mantines bring to this match a lightweight rammer called Metallica. It has a very fast, aggressive driving style. It has kind of a W shape of spikes on the front for weapons, and it's basically what we call speed metal.
It's speed metal.
It's very fast and aggressive rammer. They're facing Cavity Search for Sinister Creations, which is a vertical spinner drill mounted way up on top of the robot.
Yes.
Cavity Search kind of has this thing where it face plants down the drill down into the opponent, so maybe Metallica running into it real fast could be its undoing.
Could be. Or that could let Cavity Search just hit the top of Metallica. Who knows?
Yeah, we don't know how this one's going to turn out, which is why we run these fights. Nitro says, if Metallica loses, would it be sad but true?
No, that would be copyright.
Metallica loses, then Captain Mantine of the Moscow Mantines is going to meet Saint Anger.
Yes.
Chat is a little bit split, leaning slightly towards Metallica for this one. So let's get this 9th match in the first half of our, or the second half of our stream underway. Metallica comes rushing out quickly and makes contact with Cavity Search. Does a little spin. It has tipped Cavity Search onto itself and then over the other direction. So now Cavity Search upside down, trying to maneuver at all.
Ooh, a huge hit to the motor.
Metallica's coming in, and it's knocked a wheel off of Cavity Search with the grinder, but Metallica's taking shots from the grinder. It needs to back out of there quickly. Look at the damage the grinder has racked up on Metallica. Cavity Search needs to break the count, and it is probably going to do so. Yes, it has. Metallica's going to push it back into the wall. Cavity Search not able to respond here. Just kind of point at Metallica and hope. They're both kind of trying to fake each other out here. Actually, I'm not sure what the hell Metallica was trying to do. It's gone back to doing it. I think it's the AI is just unable to point it towards Cavity Search accurately. It has to break another TKO count.
Just pivoting back and forth. Great whipper strategy, not a great rammer strategy.
Yeah, this is, I think Metallica's...
Ooh,
oh, it's going to run. What a ram that was. Getting control board hits on Cavity Search. Taking the other wheel off.
He's going to go for the kill.
And get the knockout.
138. 82. No. Yeah, 82 seconds.
82 seconds. Metallica headbanging, yes. That was quite the KO for Metallica. Pretty brutal ram into the grinder there. Metallica was definitely some kind of monster in this one.
Yes.
So, the Mantines find themselves 3 points up on Sinister Creations. This sounds familiar.
Very bizarre indeed. I wonder when this has happened before.
Yes, last season, Sinister fell to the Mantines and dropped 5 places in the standings when they did.
They went from the lead of the division to 5th, so could it happen again? We don't know.
Well, they have an interesting matchup here in the middleweights. Because the Mantines come in with Falcon Punch. It is a sit-and spinner with a ring of Iron Fist weapons around the outside, and Sinister brings Cycloid, which is 2 Warpick side axes. Cycloid was one of the most destructive middleweights last season. Very powerful, but Falcon Punch has a lot of weaponry to get through. So what does chat expect to be the results of this fight? Welcome to the stream, Robert Bull. First time you managed to catch a stream. Welcome. Enjoy the robot fighting nonsense that is about to befall you.
Yes, it is very good.
Chat is actually pretty split between Cycloid and Falcon Punch here.
So depend on if Falcon Punch can de-weapon Cycloid. Otherwise, this is a very even matchup.
Yes. Cycloid's going to have trouble getting through those Iron Fists. So here we go. Cycloid going to come out swinging, losing parts off of that right side weapon already. Falcon Punch just spinning away.
Definitely taking off Cycloid's front spikes.
Knocking Cycloid away. Cycloid's trying to use that left axe to maybe get through and get the wheels, but it is not working out for it. Loads of smoke out of
Pouring out
Cycloid, and it's knocked out.
28 seconds, wow.
Very fast win for Falcon Punch over a very destructive robot. That's a lot of damage points in a very short amount of time.
Especially for middleweights, yeah.
The middleweights have been very destructive this season. So that is Moscow with a 6-0 lead. Over Sinister Creations. 6-0 over your team.
Yeah, that's why I'm not watching. In Season 1, Moscow won 5-2 over them. I believe there was a decision somewhere in there. But, yeah, Sinister's not having a great time. They were leading their division. Now, I don't think they will be.
I don't think they're going to be leaving their division after this. They
will
can
be.
claw some points back here, though. See if they can tie this up with 2 KOs. So, the Moscow Mantines have a race car in the heavyweights. It is 917. It is a rear-hinged flipper. Fast, aggressive, powerful flipper.
Yes.
Very similar to 787B from the Pulsars, only a lower weight class.
Yes.
Sinister Creations has Omnipresence. It is a big, wide, sit-and-spin flail bot. It's got that weapon reach that Death Penalty from a few matches ago has, where it can hit from the side. And it's powerful if it gets spinning, but if a robot gets under it and can stop it.
Yeah, and 917's got the power and the wedge to get under it and throw it around.
So we're looking at probably a pretty even type matchup here. Nitro wants your one-man army robot to fight the top 2 middleweights.
Maybe if I ever bother AIing it, yeah.
It's not AI'd in the game, so we can't run
I
it.
literally made it like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Robert predicts Havoc problems.
Yeah.
Always a possibility.
Omnipresence has the issue with the Axelix things, yeah.
Looks like most of the chat is leaning towards omnipresence. So
We shall see.
let's see if the weapon power beats the drive power. So
Ooh, it doesn't.
big toss by 917 to get omnipresence up and over by the wall. It's tossed it over it though. One of the flails is off, and omnipresence is trying to get spinning, but it's being tossed through the air, so it can't really get traction.
Taking a lot of damage to the bottom of the chassis for sure.
Yes, one whole arm has come off of omnipresence, but now it's trying to get up to speed again, and it's caving in that right front of 917. 917 not able to get a flip on it while it's upside down like this, and that is being used to omnipresence's advantage here.
There it goes now.
There's a toss. It's taken another flail off, but look at the damage that's piling up on 917 on that right front corner.
Omnipresence stopped briefly.
Oh no, 917's gone over the top of omnipresence. It's got the last of the flails off. It's taken a control board hit.
I got all the
and
flails.
all the flails are off.
Both on control board
They're
hits.
both
now.
on control boards, and that's the
917 does
KO.
it.
61 seconds.
Ooh, that was very, very close.
They were both down to control board hits, but the flipper managed to pull off the win. So, the Mantines have won the match. They are leading 9-0. There's only 3 points left, and if they get a knockout, that's a perfect
That
shutout.
would be a perfect shutout. Over the top team in Division 3 right now.
Mm-hmm. Sinister is going to be 5th next week.
You hate to see it.
Maybe they can claw some points back here against the Mantines and avoid a total shutout. Captain Mantine of the Mantine says, "This is good."
Quiet, you.
The Mantines have a super heavyweight called the Bolshevik Barracuda. It is a big, kind of angled, multi-spike axe on a wedge. It's got some protection to the side. It's got some protection for the wheels. It's got a burst wedge on the front. It can deliver a lot of power from above very quickly. Sinister Creations has the Eldritch Horror, which is a rear hinge flipper, a side hinge flipper, and a front hinge flipper.
Yes.
It's like a bear trap coming up from
Yes.
underneath. Very destructive, can absolutely dish out a lot of punishment all at once. Vulnerable from above.
It's vulnerable from above for sure.
Chat, what do we expect between a Bolshevik Barracuda and an Eldritch Horror? Honestly, this sounds like a D&D boss battle.
It does. They both have very similar chassis and wedge shapes, so the ground game is going to be very interesting here.
Yes.
The only thing is, Bolshevik absolutely has to get under Eldritch to hit its chassis, whereas Eldritch can kind of get away with it a little bit different.
Yeah, and it's got those spike strips sticking out the front that it could use. It doesn't have to get as deep under. Is it safe to say that Eldritch Horror is made of weapons?
I see a lot of chassis, though.
It has an awful lot of chassis that's vulnerable from above, that's for sure.
It does have lots of weapons, but also lots of things to hit.
Chat seems to be leaning towards Eldritch. We will see if Sinister can get some points back here, or if they'll be shut out. Ooh, Eldritch Horror gets
right
the
under
first flip with the rear hinge flipper. Not really doing a whole lot with the rest of the flipping arms, as Bolshevik Barracuda manages to get back upright. Being pressed into the wall.
Lost a wheel in the center now.
Lost some of its center wheels, and now Eldritch Horror is using those weapons on the underside of the Bolshevik Barracuda.
Fortunately, there is a pin going on right now.
Yes, this is going to be a pin, I believe, if they can't get free.
And they did not.
So that is a restart. And take two, here we go. Wow.
Interesting.
Bolshevik Barracudas can fly over the top of Eldritch Horror.
Oh, but now it got
And now The Barracuda is under Eldritch Horror, and look
And it's
at the damage that it can dish out
destroyed.
immediately.
12 seconds. Goodbye.
Well, we remember Aberrant from last season could dish out a ton of damage very quickly.
Bolshevik can do the same if it can get under stuff.
That is another 3 points for the Moscow Mantines.
And that is a perfect week.
That is a perfect 4 KO, 12 points for the Moscow Mantines over number 1 in Division 3?
Yep.
Sinister is not having a good time.
Interesting. We have now had a perfect week, 3 consecutive weeks.
Yes.
I feel like that's going to be probably the standard, honestly, depending on what matchups we get.
Blackbird says Barracuda is a shark. Hey, Barracudas are dangerous fish, man. You seen the teeth those things have? Sinister's kryptonite is the Moscow Mantines.
It's what it seems to be, yeah. Like,
You know, sometimes you get a favorable matchup and sometimes you don't.
yep.
So, second matchup of this half of the stream.
The chemists.
Yes, the chemists of Team Permanganate are taking on the lads.
The lads.
Lads come from the Czech Republic, from a place that I can't pronounce.
Rozmital Potrebsinem. I looked it up.
You've been practicing that.
I've definitely not been practicing. Very specific town.
Where's Permanganate coming from again? Are they Cleveland?
Are they San Antonio? I think they might be San Antonio. Let me look.
No, Sanctuary San Antonio.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll figure it out.
It's going to be on the format page.
Oh, I'm paying attention. Permanganate is out of the Isle of Wight.
Ooh, the Isle of Wight against the Czech Republic. And whatever that thing he said. So, Team Permanganate brings Chloe the... I know words.
You want to try that again?
Chloe the Crustacean. A cute little side axe robot with Warpick style axes. Chloe can dish out some damage. The lads bring 1 o'clock. It is a big, slow-slung horizontal spinner on the front end. It is about as efficient as you can get for a big spinner in the lightweights. What do we predict from this fight, chat? Zester says, if you've got time to gab, you've got time for crab.
Yep. The crabs are coming out. Chloe's been vicious this season.
Yes, and most of the chat seems to be on Chloe's side.
1 o'clock's been really down bad. Very unfortunate loss to Excavator, which was a fight of the week, and then a ring out by the hand of non-binary star.
Yeah, sometimes it's just bad luck. Good robots and bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
Blackbird says he has a friend who works at the aquarium in Baltimore, and they do have barracudas, and yes, he has seen them. They're dangerous fish.
I hope they don't have any. I hope they don't have any Bolshevik ones. That'd be a little awkward.
It would be pretty awkward. Okay, so chat seems to be on the crab side. Let's see if physics is as well. 1 o'clock gonna come in and land some hits to the backside of Chloe.
Ooh, they're getting to the wheel.
Taking the wheel right off of Chloe, who's not able to get turned and face 1 o'clock. Doesn't have the reach to get into that weapon motor, and it's just taking a huge amount of damage to the front end.
They're getting wedged on top of the spinner. Interesting.
Yes. One of the spikes broken off, but it doesn't matter. That's a knockout in 25 seconds. So 1 o'clock finally gets that knockout that it's been looking for with that weapon. And gives the lads an early 3-0 lead. Crab is served. Indeed it is.
Mm,
Crab is humble. Crab let them win.
Crab let them.
Crab, Chloe felt bad for them. So, middleweight time. Team Permanganate brings in Quasar. It is a vertical drum spinner on the front made out of the sword component. It's a kind of a wide tapering drum shape on the front end of Quasar. Very cool. The lads have shock therapy, which is a piston poker with a rack of spikes on the front and the swords going to the side to stop opponents going around the side of it. Both could deal a lot of damage.
Definitely.
Quasar has the ability to use its weapon as a rotary lifting device and get under shock therapy. What does chat think is going to happen here?
Shock therapy can do a lot of damage if it catches open chassis. But there's not a whole lot of that on Quasar unless it gets to the back.
Yeah, the thing that shock therapy has is reach.
Yes.
So even though Quasar can get under and lift, shock therapy can reach out and hit it and then pull the
and
spikes
especially
back.
When the pistons retract, it's going to pull shock therapy back too.
Yeah.
So that could give it a little bit of a hand.
Chat is mostly leaning towards shock therapy here. Let's find out what the lads and the chemists have in the middleweights here. Big hit,
gets
and
right under
Quasar
it.
straight underneath shock therapy, whose pistons kind of threw it over the top of Quasar. Kind of stuck on each other for a minute, but Quasar is going to get around to the side of shock therapy. Those swords actually preventing shock therapy from turning around and facing Quasar here.
Bit of a high-speed microwave going on here.
Yeah, Quasar's threatening that wheel verbally, not really physically yet. Looks like it's got its left stabilizer caught between the chassis and the sword on shock therapy there.
Even then, like, shock therapy has the perfect chassis length to fit in there.
Yes, it fits between those stabilizers perfectly, but Quasar just not able to drive in and get the wheel yet. Steve-O calls it hat therapy.
Oh, that's nice.
Fat Timbo 5 predicted a microwave and got it.
Yeah. You should get a lottery ticket, my friend.
We might be here for a while, says Leafeon. You're correct. We have been here for a while, and we still have another minute 40 to go.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna pose a question to chat. What is everybody's favorite IRL robot combat fight? Whether it's BattleBots, Robot Wars, any series, truthfully.
You know, it's hard for me to pin down an exact fight that's my favorite, but I think I've decided recently.
Yeah?
I think my favorite real-life robot combat fight was Hit and Run versus Kickback.
Yes, that was really cool.
Watching Hit and Run on one-wheel drive going after Kickback was so much fun.
Ooh, Quasar broke the sword off of shock therapy, so we're actually getting movement
Okay,
now.
so now Quasar are able to use that rotary lifting device drum and attack the underside of shock therapy and get it over near the grinder.
It's gotten a wheel now.
The wheel has come off. The whole left side of shock therapy is coming apart.
Now the other sword has come off.
Yeah, so Quasar taking full control here of shock therapy. And shock therapy is just not able to use those pistons effectively as it's bounced around and over the top of Quasar some more.
Those appear to be a little stuck. Oh, there we go. Ooh, control board hits
Control
now on
board
shock
hits
therapy.
here. It looks like Quasar is going to get a knockout here. With 15 seconds to go, it's going to be close. They need to hurry.
Not quite able to get into the chassis there.
I don't know if they're going to have the time to do it. Time is going to run out on Quasar here.
That's really
And
unfortunate.
that is not a KO. That is a judge's decision.
Unfortunate. What do we have? Chaos 2 versus Wild Thing is a favorite fight. Endgame versus Death Roll. Ooh, that was a good one. I think no, I wasn't there in person for that one. It was still really good. Apollo versus Carbide. Firestorm 4 versus Mr. Psycho. That's pretty good.
Shoosh. Shoosh.
Tombstone versus free shipping from last year. Oddly enough, my favorite fight was Yeti Fruit versus free shipping from 2019. That was a really good one.
Yeti's always a fun robot to watch.
And free shipping especially.
Like, that's when we're like, this looks really good on paper, and then it was.
Hypnodisc versus Stealth. That wasn't a fight. That was just a murder. Okay. So, the lads are leading.
Indeed.
They're either leading by 3, they're most likely leading by 2.
Mm-hmm.
And we move on to the heavyweights, where Team Permanganate has Roadman. It is a sauce spinner, 4 vertical sauce spinners on the front of Roadman. Bunch of defensive work on the front, wedge on the back. It's pretty similar to Roadblock from Robot Wars, only evolved. The lads bring Tuka Chad. This is a rear hinged flipper. It's got some spikes on the top of it to help itself right and whatnot, do a little bit of damage. Had a very interesting judge's decision last week.
Against the multibots, yeah.
Against the multibot, absolutely dominated. What do we predict between Tuka Chad and Roadman the Sauce Spinner?
Tuka Chad is very similar to E-Girl from earlier. So, like, although it has a lot more damaging components, like, on the wedge itself.
Yes.
So that could withstand Roadman's saws a little more, but I don't know.
Eric Nelson liked Cobalt versus Ghost Raptor. Watching a robot get split into like fifths in one hit.
It was pretty good.
Chat is split here. A few going for Roadman and a few going for Tuka Chad. It could go either way. Let's see what happens. Tuka Chad.
Roadman got under Tuka Chad.
Yeah, not getting under Roadman's stabilizing spikes, and now Roadman is cutting up one of the flipping arms, trying to get those saws into play on the rest of the chassis. There's a lot of sparks being thrown. I'm not sure off of what. One of the flipping arms has come off. One of the flipping panels has come off. So Roadman has cut up one of those flipping arms now.
Oh my god!
And it's on chassis hits.
Wow, it's absolutely
Front
carving in the
control board hits from the sauce spinner. Absolutely cutting up Tuka Chad's front end here. That was what all the sparks being thrown were from. It was from the chassis, and now Tuka Chad's going to come in for a ram.
And get KO'd.
And get KO'd by the sauce spinner.
43 seconds. Sauce Spinner's running wild?
This is the week of the sauce spinners, man. I'm telling you. Only 71 damage points caused by Tuka Chad. How many seconds?
43.
And Permanganate probably has the lead here by a point. Wasn't expecting a Roadman KO. I'm not sure many people were... oh, Liam saying who saw that coming.
Thank you for the dad joke.
Well dadded, well joked.
I like what Ghost says. They saw the golden saw and knew it was their week.
That's gotta be what it is. Inspiration for the sauce spinners.
Love it.
So does that mean if we want to give inspiration to a weapon type, we just bring that weapon type to show off?
Yeah. We can just grab Soupy's bar later. That's going to inspire all the horizontals.
Yeah, there you go. All right, the final fight in this match, which is going to decide the match.
Yes, it will.
Because I think Permanganate's leading by 1. So Team Permanganate brings Permanganate. It is a corrosive substance involving manganese and peroxide, I think.
Yes.
The robot, however, is a big vertical axe with a ton of frontal armor and some side armor and armor everywhere. It is a very well defended robot. It is fighting Rhino from the lads. It is a very classic style of build from the old days of Robot Arena 2. It's got very long wedges out the front. It's got snowplows for protection and very long axes over the top that it reaches out and kills things from above. Can it get through the defenses of Permanganate?
I don't think the defense on Permanganate is far enough back to withstand Rhino's axes. But that's also if Rhino can get under Permanganate and like actually hit it optimally.
And then can Permanganate get its weapons into play?
Yes. Although Rhino Very menacing robot. 2 KOs and it's only been in the arena for 19 seconds.
Yes.
It KOs things very quickly when it hits them.
Dolphin Treasure in the chat is predicting Permanganate. Between Permanganate and Prefnarf. Who do you
I don't know
think's
which
gonna-
one's worse or better.
Most of chat is going with Rhino on this one.
Rhino with
So
the gore.
let's see if which robot wins this for their team. This is the deciding fight. Ooh, so Permanganate loses the weapon right away. It's taking shots directly from Rhino to the chassis, and it is just coming apart here for
And it's dead.
Permanganate. 12 seconds.
12 seconds. That's what I was talking about. If Rhino can get the distance and take stuff off, it just kills stuff immediately.
It's had very favorable matchups to do that with exposed chassis.
Definitely so far. And Permanganate's mostly armored in like the front and everything too, so
So that wins the match for the lads.
it does indeed.
6 points for the lads, and a maximum of 4 possible for Permanganate. Nitro says that's your #1 super heavyweight.
By a mile, like by DPS, like
It's hard to argue against that.
it's put up almost 12,000 damage points in what is that? 31 seconds? Yeah, Rhino, yikes. Really taken after the wrestler.
So our next match is the New York City Pride against Powerhouse Robotics. Rhino does not care about your damage points, he just wants to win.
Pretty much.
That is basically the entire philosophy of competitive Robot Arena 2 tournaments. Is I don't care about looks or damage points or control and style and aggression, I only care about win.
Yeah.
We care about some other things here at Robot Rampage League. Like this next match between the Pride and Powerhouse. So, New York City Pride bring in by Cerebot. It is a rear hinged flipper. It has kind of 2 razor strip, spike strip arms on its flipping arm, sporting the by Pride colors.
Indeed.
Powerhouse Robotics has Impact. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer, but it is invertible.
It is.
So that's going to kind of negate the flipping power of Bicerabot a little bit. Chat, what do we think is going to happen here between Impact and Bicerabot?
This could be interesting because Bicerabot has the spike strip flipper, and Impact does not have very good armor.
This is true.
So Bicerabot could probably pretty easily damage Impact quite a bit, but it's also not great at timing its flips.
Yes, Liam, the owner of Powerhouse Robotics, says it's time to lose another judge's decision with style.
We'll see if that happens.
We'll see if that happens. The chat is mainly leaning towards Bicerabot, but there's quite a few predicting Impact as well. So let's get this next match underway. Impact much bigger than Bicerabot. A big flip from Bicerabot got Impact up onto the wall, but it came back down nicely, and
Ooh, big hit to Bicerabot.
Bicerabot misfiring and taking a big shot to the chassis. Impact definitely has the drive power advantage here, but Bicerabot has the wedging advantage. Unless it ends up on top of Impact's wedge. Good lift and kind of parked Impact on its rear end. Impact once again coming down from those lifts and getting underneath Bicerabot for a great shove into the wall. Going after the left wheel. Kind of interesting to note that slant on the rear side of Impact allows its wheels to touch the floor even when it's facing up in the air, so it's able to back down from those lifts. Bicerabot taking damage from these spikes, from all these shoves by Impact. It's interesting because Impact doesn't get far enough up the arms for Bicerabot to get a good lift, and the arms end up in front of Impact again.
Part of what makes
Because Impact's so large, it just can't get all the way up.
Impact is definitely using that that size to its advantage here. It's just holding by Cerebot on the spikes on purpose to rack up damage points from below. Cerebot's going to back away because of a TKO count. There I come together again. Cerebot going to get another lift. Some of the damage starting to show on Impact with its chassis getting bowed. Not really much either can do here. Cerebot trying to get free from the front end of Impact here. Impact just holding it. Exercising control, neutralizing Cerebot's aggression. Hmm. 38 seconds to go. Impact is kind of backed into one of the, or near one of the grinder zones. Just holding Cerebot at a distance.
Break a count.
Gonna break a count. They're both running out of battery power. They're both very slow now.
Definitely. Impact has not that much battery power to run for 4 motors.
No, it doesn't. Cerebot's going to kind of get underneath.
It cannot lift it at all.
Just doesn't have the strength. We're going to run out of time, and this one is going to go to a judge's decision. That will be a pretty close decision to make between control and aggression and spectacle.
Yes.
So the Robot Rampage League uses a 5-category judging system. Damage, control, strategy, and aggression are all 6 points. 6 points each. And then there's a 5th category that's a single point for only one robot called Spectacle. And that's defined as the robot that the judge felt personally put on the best show for whatever reason they decide.
Yes.
That could be critical in this.
Especially, yes.
We've seen flippers get those spectacle points quite often. So we move on to the middleweights. Impact did moonwalk a few times. That's pretty spectacular.
That could be actually, yeah.
So, the middleweights. The New York City Pride have Panther, 4-wheel drive, aggressive, fast rammer. Lost some weight from last season.
Yes.
Moved down a weight class. It is facing Side Strike with the 2 side axes with the picks on the end of them. Side Strike's got some very fast KOs so far this
Yeah,
season.
it's been very effective.
Using that snowplow to hold the opponent at bay and then just sniping him from the side and getting the chassis. What do we expect between Panther and Side Strike? Levantine says Panther probably has the Pan plan. Yes, Panther sporting the Pan Pride colors. Although Blackbird used the wrong Pride flag. Used the Trans Pride flag. That's next match is the Trans Pride match. Most of chat predicting Side Strike for this one.
I don't know. Because given Panther's speed, I think it has the edge to knock the snowplow off of Side Strike, but it obviously has very exposed sides.
Yeah, Panther's not known for putting matches away, or putting fights away, so we'll see how that goes with this fight with Side Strike. Martin asks, did I miss the lads fight? Yes, you missed the lads fight. It was the last match.
It was the previous match.
It was a good match. You're going to want to go back and watch it. So here we go. Panther versus Side Strike for the middleweight points. Panther with a massive charge.
Ram.
Backing away. I don't think Side Strike's quite got the
It
reach.
immediately took out Snowplow on Side Strike.
Although Panther has retreated and allowed Side Strike to get some blows in. Side Strike kind of does have the reach now to get to the chassis, but it's taken massive hits to the front end. Look at the damage to the front. Side strike.
Ooh, what a huge KO
That's a
shot.
25-second KO for Panther. Panther not playing around with that drive power, just went straight through the front end of Side Strike. Sometimes armor works and sometimes it doesn't. So now, Blackbird, you can use the trans pride flag in your message. Because in the heavyweights, NYC Pride have transfusion. It has 3 front hinge flipping arms that come out of the robot. It's got a lot of drive power. Pretty good wedge. So far, the big point scorer on the Pride team.
Definitely.
Powerhouse Robotics has Death Grip. It has 2 spiked axes that come down. It's similar to Powerhouse's real-life robot Death Grip, which is more of a grabber than an axe. But Death Grip puts out quite a bit of damage on these hits.
Definitely.
Can self-right from almost any position.
Yep.
What do we expect between Transfusion and Death Grip, chat?
This will be interesting. I think Transfusion has the ground game advantage, but if Death Grip gets under it at all, it's just going to wail on it until it dies.
Yeah, there's a good possibility this could be similar to Bolshevik Barracuda's match.
Yeah, I think so.
Where if the flipper gets under, it might be able to, but if the axe gets under, it's done.
Yeah.
Most of chat is predicting Transfusion for this one. Robotic Apple says Mrs. Psycho is getting better, but it doesn't sound like it. Told you, she's still sick. She's better, but she's still sick.
Definitely getting better, though.
Mr. Circuit can't decide which one he wants to win more. That is a good sign to start the fight and see what happens. Transfusion charges in. It
Gets
manages
right
to get
under
under Death Grip and flips it up against the wall. Death Grip can get down, but Transfusion's not going to give it time to. Knocked off one of the wheel guards already. Lots of damage to Death Grip already, and it's
And
dead.
it's KO'd.
That was 17 seconds.
Yep. So unlike last week where Transfusion really had to work for that KO, just takes it in 17 seconds this time.
Yep.
Not
Did
leaving
not
anything-
give Death Grip a chance to recover at all.
Not leaving anything to the imagination there.
And so that is 6 points now that... I think that wins the match for Pride.
It does indeed. That is...
Because they have
Because
6
of the
points,
decision.
and there's a judge's decision, which means there's not 6 points left. So... the NYC Pride win the match with that KO. What match number is this? This is match number 10? I think this is match number 10.
Match 11.
Match 11. This is the third match of our second half here. Another absolute murder. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Man, Transfusion has had a lot of short fights.
It has.
It does not hesitate. So, final match of the, or final fight of the match. We have the NYC Pride's Friendly Fire, double vertical spinner, 4-wheel drive, armor, wedgelets, pretty aggressive, fast vertical spinner,
Yep.
representing the non-binary colors for Pride. Powerhouse Robotics has Caraboss. It is a big, tall, rear-hinged flipper with these really long flipping arms. Kind of uses its size to its advantage more than its power.
Definitely.
What do we predict is going to happen here, chat?
Should also note, last week's fight Caraboss had against Anubis was the fight of the week, as voted on by you guys, so
Yes.
you can definitely put on a show as well.
Most of chat going with the Friendly Envies. So here we go. Let's get this last fight of the match underway and see if Powerhouse can get some more points back, or if Friendly Fire can take this one. Caraboss kind of got under Friendly Fire, but it's lost one of its flipping arms already. Both of the flipping arms are off, so now Friendly Fire is just caving the front end of Caraboss in.
Straight to the chassis.
Caraboss not able to get under those little wedgelets on the front of Friendly Fire, and it's paying the price for it. Just absolutely being ground up by those vertical spinners. Friendly Fire is going to back away to break a count. Oh, it's backed over some debris, and that allowed Caraboss to get in a push. But Caraboss still not able to beat Friendly Fire's ground game.
Not much Caraboss can do without the flippers, especially. Just a push bot at this point.
And Friendly is just digging that front end up. How long can Caraboss last here? More pieces coming off. Friendly Fire just being extraordinarily aggressive here and just burying itself into the front end of Caraboss. There's a TKO count happening, and they're both going to back out of it.
Ooh, control board hits.
Control board hits. Friendly Fire goes for the side. I think it's going to get the last control board hit through the front end, though. There it is.
96 seconds.
96-second KO for the Friendly Fire robots. And that might be a shutout.
Might be.
It's going to depend on that lightweight judge's decision. Caraboss held in there, man. It was pretty durable.
96, right?
96. So that was a very convincing win for NYC Pride. Wolby says, how is Caraboss still alive? Yeah, I was wanting to know that too. One of the most durable looking robots we've seen just take an absolute battering. Great way for the Pride team to end Pride Month, yes. With a very convincing, possibly shutout win. So we move on to the next match, which is the Hellrazers from Perth, Australia, whose team owner is sleeping right now, against the Wiltshire Magnums from Wiltshire in the UK. Well. Speaking of vertical spinners, Perth comes in with Stone Imp in the lightweights. It is a big vertical spinner, similar to VSSV from earlier in the stream. Powerful, gets KOs. The Wiltshire Magnums bring Acidic Lemon, which is a front hinged flipper. Kind of plain vanilla looking, actually lemon flavored.
Yes.
What do we predict from the vertical spinner versus front hinge flipper fight, chat? Is Razor259 dreaming of a Hellrazers win?
I hope so.
Probably. Or more, he's having a nightmare of a loss.
Yeah.
Zester is eating melted ice cream in celebration of this match. The vast majority of chat is Stone Imp as their prediction. Let's get the fight started and see if chat is correct in that one. A big hit to the front end of Acidic Lemon, and they're going to kind of stalemate their wedges for a little bit here. Although Acidic Lemon's going to get the pushing advantage and take some more shots to the top of that wedge.
Sonim's another vert that's really good when it tips forward, doing damage to the chassis.
Yes, that high set spinner is working out well for a lot of verts so far this stream, at least. Lemon might have a sour win, Blackbird says. It's about to have a sour loss if this keeps up. There's a count, they break it, and they reset to Stone Imp landing, kind of face planting that vertical spinner down into the wedge of Acidic Lemon, who's just unable, completely unable to get under the bracket wedge of Stone Imp here. The rotating plate in this microwave is stuck. Yeah, that happens to microwaves sometimes.
Textbook wedge stalemate.
Textbook. Absolutely.
Break it again.
This
could
might repeat for a while.
This could actually be very beneficial for Acidic Lemon to push a decision here.
Yeah, if Acidic Lemon can push a decision in a fight that they are expecting to lose and just stop the Hellrazers from getting points, that could be really helpful. Because we've seen other matches where a team gets 6 points and they win because there's a decision elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So simply pushing this to a decision could be really helpful for the Magnums here.
Just about a minute left.
Well, I'm going to ask chat in this final minute. Did anybody happen to see the results from the Amazon Remars BattleBots events? And if so, what did you think? Don't spoil it, but let me know what you thought of it. As Stone Imp lands another couple of blows to the wedge.
I think Acidic Lemon might be close to taking control board hits now. But
Smoke's coming out of it.
the wedge is compressed all the way back to where the snapper motors are at.
Yeah. That robot's in bad shape, but it only needs to last another 15 seconds to push a decision and limit the number of points Stone Imp can get. Helen says sees the world's most beat up ice cream. Ooh! Acidic Lemon landed one blow with those front hinge flippers before going to the decision. So that is only 1 point going out there. And that could be critical later in the match. Wolvie says BattleBots leaked the results before most of us saw the Remars thing. Yes, the results were published online pretty much right away, even though they haven't done any of the video up. Once again, this crash of Robot Arena 2 is brought to you by our Patreon stream sponsors. Thank you all for your support on Patreon. Your $10 a month is helping keep the lights on here and allow us to keep streaming for you. It's very much appreciated. Haven't seen the Remars event yet. Nobody has seen it. They've just posted results.
Yes.
Apparently the fights are going to be posted to YouTube at some point.
Hopefully soon. Probably sooner than Bounty Hunters.
Probably sooner than Bounty Hunters. Still waiting on our Bounty Hunters. Yay, the game crashed. Yeah, pretty standard stuff for Robot Arena 2. So, we are back into it, and in the middleweights, the Perth Hellrazers bring Marauder. It is a big horizontal spinner. Is it a... No, it's just a horizontal because they have...
It's just a horizontal, but because of how the motor's done, it's kind of angled a
It's
little bit.
angled slightly, but not enough to be considered both a horizontal and a vertical. So, Marauder will be facing Mint Chalk Crusher, which is a double drill vertical spinner. It can deal a lot of damage, a surprising amount of damage. Can it take hits from a horizontal spinner, though?
Find out. There's a lot of chassis there.
There is a lot of chassis exposed on the sides. There are big wheels on both of these robots. Chat is back and forth, although they're leaning more towards Marauder in this one. So, let's get it going and see if Hellrazers can get some more points for Australia here, or if Wiltshire will get the points. It's underneath the weapon of Marauder, and the drills are just churning away. No visible damage, but I feel that Marauder's probably taking the greater amount of damage here. Although multiple spikes have come off of the right side drill. The whole right side drill's come apart on
Mint Chalk, yeah.
Mint Chalk Crusher. Big
Ooh,
hit turned
up in the air.
Marauder vertical, but it's able to land hits to that right side.
Oh, but now Mint Chalk is grinding away at the bottom of Marauder.
And Marauder's now upside down. And Mint Chalk Crusher's grinding away at the top of it. So now Marauder's missing all of its spinning weapon components. It's down to just the defensive spikes on the front end. And Mint Chalk Crusher's taking those apart. So the drills are doing, well, the one drill is doing a lot of the work here.
Ooh, it's gotten the wheel off Marauder now.
The whole of Marauder being torn apart by the Mint Chocolate Chip ice cream robot. It's just slowly picking away at Marauder's front end.
We're now halfway through the fight.
Mint Chalk Crusher getting trapped on some debris there.
A lot of debris on the floor, tripping these robots up.
Marauder's getting counted. It's gotten free now. Mint Chalk Crusher is trying to go for the wheel, but ended up getting the spikes off of the front of Marauder. And he's going to push it back towards the grinder. And the grinder's taking the wheel.
And it's gotten the wheel off Marauder now, so
that is a conclusive result. Doesn't matter if Mint Chalk Crusher holds it there for the 10 count because Marauder cannot escape anyway. Is he going to take a TKO or is he going to get a KO?
That is a TKO.
TKO with 51 seconds left.
129 seconds.
That was a very damaging middleweight. The middleweights have been destructive this season, man.
Definitely.
And the Magnums take the lead in the fight, or in the match. Australia might get very, very hot. As hot as hell, some might say.
Indeed.
But there's still no match for ice cream on a hot day.
Nope. Ice cream takes it every time.
So, we move to the heavyweights. Perth Hellrazers bring Revenant with the overhead axes, stationary grabbers on the side for a little bit of defense. The Magnums have Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer. Banana Splitter has 3 axes that come out of the wedge, and Cherry and Creamer is just a nuisance bot. It's a little mini bot. But it does mean that it's more difficult to get KO points against them.
yes.
Because of the multi-bot rules. So, chat, predictions for axes versus axes in this one.
It's mostly down to who Revenant goes after first.
Yeah, the mini-bots are really good at drawing the AI's attention and letting the main bot attack from behind. It wasn't last season, it was in the Patreon tournament. Berserker was very good at that.
Yes.
Using the mini-bot as a distraction. Chat is split. So, how will this turn out? Are 2 robots better than 1? Find out now.
Goes after the mini-bot first, interesting.
Takes a shot from the side by Banana Splitter, and Revenant's not able to turn and face it because it's got those stationary grabbers there.
Ooh, big hit on the mini-bot there.
Gonna take shots at the mini-bot whenever it can, and it's
Wow,
gonna take shots
Banana
from
Splitter's going in there now.
the axes of Banana Splitter on the wheels. And look at the damage that Revenant's facing. So, using the mini-bot as a distraction was an excellent strategy for Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer, although all of the axes have
Wow,
come
that
off
was
Banana
quick.
Splitter now. Revenant with very destructive axes, but it's getting shoved around by the wedge of Banana Splitter. Cherry and Creamer is just running its face into anything that it can. But Revenant is not able to control this fight because it is stranded on the wedge.
Banana Splitter definitely has a better wedge than Revenant here. They're easily just sit under there and push it around.
Yeah, and Revenant just jumps over the top of it rather than landing hits with those two claw axes. So, Banana Splitter, Cherry and Creamer making excellent use of the arena.
Immediately shoving
and
Revenant into the grinder.
taking control of the fight. Minute 30 to go, and Revenant's not able to really land hits on these, although Banana Splitter's taken a fair amount of damage. It's the one in control. Mainly choosing to wear Revenant as a hat, where Revenant can't harm them. Cherry and Creamer flips itself over, as it usually does. Revenant not sure who to attack and exposing its rear side to a wedge from Banana Splitter.
Under a minute left now.
Yes, this could be a very strategic decision to push this to a judge's decision. Lose your weapons, push it to the judges, maybe get a point.
And that would win Wiltshire the match too. I'm pretty sure.
Well, Wiltshire's got 2 points, maybe 3 depending on the judge's decision on the first fight. Most likely it's 2-1. So this goes to the judges, which it looks like it's probably going to. They'll only have a 2-point lead if they win this.
Revenant just has nothing for the wedge.
This is a fantastic strategy by the ice cream team to just shove them around to a judge's decision. Sometimes all you need is a wedge, and it goes to the judges. Two judges' decisions in this match so far. Can we have a record third
That would be indeed a record.
in a single match? Levantine wants to bring El Gringo out of retirement to fight Cherry and Creamer. Revenant became the cherry on top.
Ah, yes, it was indeed. Very interesting.
Well, that was an interesting result. It wasn't the most spectacular fight, but it was a fantastic use of control and strategy when weapon power is lacking.
Definitely.
So, assuming they win that decision, they have at least 3 points to probably 1 point for the Hellrazers. This is a very low-scoring match.
Yeah, the Hellrazers pretty much need a KO to stay in the match here.
It's 3-1
Yeah.
heading into the Super Heavies. So, the Hellrazers bring Baron of Hell, which is a very fast rammer with a lifter on the front of it. Mostly it's for ramming. Wiltshire Magnums bring Ice Cream Sandwicher, which has horizontal spinners on side axes, and it has a rear hinge flipper. 3 weapon types. The Hellrazers need a KO to win the match.
Yeah,
Ice Cream Sandwicher just needs to stall and avoid a KO, really.
pretty much.
But it has a lot of weapon power. What do we expect?
I don't know if the horns on Baron of Hell are going to be able to stop the horizontal spinners or not. Possibly?
Maybe. They might be able to... They might be above the spinners, so they hit the weapon
Yeah.
motors.
But also, if Ice Cream Sandwicher gets underneath it with the flipper, then it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
So,
Most of the chat's going with Ice Cream Sandwicher, but quite a few are going for Baron of Hell. It's a low-scoring match. Let's see if it stays that way, or if we get a knockout here. Oh, what a flip
and
by Ice
immediately
Cream
flipped
Sandwicher.
Baron.
So now Baron of Hell is upside down over near the grinder and taking a lot of shots to the chassis from those horizontal spinners on the side. I think a flipping arm has come off of Ice Cream Sandwicher. Both of them are taking massive amounts of chassis damage.
Yeah, Baron of Hell's been able to use that flipper shooting downwards to do a lot of damage to Ice Cream Sandwicher.
Ice Cream Sandwicher's lost all of its flipping arms. Still has that right side. Oh, no, physics.
All right, well, thanks, I guess.
Well, that is a robot stuffed into the floor.
Very fitting for the team from Hell, getting dragged to it
Yes.
by the Havoc Physics Engine.
Havoc Physics Engine, some say, is from Hell. Another big toss, although Baron of Hell lands this one, and now kind of a little bit of a wedge stalemate, shoving Ice Cream Sandwicher back to the wall. Those horizontal spinners are trying to come into play here as Ice Cream Sandwicher swings away with them.
Taking off one of the horns of Baron of Hell now.
Yes, and Baron of Hell driving straight over the top of Ice Cream Sandwicher. Smoke coming from one of the weapon motors. Ice Cream Sandwicher getting a good lift on Baron of Hell.
That
Baron jumping over
I
the
believe
top
that was
of.
physics.
I'm going to let it slide because it was pretty similar to a lift. And they've gotten away from that spot on the floor. Baron of Hell's taken quite a bit of damage to the chassis so far, and as it's lifted up and
flipped
turned
over.
over. So now all of the lifting arms on Ice Cream Sandwich are gone, and the front of the robot is just being caved in by the spikes on Baron of Hell. But the horizontal spinners are also caving in the armor of Baron of Hell and knocked off
Knocked off one of the horns.
the horn. So Baron of Hell running out of weapon power here against a robot that has a lot of weapon power remaining. I'm gonna let that Havoc slide because they reset nicely.
Ice Cream Sandwich only has 3 spikes on that remaining disc.
Yes, and Baron of Hell still has its lifting arm pointing down, and it's getting chassis hits. It's getting control board hits. There's another one.
Ice Cream Sandwich can't make use of that remaining
Oh
disc
no,
'cause
it scooped up its own
And it
motor,
gets KO'd.
and it got KO'd with 115 left.
Oh boy. 105 seconds on that.
Baron of Hell needed a knockout to win the match for the Hellrazers, and it got it.
It did.
It fought through the Havoc physics problems, and it got it. And that is probably a win for the Hellrazers. But we have 2 decisions to wait on. Liam says that Baron was using Hell Magic.
Sounds about right for the Hellraisers.
Yes,
to be
that
honest.
is what's known as the Havoc Physics Engine, yes.
Pure double match to get that W.
Normally, we will restart a fight if the Havoc Physics Engine causes problems with the robot spontaneously going around. Some fights it's unavoidable, and so generally if the robots, if their position is not changed too much, like they're not flipped over, if they're not thrown into a grinder where they'll take damage, and if they're able to just reset to where they were right away, we generally let it slide because it's like it never happened at all.
Pretty much, yeah.
So not every Havoc problem will we restart a fight, just most of them. And we move on to our next match.
Match number 13.
Yes. Between the C4 Circus up first. And they're fighting Pink Chaos. Why everyone I choose is losing. That's how random chance works. Honk is right, KJ. So,
Much honk.
the C4 Circus comes in with Clown Car, a very long rammer. Not a wide rammer, a long rammer. Pink Chaos comes in with Firestarter and overhead asymmetric spinner. What do we expect from this fight, chat? Horizontal spinner versus rammer. Firestarter no longer stream starter.
It's not the stream starter. It's now
Whammy is the stream
Whammy is
starter.
the stream starter. Clowncar's got a lot of exposed side for Firestarter to hit.
That's true. Firestarter doesn't really have the drive power to chase after, though.
Not really, but I don't know. We'll see.
Chat's leaning towards Firestarter, but I'm assuming all the honks are a cheer for Clowncar, so let's see which robot comes out on top here. Clowncar coming right in with a big
huge
attack
ram.
and getting knocked over by Firestarter. Can drive upside down, that's fine. It's keeping Firestarter's weapon pinned.
Stopped. I think those iron spikes might be hitting the right side wheel on Firestarter.
Definitely caused chassis damage to Firestarter, that's for sure. Firestarter comes in with a big whack to the side. Definitely getting to the side of the long robot.
Ooh, and I got a wheel.
Got a wheel by going over the top of the robot. Okay, so Clowncar's down a wheel now. But it's pressing those iron spikes into the chassis of Firestarter and causing a lot of damage with them.
Ooh, but Firestarter's
Firestarter's taking
a
it
lot of
down to
damage
control
behind.
board hits, though.
another wheel off the Clowncar.
Look at the smoke coming from Clowncar, and Firestarter puts it to rest. 46-second KO. And Pink Chaos takes the early lead. Oh, so close to getting another bingo square.
Really close indeed.
1, 2, 3, 2 damage.
Yep.
So close. I had a bingo square that said I'd get 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. So we move on to the middleweights. And potentially a fight of the week.
Indeed, this is one of the ones I'm thinking could be pretty good.
So, Pink Chaos come in with Overthrown. One of the best middleweight front hinge flippers that we have.
Definitely.
C4 Circus comes in with Noise Bomb, which is both a front hinge and a rear hinge, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's kind of a flippy, grabby setup on Noise Bomb. This is going to be a toss-up. It comes
yeah.
down to ground game here. Noise Bomb, I think, has the greater weapon power, though.
Yes, but the difference is Overthrown, when it uses its weapon, will toss it forward, whereas Noise Bomb, because of the overhead and the rear hinge, will kind of toss it straight ahead. So, could be a little different when they attack. I don't know.
Yeah, not sure. Like, Overthrown's good at keeping other robots upside down.
Yes.
Noise Bomb might be keeping Overthrown in front of it.
Uh-huh.
So who knows how it's going to turn out. Chat is leaning towards Noise Bomb in this one. So, let's see if C4 can pull some points back here. They're down by 3. Noise Bomb
Noise
gets
Bomb was
the
first. ground
ground game, and it is
Huge
swinging
hits.
away with all 4 of those flippers. Overthrown's trying to right itself and does so, but it's taken a lot of damage so far. Oh, it went to the side, trying to get around Noise Bomb's lower flipping arms, but they're kind of,
Locked in a microwave almost.
yeah, they're kind of locked together at the moment.
Noise Bomb is making contact with part of Overthrown's wheel guard, but it's not able to take advantage yet.
Yes. Wheelguard's kind of getting caught on that left side lower flipping arm of Noise Bomb. And now it's broken off.
Taken off entirely, yeah.
So Overthrown's kind of wrenched one of those weapons out of there using its protective armor. And now it's gotten Noise Bomb against the wall and gotten
To
to
the
its
side,
side.
under
And
it.
now Noise Bomb is the one getting thrown around and taking huge shots to the chassis. And Overthrown is just swinging away. It's not really waiting and taking its time, and that's allowed Noise Bomb to get back down. Well,
Interesting. Halfway through the fight now. both of the robots trading blows back and forth.
Neither robot's willing to give up the microwave, you know, or risk being the one that comes out of this on the...
Yeah, because whichever one, like, turns too quickly, the other one's just going to go right under him and toss
exactly.
around.
They don't want to be the one that blinks first here.
Yeah.
It's a robot combat equivalent of a staring contest. Only whoever blinks first dies.
Yeah.
They're working their way over towards one of the grinders. No dying, Aaron. Less than a minute remains, and it's still locked in a microwave here.
This will be interesting if it goes the distance, because it's been pretty even so far.
It's been very even. I don't know how you're going to judge this as a judge. Even though I'm one of the judges.
And, like, honestly, like, they both had pretty much the same amount of control, very even damage, from what we can tell.
Yeah, and I think it's probably going to go to the judges unless a KO happens soon. They're getting really close to that grinder now. Noise Bomb throwing the weapon, but nothing coming of it. Maybe trying to display aggression for the judges, knowing that it's going to make it all the way. Well, we are going to go to the judges in what we thought was going to be a fight of the week contender.
And instead it was a microwave.
Instead it was a microwave.
You know what happens.
Well, regardless, Pink House still has the lead.
Definitely.
Either 4-0 or 3-1. So, C4 Circus needs some points as we go into the heavyweights. Best microwave of the week, says Ghost.
I don't know if ranking how good microwaves are is a good idea.
I mean, how do you rank microwaves other than just putting stuff in them and seeing what explodes?
Pretty much.
And just rating if it's a good idea or not. That's the only way I can see you could rank microwaves. Is it a good idea to microwave this?
We know how that show went.
And Pink Cast get more than 6 points. Not if they keep getting judges' decisions.
They did last week for the first time ever. But they're going to need a little bit of help against random acts of violence.
Yeah, C4 Circus brings random acts of violence. This is a unique weapon setup here with 4 side axes and a horizontal saw spinner underneath. Very unique weapon setup, can dish out a lot of damage. Pink House brings Second Amendment. It is a fast 4-wheel drive rammer. It's got a load of spikes kind of pointed downward to hit wedges or saw blades, and it comes equipped with bear arms.
Yes.
So, chat, Second Amendment or random acts of violence. Actually, these two things go together most of the time, it turns out.
They really do, yeah. Very unfortunate.
Robotic Apple says Panasonic microwaves made in Japan from the 90s are the best microwaves ever.
I want to test that now.
We're going to have to test that. We're going to have to get some vintage 90s microwaves in here.
Go throw hit and run in it and see what happens.
A lot of chat is predicting Second Amendment for the win. Okay. I wasn't exactly predicting that myself, but chat has a hive mind and might be onto something here.
We shall see.
A huge collision flips over Second Amendment, and random acts of violence is bringing all of those side axes into play and keeping Second Amendment against the wall. It's not really able to back up and take a charge, although random acts of violence kind of got snagged on the wall for a second.
Well, the bear arms has come off now.
So Second Amendment can only bear a single arm now. And the weaponry is coming apart on the front end of Second Amendment. Random acts of violence losing many of its all of its axes
Only
except
one axe
one.
left, and the saw blade's off.
Saw blade is off. Second Amendment's taking a lot of chassis damage.
Second Amendment's front defense, they're definitely coming in handy here. That's the last axe.
The axes are gone. It's down to spikes, and the ones on Second Amendment are lower. But Random Acts of Violence goes with the wheels, which are protected. Which one will last longer? They've both taken a lot of chassis damage here. Second Amendment going for a wheel. Random Acts of Violence attacking with a wheel and disrupting Second Amendment somehow. Going in for the side.
I believe a spike has come off of Random Acts of Violence.
Yeah, smoke is just pouring out of the front end of Random Acts of Violence now. Second Amendment running low on spikes.
Still has the drive power advantage for sure.
Has the drive power, but not quite the
Control it.
control. The weapon motors come out of Random Acts of Violence.
Ooh.
And Second Amendment's going to get the KO. 98 seconds. Wow, that was a damaging fight.
As it turns out, chat's hive mind is very correct. Oh my fucking god, Second Amendment, chill out.
That was the most damaging fight of the season, the young season so far.
By a couple of miles, yeah.
I don't think it's going to break 30,000, but 26,000 is quite a lot of damage points for a single fight. Hive Mind knew. Yes, indeed they did. You got your numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Pink Chaos has won the match. They have 2 knockouts, and there's a judge's decision pending. So the C4 Circus not having a good time against the veteran
Great.
team.
Jumped up to first place in their division, and now they're having a bad time.
Second Amendment went to the gym apparently. Gotta get those guns, as they say. The puns, they come hard and heavy here. Mr. Circuit totaled that up at 26,850 damage points.
Wow, that's pretty good. That's comparable with some of the highest in league history.
I think the record is 35,000 between 2 absolute spike monsters.
Yeah, so...
But between 2 robots that were not spike monsters, that's a lot. So it is super heavyweight time to close out this match. In the C4 Circus, we have Freak Show, which is another unique weapon setup. It is both a vertical drill spinner and it's on a piston. So it is kind of a punching drill spinner. A lot of drive power, protected front end, ground game.
Definitely.
Overall, a very solid robot across all categories. Pink Chaos comes in with Dysfunctional Stepsister. 8 flipping arms.
On spikes.
All spike strip flipping arms. It has some wheel protection this season, a little bit. And its smart zones have been adjusted.
Yes.
Didn't do that great last season, but doing okay so far this season. So chat, what do we expect between the invertible Freak Show and Dysfunctional Stepsister?
See, the main thing here is that Freak Show's front wedges are anchored, whereas Dysfunctional Stepsisters are on motors, so
Yes,
this will be interesting.
burst wedges tend to be lower than static wedges.
But definitely if Freak Show gets under it, it can bully the Dysfunctional Stepsister around the arena no problem.
Yeah,
with the
and
drive
it has spike strips protecting the front of the chassis, and it has that drill weapon to just eat away at the
And it
underside.
has the drive power to move it wherever.
So, chat is leaning towards Dysfunctional Stepsister on this one. Let's see if Pink Chaos has what it takes to wrap this matchup, or if the C4 Circus can get some points back here.
Ooh,
Straight under Freak Show with no problem.
Tossing it around easily.
But now Freak Show's upside down, and Dysfunctional Stepsister's AI is not going to turn it over. It's going to wait for Freak Show to
Freak
get
Show
away.
got
Look at the
off.
damage
Wow,
that
it did a lot of
Dysfunctional
damage
Stepsister
to it.
took while it was stuck under the
Oh,
weapon.
and now Stepsister stuck against the wall.
Yes, the wheel physics is not allowing Stepsister to get away because there's a robot sitting on top of the wheel.
Yes.
So Dysfunctional Stepsister is stuck, and look at the chassis
Taking a lot of
damage it's
damage on
taking.
top. Now it gets away.
Tries to get away. It's taking a massive amount of damage from Freak Show here.
Huge flip. There.
Another big
Another
flip.
big flip. Wow.
Smoke is pouring out of both
And
of
it
these.
KO'd it.
Did it take a control board hit landing on the floor?
No, I think it KO'd it on the top. That was...
That was awesome.
No, it was KO'd from the flip.
Okay, it was
that
KO'd
was
from the
really
flip.
close, though.
That was a monstrous flip from Dysfunctional Stepsister. It had to get that KO faster. It was going to get destroyed from
having a
above.
Very bad time.
I didn't get a time on that.
43 seconds.
43? Well, if that didn't lock the match up, I don't know what would. Minimum of 9 points. There's a judge's decision which could go either way in the middleweight, so potentially a shutout. Either way, it's a big point stay for Pink Chaos.
They were one of the favorites for a lot of people at the start of the season. It's definitely looking like they're doing pretty good.
Me57 says Dysfunctional Stepsister was bored of losing the fight, so decided it should be over.
Honestly, yeah. Just like, you know what? I don't want to lose this anymore. Yeet.
Well, okay then. We have 3 matches remaining. So we will move on to Rotterdam Invaders. Facing the Night Vale Spiderwolves. Night Vale had a big points day last week, didn't they?
Yes, they did. They won a match.
They won a match. Expected them to be kind of the newbie team that didn't do so well, but they won pretty well last week, so see if they can keep that momentum up here against the Invaders. Cora did not expect things to get this rough. Well, sometimes bad matchups happen.
It just happens sometimes, you know?
Speaking of bad matchups, the Rotterdam Invaders bring Kang to the lightweights.
Yes.
2 spiky side axes, and they're fighting Kevin, which is a sit and spinner without a whole lot of drive power and without a whole lot of weapon power. So I'm not liking the Spiderwolves' chances here.
Yeah, this could be pretty brutal. Really, the only hope is if Kevin can snipe the extender on the side axes, but I don't know. It's not very fast.
It's going to be tough, and it's like Kang's got the reach. Kevin really doesn't. Chat siding with Kang for the most part. Well, see, just got the 3 psychos in a row. Yes. Well, here we go with the first fight of this match. Kang is going to come in and start pounding away at Kevin, who's actually landing chassis shots to Kang.
Already.
They're getting in there.
Smoking one of the motors on Kang now.
Kang's not really able to land chassis shots. They're mainly hitting the weapons of Kevin.
Kevin was able to take off one of the axes on the side.
Wow, okay, so Kevin is doing a lot better than I was predicting here, and Kang is struggling. He's getting knocked away.
Not able to get in there and actually really hit Kevin at all. Control board hits now.
Wow, Kevin is doing some real work here.
And it KO'd it.
And has a 33-second KO. Spiderwolves are trying to keep that momentum going.
Wow, Kang was one of the most devastating lightweights, too. That was very impressive. The Spiderwolves coming in and just being like, hey, we can win fights.
We can win too, yeah. Robotic Apple says never underestimate Kevin.
Yes.
Biggest upset of the season thus far. I don't know about the biggest, but it's getting there.
It's pretty close, honestly.
That was definitely an upset for sure. We're going to move to the middleweight. So, Rotterdam has sleeve 1, exclamation mark, question mark. Middleweight, asymmetric horizontal spinner. A little bit slow, but it has a big wide swinging area to hit robots in their sides. The Night Vale Spiderwolves have Sheriff's Secret Police. It is a rack of axe heads on a piston It's also a triangle,
It is a triangle.
which is the best part about it. Sleeve might be able to get the weapon bike to get past the weapon
Yes,
of
I think so.
Sheriff's Secret Police and get to the chassis, but it might not be able to get to the chassis because it narrows at that point.
Yeah, and especially if the Sheriff's Secret Police can stop the weapon and get Sleeve turned around, it can go right at the wheels with the piston.
Exactly,
So,
yes.
This could be
The asymmetric spinners have a lot of weight on them, and they're hard to get up to speed. Chat is split so far between Sheriff's Secret Police and Sleeve, but they're leaning towards the Sheriff. So, let's see if the Spiderwolves keep the momentum up. Sleeve is getting it up to speed. A big hit to the chassis from Sheriff's Secret Police.
definitely getting in there and getting chassis.
Sleeve is getting behind the weaponry, but not quite to the chassis. Although it is actually landing shots to the wheels now, and hitting Sheriff Secret Police's weapon from behind.
Taking off half the weapon now, although Sleeve flipped over briefly. That was interesting.
Yeah, knocked itself over and self-righted
Oh, there was the
beautifully. The
weapon
whole
on the
weapon is
Sheriff.
off of the Sheriff, and now Sleeve is going in for the kill, although it drives faster than its weapon moves, apparently. Look at the side of the Sheriff getting caved in. Not sure how many sides this triangle has
hello.
now, but it's not 3.
And Sleeve has managed to fall over. It can self-right after flailing around a little bit.
And it has righted beautifully.
Took a little time. But
It landed on some debris,
I think it's its own spike it's on.
but it's going to be able to get free and
KO hits
land
now.
some more chassis shots to the Sheriff. I think we're going to get the KO here. There it
We are
is.
63 seconds.
That was a pretty straightforward but well hard-fought win for
Indeed.
Sleeve. Had to work for it.
The Sheriff was not making it easy, that's for sure.
And that ties the match at 3 apiece. Sleeve, I shot the Sheriff.
Indeed, it did shoot the Sheriff. Well, sorry, I shot the secret police of the Sheriff.
Are they deputies? I'm just saying.
I'm not talking to you anymore.
Okay. Puns and musical references aside,
Going
we
back
move
to-
on to the heavyweights.
I'm just going to sit here staring at my spreadsheet for a little bit.
Heavyweights in this match. This tied up match. Pathfinder for the Rotterdam Invaders. It is front hinge flipper and vertical spinners that are equipped to the drive to pull robots up on top of it. Got solar panels on top. Very cool looking robot. It's fighting Koshek, which is side axes, overhead axes, no poisonous stinger,
Does not have a poisonous stinger.
but it is a cat.
Indeed, a cat.
So, chat, what do we expect between Pathfinder the Flipper and Koshek the Axe Bot?
This is really going to depend on how far underneath Koshek Pathfinder can get, because those flippers are kind of far back. But Koshek can still hit stuff with the side axes and overhead, so
Yes. I don't think Koshek is terribly fast either.
Koshek is pretty slow. Just my only thought is
So-
with Pathfinder only being two-wheel drive, it might have a bit of a challenge getting all the way underneath Koshek.
Yeah, especially since Koshek isn't going to do the work for it,
Yeah.
being slow itself. Be interested to see how it goes. Chat is really leaning into Pathfinder here.
Solar panel OP.
Woolby says that my jokes are good and made them giggle, so
No, it says it was bad. Shut up.
F you.
Hate it.
Let's get this heavyweight fight started. See who takes the lead in this match. Pathfinder comes out, does not get under
Wow,
Koshek
well,
to start. Koshek
Koshek's
landing.
some hits for sure.
Look at the damage that the blows
Took the wedge off of
are
Pathfinder.
doing to
already.
Pathfinder. It is caving
Now
Pathfinder
Pathfinder's
in.
gotten some hits on it.
Pathfinder's underneath, and it's flipped Koshek over onto the wall.
I'm moving it over to the
So is
grinder.
Pathfinder going to leave it here for a TKO, or is it going to try to get a knockout?
Koshek is not able to self-right.
Yeah, so if Pathfinder backs off, or if it doesn't back off, it's a TKO if Koshek does not get down. I think it's going to remain stranded on the wall. So Pathfinder took a tremendous amount of damage,
Definitely.
but was able to get underneath and take the win. How many times was that?
41.
41 time units. And so, the Rotterdam Invaders have a 5-3 lead, with 1 fight remaining. It did a thing. Not the thing, but a thing.
Definitely a thing, you know, getting stranded is a thing.
So, it is super heavyweight time, and the Spiderwolves need a knockout.
Luckily, they have just the robot for the job.
Yes. Down by 2, they need a knockout and 3 points to win this. So, the Rotterdam Invaders bring Boolean into the super heavyweights. It is a piston flipper. It's all on an angle. It pushes robots away. It's a very big robot. Uses its size to its advantage. Glowcloud is also a very big robot that uses its size to its advantage. It has 4 saw spinners. 2 of them are horizontal, 2 of them are vertical in the middle.
All hail.
Glowcloud has been pretty good.
Yeah,
Surprisingly good.
It pushed and won a decision over Ice Cream Sandwicher last week, which was very surprising, so
Yeah,
it can be surprising here.
it's invertible too, so even if Boolean flips it,
Yeah, and especially with how large Boolean is, Glowcloud's Saw Blades will reach it if it's able to get the right angle, so...
yep, it's not a straightforward matchup here at all. There's 2 extremely big robots.
Yes.
So chat is actually pretty split here. LOC saying this has been a good day for the saws.
I mean, yeah, Glowcloud could add to that.
Can Glowcloud take advantage of the day of the saws?
That would be really impressive, actually.
Let's see how it goes. Mr. Circuit wants to see Boolean work as intended. Watch last stream.
Yeah, it did really good last stream, but Glowcloud's going to be interesting with how large it
Can
is.
Glowcloud get the 3-point knockout that they need?
Ooh, it did not get under. Boolean did
Wow,
not get under
the
it.
front armor is actually preventing Boolean from getting underneath Glowcloud.
And they're relatively stalemated on drive power as well.
And Glowcloud's managed to avoid being pressed into the grinder. So they're kind of stuffed into the corner here. Boolean's going to
Boolean
back
backs
away.
Glowcloud backs
Glowcloud
up.
backs away. And now Glowcloud's
Glowcloud's
gone
a little
up the
bit.
wedge, and Boolean is tossing it around.
Ooh, but Glowcloud kind of got to the side of it there for a second.
On top of the wall now, Boolean trying to get this ring out here. This Glowcloud is just
Making it real tough.
bouncing around in the corner. Oh, it's parked on its
Glowcloud's
rear.
stuck because of the saw or the snowplow on
The
the back.
snowplow, it's got the. It's not able to get down, and Boolean
knocks
very
it in.
sportingly brings it back down, but now those saws are
Lower and digging into the
digging
side
into
of Boolean.
Boolean's armor, and Boolean's not able to get underneath. This could be disastrous for Boolean here.
Turn of events.
Trying to be sporting and not leave them stranded, and this could cost them. One of the saw blades is broken off, though. A little too much pressure on it.
Now they are in a bit of a stalemate. Ooh.
And Boolean has
Toss it
decided
around.
no more stalemate for you. And Glowcloud says, I would like my stalemate back, please.
Very tactical matchup.
Yes, a minute 30 to go.
Boolean's definitely taking some serious chassis damage to the left side.
Yeah, look at how deformed that left front of Boolean is. Glowcloud not able to take advantage of it, though. Not really able to go up the wedge either. Although it's sort of sliding up a little bit.
Starting to get there, but Boolean's not going to get much purchase if it tries to fire its weapon here.
Yeah. Not sure what either of them needs to do. I think Glowcloud's just trying to stall this to the judges, which is
backs up.
not going to win them the match. Boolean's just not able to drive those wedges under there. Doesn't have the drive power.
I think that's because of how Glowcloud is tilted down. The top of the chassis is just on the ground there to negate the wedges. Very interesting.
I think Boolean has static wedges, which are not as low as burst wedges. So Boolean is just unable to wedge under Glowcloud here. And we are going to run down to 10 seconds left with no robot getting a clear advantage. And so this is probably going to the judges.
Interesting.
So that's a judge's decision. Very similar damage totals on the scorecard, but how are the judges going to score it?
That is going to be reasonably close. I think it's mostly going to come down to how Boolean was throwing Glowcloud around, but Glowcloud was able to get some damage in there, so...
Well, that wins Rotterdam the match.
Indeed it does.
Because even if Glowcloud wins the decision, it would be 5-4 in favor of the Invaders. So, Rotterdam wins the match. And we move on to our next one, which is Team Sanctuary against
So Sanctuary is out.
the Egyptian Legends. This is the last match. We have one more match to go after this. So, Team Sanctuary has Excavator in the lightweights. It's a vertical stabbing claw thing, classified as a vertical axe because of the way it works. Barely scraped out a win against 1 o'clock.
Yes. And then got completely mangled by Chloe.
Yes. Excavator's feast or famine so far.
Pretty much.
Wonder if it can turn its season around here. It's facing kind of a similar weapon in Definitely Not Tut Tut, which has a vertical axe weapon and is a pyramid and is definitely
not
not
Tut Tut.
Tut Tut.
It's not.
Legally distinct Tut Tut.
Legally distinct Tut Tut like that.
So, chat, what do we expect in this fight between similar weapons? Looks like those in chat are leaning towards Tut Tut for this one.
It probably has the weapon advantage, but I think Excavator might have the wedge advantage. But Tut Tut also has the armor advantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. I think it's an even matchup here, so...
Pretty close indeed.
Ooh, definitely not Tut Tut. Definitely missed with that swing. And neither of them really landing blows, but what a shot!
It snipes Excavator's claw.
Broke the claw right off with a perfectly placed swing. Definitely didn't just spray a bunch of times and hope.
Definitely not.
But Excavator's got the wedge.
Pushing around fine. Ooh, there's a big hit there.
Man.
My goodness.
Definitely not Tut Tut is definitely squashing Excavator's chassis here.
Still having a hard time actually connecting. Excavator's doing a good job moving it around.
Yeah, it's definitely not Tut Tut's throwing itself as much as it's throwing its weapon. So it's helping Excavator here, who's
but
parked
it's
it on top of a
wedged.
piece of debris. Oh my goodness.
Excavator gonna leave it be?
Excavator's trying to...
Leave it stuck on its own claw?
It's trying to exercise some amount of aggression
Back
here.
off?
It's
It
backed
backed
off.
off.
Definitely not
Is it
Tut
stuck?
Tut is stuck
I
on the
think
claw.
It is stuck. Oh,
What
no.
a perfect piece of
Oh, but it got off.
strategic
It got off.
driving.
Never mind, it got off.
But definitely not Tut Tut's barely
man.
managed to get free. And
Oh,
it's
that
going to
was so close.
punish Excavator for that by caving the front end in some more.
That was almost the 10-second TKO there.
That was almost just the most incredible push back.
Oh, but now
Oh, wow.
Excavator's been able to tip it over.
flipped it over and pushed it over towards the grinder.
And I don't think Tut Tut can actually self-right from there.
No, I don't believe it can. So unless...
And now its claw is getting taken off by the grinder.
It's gone. The claw is gone. Definitely not Tut Tut is stuck. And if Excavator leaves it alone, they can take a win. No, they're trying to get the 3 points.
To press it for 3 points.
There's a TKO count, and I think this is going to be a pin.
That is a pin, because if it backed off, Tut Tut would get down.
Yep.
I hate that. That was such a good fight.
That was such a good
That was
fight.
great.
Why would you do this to us, Gods of Robot Arena 2?
Unlucky. Alright.
Big collision, and both of them are landing shots to each other's chassis. Definitely not Tut Tut. Breaks the weapon off of Excavator once again and is landing some blows, throwing itself into the air. And Excavator's got a deep wedge under it now. I'm going to push it back to the wall.
Gonna be able to tip it over from this angle, maybe.
If we can get it to the grinder, there's a good chance.
Get some damage to it.
It could get definitely not Tut Tut flipped over here.
Definitely not is definitely in the grinder right now.
Look at the damage piling up from the grinder on the chassis there on the right side of definitely not Tut Tut.
But this is another pin.
This looks like it's going to be another pin.
Curse you, Omni AI.
So we try it again.
Let's try it again.
It's number 2.
Start 2. More the same, although
Definitely not Tut Tut is bounced to the side of Excavator and up its wedge. The weapon claw has come off. And now
definitely not Tut Tut is
Tut Tut is stuck on the claw again.
Oh, but it got free.
Excavator very sportingly frees it and is now going to wedge it around a little bit.
Another big hit to Excavator.
Definitely not Tut Tut is going to punish Excavator for freeing it. Look at the damage to Excavator's chassis.
Practically through the floor already.
It is clipping through the floor now.
Excavator's still winning the control game for sure.
Yep, using that wedge to its advantage. Trying to get any kind of advantage it can here with definitely not Tut Tut held off of the floor like this. Inching its way towards the grinder. Just barely moving fast enough to avoid a game count out here. So now definitely not Tut Tut is against the grinder and taking damage. And at what point will the TKO count start, and will it start for both of them and make them back up?
Doesn't look like it will.
No. The game hates us today.
This game's fun. Gotta love Omni AI.
Yeah. No.
No.
So definitely not Tut Tut.
Has been fully knocked over by Excavator.
It did not break the claw off, and it's thrown itself over. Excavator's pushing it over to the grinder where Tut Tut is definitely not Tut Tut has lost its part of its axe.
And now it's wedged on the wheel guard of Excavator. That's interesting.
Excavator not able to turn to face it because the other wheel guard's against the wall.
There's gonna be a count here in a second. They break it.
Ooh, a big shot still from definitely not
Still
Tut
breaks
Tut.
the claw off of Excavator.
Without the extra weight, it's actually more stable and it's landing blows better than the previous restarts. Excavator's tried to push it back to the grinder and do a little bit of damage here, but Excavator's on its last control board hit, so I think it's going to push another restart to avoid the KO.
It is.
What a cheeky little shit.
Well, that's 4 now.
And this is why I don't like using Omni AI.
They never back off.
Big blow from definitely not Tut Tut to start, and now they're kind of in a wedge stalemate a little bit, although definitely not Tut Tut's wheels are off of the floor.
I don't think Excavator has the drive power to quite get under there on its own. Another big hit to Excavator's front. The claw has been now taken off.
And definitely not Tut-Tut's throwing itself through the air as Excavator pushes it over to the grinder and on top of the grinder briefly.
Ooh, control board hits on Excavator now.
Definitely not Tut-Tut landing the blows to do the damage. It's just a matter of can it close it out before Excavator tries to pin it for a restart. Oh,
Another
what a
hit.
blow. Takes the wedge off of Excavator and puts it to its last control board hit. And Excavator is going to try and flip. Definitely not Tut-Tut against the wall here. Doing anything it can to avoid that axe weapon. It's got to back
Excavator
away.
backs off.
Definitely not Tut-Tut's going to back away.
Takes
It
the snapper motor
Took the
off.
snapper motor off, but it's allowed Excavator underneath. And Excavator's going to push definitely not Tut-Tut into the grinder here once again.
And that is another pin.
Yes, it is.
Right, well, we are now on to our last restart for this fight.
Yep. This is the last time we'll run this fight in the stream. And if this does not give us a conclusive result, we will skip it and we will run this fight off stream. So, both robots kind of missing each other. Although definitely not Tut-Tut is landing some hits finally. Excavator's got definitely not Tut-Tut against the grinder and is poking away at the bottom of the chassis. So definitely not Tut-Tut is definitely taking the most of the damage here. They
Looks like
backed
they
away to
break the
break the
count.
count, and now definitely not Tut-Tut swinging away.
There goes the claw.
Claw broken off again,
Excavator.
but definitely not Tut-Tut is definitely the worst for wear.
Still swinging away at the front of Excavator.
Excavator's gone up the wedge of Tut-Tut, definitely not Tut-Tut. But Excavator has gotten it onto its
It's
back.
fully upside down now.
And it's pressing it over to the wall to try to immobilize definitely not Tut-Tut here.
Or putting it over towards the grinder so it self-rights onto the grinder.
That is not a bad strategy. Definitely not Tut-Tut trying to swing the weapon to get away. And is kind of doing so. Excavator trying to show some aggression. Probably going to end up keeping definitely not Tut-Tut in this fight. Still unable to self-right. Definitely not Tut-Tut.
Definitely not Tut-Tut is definitely flailing about.
Yes, and Excavator's trying to display aggression, even if it's not really being effective. Imagine this being a legit BattleBots episode, Blackbird says. Yeah, BattleBots restarting fights after robots have been fucked up probably isn't a good call.
Yeah, not great.
So Excavator's going to back up and take a big ram here. Let's see if he can get definitely not Tut-Tut against the wall.
Under a minute left now.
This is looking increasingly likely to be a judge's decision if Excavator keeps definitely not Tut-Tut moving around. Although definitely not Tut-Tut
Oh,
throwing itself around.
I
There's
hear
a
a
count. Both robots have stopped moving.
and definitely not Tut-Tut is the one that was immobilized.
It was on top of the sword.
It was, however, I don't think it would have been able to break the count just flailing about.
Chat, what's your opinion? Was that definitely not Tut-Tut being prevented from breaking the count because it was on the sword? Or just definitely not Tut-Tut, definitely immobile? Generally speaking, if a robot is on top of another robot, we usually consider that to be a pin.
Yes.
Definitely not Tut-Tut had a long time to try to self-right, and it was unable to.
Yes.
So, in theory, it's not able to self-right anyway.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think?
I'm not convinced. Definitely not Tut-Tut would have been able to break the count flailing around. so I think it being caught on Excavator's wheelguard was kind of irrelevant.
I am going to agree. I think definitely not Tut Tut, definitely could not self-right, regardless of whether or not Excavator was there.
Right.
So we're going to call this a TKO for Excavator. And I just need the time.
143 seconds.
That's a lot of seconds. So, we avoid having a fight go off stream.
Only just.
Only just the first fight to go to 5 restarts. And the game is so unhappy about it, it crashed anyway.
Fair enough, honestly.
KJ says Excavator with some Ric Flair level tactics.
Honestly, yeah.
Thank you to our stream sponsors once again for sponsoring this game crash. I've said it many times, but your contributions help make it possible for us to take all this time out of our week to work on this and bring you 5 hours of entertainment, like whatever the fuck we just saw.
Yep.
So thank you very much as we get back into this match between Team Sanctuary and the Egyptian Legends. Robotic Apple agrees with the game. Fuck you, Excavator.
I'm going to agree. Excavator's RRL's first true heal. I like that.
I mean, it's not wrong. It did that, like, last second switch on the lads.
Mm-hmm.
I like this. I like this mythology we're building for Team Sanctuary here. So, in the middleweights, Team Sanctuary has RRL, which is front hinge flipper?
Yes. No, rear hinge flipper.
Rear hinge flipper. It's a flipper, and I don't know which kind it is.
It is rear hinge. It's like Yeetus from earlier.
Okay, rear hinge flipper, RRL. It's facing Toth's Wisdom, an invertible rammer. How do we expect that to go?
See, Tossed Wisdom is a very different kind of rammer because it has enclosed wheels. Very
Closed
interesting
wheels,
chassis
and it has spikes on the corners.
Uh-huh.
Those vulnerable chassis corners that so many robots fall victim to
Yeah.
is where Toth's Wisdom has their weaponry. So, what do we expect, chat? Wolby says take the last fight to fight court. We're taking all the other decisions to fight court. It's the same system.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's the same judging system, so...
Well, chat is leaning heavily in favor of RRL. So let's see if Toss Wisdom can get some points back for the Legends. It bounced a lot on the floor. Got flipped over by RRL.
Another big flip.
And RRL's just caving in the top side of Toss Wisdom as it's upside down here.
Parking it up on its end. Doing a lot of damage to the top of it.
So much damage to Toss Wisdom. It can't even get down onto the floor to fight back.
And that is a KO.
That's the KO.
21 seconds.
Yeah, Toth's Wisdom didn't have a chance.
That's what happens when you face a wedge.
Will Toth have vengeance for Tut Tut? No.
Nope. There is no vengeance here. There is no god.
There are no gods in Robot Rampage League except Smashy McSmashface.
And, I mean, technically Toth is a god, but
Shoosh.
it's dead now.
Streams are long. Yes, 16 matches. We expected about 5-hour-long streams. That's why we have a break in the middle. That's why we say if you don't have time to watch the whole thing, then go on and do your own thing. You know, we will still be here. Watch them at your own leisure. Like the owner of the Perth team, Razor259, had to go to bed. He's gonna watch it later at on his own time when he's not working. So, the heavyweights for this match. Sanctuary has Fire Prince, a double vertical spinner with a bunch of stabilizers in the front. It has been a little disappointing so far.
Yeah, it got kind of stuck and then got out-wedged by a Saw Spinner.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Not the kind of fights we expected from Fire Prince so far this season. The Egyptian Legends have the Nile King, which has a bunch of rear-hinged flippers under the front of the wedge. On one hand, Fire Prince is pretty easy to flip. On the other hand, it doesn't have chassis there to flip. It's just got some wedgelets, which could go right between all those flipping arms.
Yeah, and even if Fire Prince does get inverted, its wheels do touch the ground, and the spinners can be pretty dangerous when they're upside down.
Yes. What does chat predict is going to happen between the Nile King and the Fire Prince? King versus Prince.
King versus an exiled prince, too.
You know, everything was great until the Fire Nation attacked.
Yeah. I mean, compared to what happened in the last couple matches, that's what Sanctuary's doing. That they are attacking as the Fire Nation.
Yep. KJ says that Sanctuary's performing better than they thought they would.
Yeah, they've been kind of surprising so far. They beat the lads in the first week, which was a little surprising to people.
Blackbird says, what is a prince to a king? See, that's a false question because it's a fire prince. It's a prince that is on fire.
What is a Fire Prince to a Nile King? Let's find out.
Water puts out fire. Will the Nile flood the fire here?
Very elemental matchup.
A huge collision. The Fire Prince bounced over the top of the Nile King and landed some hits, but is now bouncing around trying to right itself. The Nile King's trying to press home its advantage with those flipping spike strips.
Underneath the spike strips momentarily, really getting flipped around now.
Nile King's run into the grinder there and gotten Fire Prince stuck on its rear end and flipped it again.
A wheel from Fire Prince just got yeeted.
And the other wheel is stranded over the top of the grinder. Can Fire Prince get down from there? The Nile King backed away to make sure there was no count. Look at the damage Fire Prince has taken. Nile King went right up the wedge.
But Fire Prince is getting KO'd by the grinder.
And Nile King's gonna get KO'd by Fire Prince.
Oh, but Nile King pushed it into the grinder to KO.
The grinder is
Yikes.
so damaging in the RRL arena. And the Nile King made full use of it to get the 3 points.
Ooh, that was very, very close.
How many seconds?
49. Man. Fire Prince has lost all of its fights so far, and it won damage in all of them.
That is so unfortunate. To be the more damaging robot
In
and
every
lose.
fight, still lose.
Well, okay then.
That was definitely a thing that happened.
I have not been typing in these numbers. Let me see here. Well, Sanctuary leads 5-3. The Legends can take the match win with a KO.
Indeed.
Let's see what the Super Heavies bring.
Ooh, this will be interesting.
Okay, chat. Final fight of this match is between Comatose for Team Sanctuary. 6-wheel drive, high-speed invertible rammer, lots of spikes up front. The Egyptian Legends have Anubis, which is 2 angled spinners. One on the front and one on the back. Lots of defensive work around the sides of Anubis.
Indeed.
So, how do we expect this to go?
I think Anubis's defenses are going to do well to repel Comatose, at least for a little bit, because it can do a lot of damage. We'll see what kind of damage Anubis's spinners can do.
Anubis, it's a big robot.
It is a big robot.
And I feel like if it bounces over the top of Comatose, it can just break an entire rack of spikes off with those spinners.
We'll see. Anubis was very resilient in its Fight of the Week match last week against Karabas. So.
Yes, it was. We've seen Comatose actually has rather weak armor.
It does have pretty weak armor.
So they're going to have to be careful where they take shots from Anubis. They're going to have to make sure they stay pointed. Chats, what do you believe?
Seems kind of split, actually.
Yeah, chat's back and forth
Couple more
over
for Comatose, but who knows, honestly.
who knows how it'll go. Let's see if Comatose seals it for Team Sanctuary. Remember, Anubis needs a KO to win the match. Anubis did not get up to speed before Comatose made contact, and it's locked that front weapon. Although, it's breaking away some of the side spikes for Comatose.
Comatose, I think, hit the grinder there, backing up as well.
So now,
Huge
what a
round.
charge. But it's taking damage from that spinner to the left front corner.
Lost a wheel in the left front as well.
Lots of smoke coming out of Anubis's front weapon as Comatose presses in once again, and a big attack.
Big ram from Anubis.
Anubis going for that left front corner real hard.
Kind of using the angled spinner to almost scoop under Comatose a little bit, too.
Yes, physics was unhappy.
That wasn't too bad.
And they're going to reset, so we're going to let it go. Anubis scooping under
Very
Comatose
interesting.
with the spinner.
Very interesting strategy. The
The
front
plows come
plow is
off,
gone.
so now Anubis has an exposed chassis, and it's
losing part of the
losing,
weapon now.
losing spikes on that front weapon.
Oh, but now it switches over to the
It
rear
switches
weapon.
to the rear one, and where it still has
Still
defensive
has the defensive armor.
plow.
Very, very intelligent design for Anubis.
Although the rear weapon spins the other direction, where Comatose is still protected.
Ooh, lost an axe head from the rear weapon already.
So Anubis trying to be just as aggressive as Comatose here.
Halfway through the fight already.
90 seconds have flown by, and now digging it into the top end of Comatose. It's
Rear
smoke.
plow is off of Anubis.
Smoke's pouring from both robots. Comatose trying to press those spikes through Anubis' chassis at the moment. Shoving it over towards
the grinder.
the corner.
A lot of damage racking up at the back of Anubis.
A lot of damage racking up at the front of Comatose.
Well, kind of just grinding away.
Both of them decided that this is a grindy match. The last axe head is off. So, Anubis... Oh no, I think it still has the axe head. Never mind.
Oh, but the whole motor's gone.
motor's come off. One spike left on Anubis. Comatose trying to
Press it against those wheel
press
guards.
it against it and be aggressive. Anubis loses the last damaging component, and now 38 seconds remain. As Anubis takes a big shot from the spikes on Comatose.
Ooh, it was wedged very momentarily up against one of the
Comatose
plows.
trying to get it into the grinder. Seal this fight up.
Ooh, control board hits down Anubis.
20 seconds to go for Anubis to survive, but
And
it doesn't.
didn't. Comatose got the KO.
That was back and forth and destructive. And I think we broke our damage total numbers from earlier.
Probably. Oh yeah, very close at least.
Comatose gets the KO. In some number of seconds I didn't pay attention to.
158.
What a back and forth fight that was. That's how you want to end a match.
Yes.
Comatose saying I don't need all my wheels. Hex calling for a fight of the week.
I'll put it on the list for sure. That was pretty good. Comatose is really good about grinding out these KOs.
Yes.
Getting the weapons down and then going in for it. Really good about sealing these matches up for Sanctuary.
And man, Anubis put up a hell of a fight.
That was really close, yeah.
And finally, the last match of the stream. Come to Plan Z versus No Beanie Robotics. $27,000 points in that last fight.
Nice.
So, our final match today. Plan Z brings in Geohash. It is a rear hinge flipper that uses a snowplow as the flipping weapon, both armor and offense and defense.
Yes.
No Beanie Robotics brings Non-Binary Star, a double front hinge flipper, representing the non-binary colors. Plan Z is our
Free agent team.
it's the team of free agents. So this is a team that selected pre-made robots, drafted them to their team, did not have to have the game.
I believe Geohash was created by you?
Yes, I built Geohash. put it in the free agency. You built their middleweight,
I built the middleweight.
and then
KJ built the heavyweight, and I believe the super heavyweight was built by Quora.
yes, 4 different people built the robots, put them in the free agency for anybody to choose.
Yep.
Plan Z drafted 4 robots. So, predictions for rear hinge versus front hinge.
Both of these teams are at the bottom of the league right now, so they really need some points here.
Yes, one of them is going to definitely come out ahead, or maybe they'll draw.
I was gonna say, like, one of them's gonna win, except they could draw. Oh no.
It looks like Chad is leaning towards non-binary star mostly. It's pretty close though between them and GeoHash. So, well, the NBs get another win.
Envy's got a ring out last week. See if we can do it again to GeoHash.
Oh, what a
GeoHash
flip by
wins.
GeoHash. Non-binary star with a beautiful self-righting move. And now
GeoHash
GeoHash
shoving it around.
to the side of non-binary star, getting it over to the wall, exercising control and aggression.
And shoving it into the grinder.
No damaging components on GeoHash. Going to use the grinder to do the damage for it.
Using the snowplow just to shove it around.
Yeah,
Not even
just
really flipping.
if it can shove snow, it can shove a robot.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna back away because of the TKO count. Non-binary star is gonna reset.
Oh,
GeoHash went up the wedge, and now GeoHash is flipped over and struggling to get free. Non-binary star is just gonna hold it there. It's not gonna take any damage from
Not
it.
yet.
It's gonna let GeoHash flail around for a while and exercise control. GeoHash
Ooh.
throws itself.
Was able to self-right.
Look at the damage that it suffered from that attack by non-binary star.
Non-binary start doing a lot of damage now.
GeoHash not able to get stabilized
Ooh.
and square up.
That's very unstable. Oh, and the plow
Oh,
is
the whole plow is
thrown
gone.
out of the arena.
And now GeoHash might be thrown out of the arena if it's not careful.
Huge hits from non-binary star.
Control board hits for GeoHash. How much longer can it last? It flips
Ooh,
over,
and
and
that
non-binary
is
star
it.
kills it.
83-second KO.
That was a fantastic fight.
Very nice back and forth.
How many 80s?
83.
83 seconds. Okay. Hex says Plan Z is such a cool mix. They've got a very cool mix of
They have
weapon
a very,
types.
very nice mix of weapon types and designs. I like them.
Weird that flippers don't flip upside down bots. That's because they're waiting for them to be counted out.
Yep.
After all, how many times have we seen a robot flip over a robot that cannot self-right and then just keep flipping it instead of waiting for
Yeah.
the count?
Oh boy.
All right. Match, fight number 2 in this match. It is middleweight time.
Time for the middleweights.
Plan Z has Planetary Conqueror. Overhead horizontal spinner, little bit of defense up front. Pretty good last season.
Pretty good.
Rebuilt for this season. Struggling.
Not having a good time.
Not having a good time.
It's having a bad type matchup so far.
Yeah, not good matchups, but maybe its luck can change here against Remote Control from No Beanie Robotics. It is a piston poker. It's got 4 spikes that shoot out to try to turn the other robot off.
Yes.
So, chat, Remote Control versus Planetary Conqueror. What are the predictions? You said Remote Control is the one that's leading in the middleweights for DPS?
Yes, it is.
So, Remote Control does a lot of damage very quickly. Not really winning.
Not quite. It got a little unlucky last week. This will be interesting for the Conqueror because piston pokers were one of its main weaknesses last year. Even though it has front defense, I don't know if they can stop the highest DPS middleweight.
Yeah, DPS is
But
tough to overcome.
Remote Control also has a lot of exposed chassis. So if Planetary Conqueror's at speed, it can do a lot of damage.
It also has well-protected wheels,
Yes.
which means if it gets turned over, it might not be able to get down.
Indeed.
Chat is leaning towards Remote Control, but a lot of people cheering for Planetary Conqueror as well. So let's see 2 of the more damaging middleweights that we've got. How does this turn out?
Ooh, huge hit immediately from
Remote control's pressing Planetary Conqueror right back into the
Holy
grinder.
crap.
Holy moly, that's
That
a
is
9-second KO.
9-second KO.
Com-
Combination of remote control's weaponry and shoving it into the grinder.
You can't get much more DPS than a grinder shot.
No, not at all. My goodness.
Holy cow. And that was with Planetary Conqueror having protective armor in the front.
Yes. It was going right like the corner and it did everything. That was insane. Well, remote control is definitely adding to its DPS total, let me tell you that.
The spirit of Explicit Equation lives on in a middleweight piston poker that kills everything immediately.
So yeah, that is the third time in a row the Conqueror's been destroyed, and it's taken a total of 56 seconds. The front defense just isn't helping it this time. Like, the side axes went around it, and remote control shoved it into the grinder. What can you do?
You redesign to cover your weaknesses, and then they find new weaknesses.
Yes.
So that is 6 points for No Beanie Robotics. They cannot lose. And we go to the heavyweights. This is going to be wild.
Oh boy, this is gonna get mad.
DPS wasn't a lie. No, it was not.
It was not a lie.
So, for our Mad heavyweight fight, we have Mad Train for Plan Z. It is a 6-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads on the front. Very fast, very aggressive. No Beanie Robotics comes in with a multi-bot, Phobos and Demos. Phobos is a rear-hinged flipper, and Demos is a horizontal spinner, 360-degree spinner. They had a very unfortunate fight against Tokachat
Yes.
last
They've had two
week.
really unfortunate ones. Demos got its spinner caught in Phobos' dead body and lost, and then it got a really unfortunate matchup last time, too. Like, very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's matchups happen, and Mad Train might be too fast for them.
Yeah,
Or Mad Train might Sludgefest off of Phobos.
it could. We don't know. Mad Train is definitely a wild card.
So, can the multi-bot take on Heavyweight Rammer? What do you think, chat? What percentage of bots this season were built by KJ? Too many.
I don't know the exact amount of his that were submitted, but like,
It's a double-digit percentage of the robots.
yeah, like I think it's more than at least I have or you have. Like, I think it's close to 20.
KJ built so many robots for so many people.
Yeah,
Very generous.
they've been very fun to watch too.
So, chat is split.
I mean, it's Mad Train is a wild card.
I think they're leaning towards Mad Train, but you never know what's going to happen with multi-bots because of the distraction factor. Mad Train, not sure who to go for,
who to
and
go for at
they're
all.
both going to attack Mad Train at once. Although it's going to
Ooh.
shove Demos all the way over to the wall.
Phobos coming in to give it a poke.
Phobos trying to
Both
turn
of
Mad
them
Train
just-
over.
Mad Train has no idea who to go for when it's pinned.
Mad Train doing a good job.
And
oh
it
no!
yeeted itself off of Phobos for a ring out.
I was just about to say
22
it was
seconds.
doing a good job keeping the multi-bots attacking each other, and then it just ran itself over the wall. And the multi-bot has a ring out. Not many ring outs this stream this week.
Not really, but that's okay.
Sludgefest, you know? Kind of. It was just a
Yeah.
single sudden charge.
Yeah.
How many seconds?
22.
22
Very quick.
seconds. All the ring outs this season have been quick.
I don't entirely know if that's a sludge fest, but it's definitely a rammer yeeting itself out.
KJ will come up with a new fest name for it.
There'll be a new
He's-
fest name. It's fine.
Sure.
We got something.
Train Fest.
I see someone say delayed sludge fest. That's pretty accurate. Actually, train fest makes a lot more sense. Just yeeting yourself off of a wedge whenever you get close to it.
That's not the robot that I wanted there.
What is the damage?
Well,
Fuck.
yes.
Don't hide me. I'm just dumb.
So, the Zeds have lost. They have no wins in this match. They're down by 8. Can they get some points back with Giant Enemy Crab? They're super heavyweight. 2 drum spinners on the front of Giant Enemy Crab. They're facing Ace of Spades from No Beanie Robotics, representing the Ace colors. 8 axes, 4 over the top, 4 on the sides. They're war pick axes. It can deliver an immense amount of damage very quickly if it can get a robot in front of it.
Yeah, the last 2 weeks it's had a bad time. It's so powerful that it just flips itself over.
Yes. Chat, what do we expect from Giant Enemy Crab against Ace of Spades? Can the NBs get a shutout to end Pride Week?
That would be
or
pretty
Pride
cool,
Month?
honestly. I want to say, actually, today's the Pride Fest, and we're in our area, so...
Ace of Spoods. Most of the chat is leaning towards Ace here. Final fight of the stream. Let's get it started.
There'll be some physics issues. We will see.
Hopefully physics cooperates with us.
Ooh.
A big hit from both robots. The Giant Enemy Crab is pulled.
Ace of Spades on top
Ace
of it.
over.
Taking one of the wedgelets off.
Ace is trying to get down. It's taken a lot of grinding damage to the chassis, and Giant Enemy Crab going for the side.
Ooh, huge hit there.
Both of the weapons taken off at once. The frame rate died, but the robots did not spasm. Giant Enemy Crab, what did you do?
It almost threw itself out of the arena. What the
That
hell?
was just gyro from turning too fast. How dare you? Ace just
dumb.
caved in the top of the crab's face, and I think it's going to do it again.
Mauling it right now.
Crab's trying to get it into the grinder. I'm not sure it's going to matter.
It doesn't.
That's the KO.
42 seconds.
What was that fight?
Dumb. Just dumb.
Ace of Spades with the KO. We said it could do a lot of damage very fast.
It did, eventually. Oh boy.
And the NBs have a shutout to end Pride Month. Look at that. All right. Ashlyn finally won a match. Yeah, Ashlyn got a lot of points for
That was really good.
their team. Yeah, we've got not a whole lot of judges' decisions this week.
Not really. I think we have, 7, 6. Like, that's actually pretty... I think that's probably closer to average.
That's below average because we're expecting double what we got last season. Last season we averaged about 5.
Okay, so...
So, lots of destructive fights. Lots of cool fights. Lots of nonsense. This is a great stream
That
so
was
far.
fantastic. Good fights. Shenanigans aplenty.
Leafeon joins the RRL for the fun. Yes, that's what the RRL is all about,
Yes.
is let's have some fun. Once again, for the final time, I'm going to thank our Patreon stream sponsors while they're on the screen. $10 a month over on Patreon can get you as a Robot Rampage League stream sponsor, or you can get your name in gold for the top tier, $15 a month, where you can see all of our robot builds in real life. Thank you once again, stream sponsors, for making the Robot Rampage League possible for us. But we're going to pop back over to this screen for the wrap-up.
Yes. What a week.
What a week.
Lots of stuff going on.
We have quite possibly the second cycle in
We
Robot
have
Rampage
the
League history
third perfect week of the season.
of the season. A lot of fight of the week contenders.
Quite a few up there. The Rebels finally won some fights and almost got a shutout, actually.
Yeah, the Rebels actually
Pretty
came
good.
back pretty good. We had that a lot. We had a lot of teams that weren't doing well that did great.
Yeah, like the Avalon Angry Penguin match was insanely good for some reason. Like,
Yep.
really fun.
Chat, what was your favorite match this stream? I'm going to read out some messages here before we go. Longest stream so far. How many minutes are we on the stream so far? Yeah, we're at 5:15.
Oh yeah, that's definitely longest.
Probably because of all those restarts.
Pretty close, yeah.
Uber flip followed by sticking a bot on the wall was the highlight. Yes.
Yeah.
Getting a robot TKO'd on top of the wall.
After making it do like 3 flips or something, that was insane.
Yeah, Mr. Circuit's going to go back and watch the first part of the stream. Yeah, go back and watch the streams whenever you have the time. We
Whenever you
know
can.
everybody is busy and have their own lives. You don't have to watch the whole stream. Hex loved the Anubis fight. Anubis put up a
was
great
good
fight.
Anubis really always puts up good fights. Very fun.
One of the reasons I like having the Egyptian legends in here is because of Anubis is just such a wild robot. It does all kinds of cool stuff.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for being here for the third week of the season.
Indeed.
Check out the Patreon. Check out the merch store in the description. You can get yourself some Robot Rampage League merch. Not just shirts. There's also mugs and
and other
stickers
stuff.
and stuff.
You don't have merch store link in your description.
No, there needs to be a merch store link in the description.
We can change that. It's fine.
We'll change that. Join the Discord server, which is linked in the description.
Uh-huh.
We have most of the discussion of the Robot Rampage League in there, where we will release all the results and everything.
Yes.
We're going to release it on Twitter at Robot Rampage, if you want to follow on there. I think that's going to pretty much wrap this stream up. Do you have anything to say before we go?
Not particularly. It's just been a really fun week, actually.
Yes,
A lot
absolutely.
going on.
Very fun stream. Lots of good stuff. We appreciate all of you who are here for the whole
Absolutely.
stream. Thank you very much. We will leave you with your schedule for next week, where you're going to be soloing again.
Yes, it'll be fun. I hope.
So be easy on him or be extra hard on him. I don't care. I'll
Either
be
way.
at work. Thank you, everybody. We will see you next time.
Later.